Is he taken off the edge? Not out.
Ooh.
A big appeal from the slips and the wicket keeper. Roland Jones continued his run through as Roland Jones bowls again, and this time Anderson plays a better stroke through mid-wicket, similar to the one in the previous Roland Jones over, but this one might just have enough to reach the rope. Indeed it does. I don't know. Around there.
Here's Lungley. He's in, bowls. That's chipped over mid-on. Cry of catch. We saw that a few times. There were a few leading edges yesterday, and well, Rees was very much looking to mid-wicket, but in the end ends up with a chip for 4 over with 2 slips and a gully. He's around the wicket, bowls, and Rees whips that one back over the bowler's head. Well, there's a little bit of intent from Rees. We saw him, Patterson, in bowls a bumper. There it is, and it's hooked fine of Fernandez, who's racing, but he won't get there. So the ploy was for the bumper.
And bowls, and that's driven in the air, safe, and it will go away for 4 by Anderson. Again, a free swing of the arms.
Slightly on the slower side as Cullen begins a new over, and that is whipped in the air in front of square for 4. A square leg would have had a dolly, but there's only a mid-wicket and a long leg. As Cullen's in, bowls, and this is run away. Oh dear, down to the vacant third, and the reason I say oh dear is because it's cricket law, isn't it? They've just moved to gully.
Let's go on bowls again, and reaches down the pitch and hits that high over mid-wicket, and it will go for 4. So Rees used his feet there.
Higgins in, bowls, that's punched hard. Just fine of cover. That's a lovely shot by Anderson. We talked about his driving. It's not just off the front foot, it is off the back.
And Rees comes down the pitch and hits through mid-off for 4. A shot. His line of attack was coming over the pitch, and Rees immediately reverse sweeps him for 4.
Further evidence of it. There's not much doubt in the batter's mind against Gohar at the moment. And here's Higgins in, bowls, edged away. Well, now, it was a scoring shot that he was looking for, but I don't think he meant it to go that fine, and he moves to 50 with a thick edge past 1 slip.
Gohar continues, and Rees comes down the pitch and hits him high over mid-on for 6. Gohar flights this one up, and that's swept, and that will be 4. As Anderson stretched forward with that front leg.
Full mid-on as Rees rocks back and accepts that single to the gap. It seemed a little obvious that left arm over to the left-hander, and a comfortable single for his 50. He moves to 50 from 113, and he raises his bat. Fernandez bowls, drags the length back on that, and rocking back, Anderson cuts a single out to Holden, and that is lunch on the second day.
And it is Gohar to bowl. Oh, and very nearly takes a wicket with the first ball, as the ball just doesn't bounce.
By me saying in the first innings of the game, as here's Cullen starting up a new over with a bumper, which is hooked in front of mid-wicket for 4 by Anderson. Well, you won't like him when he's angry. Set on the onside for the bumper, which is bumped again and pulled again through mid-wicket for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Anderson. He's on to 75. Cullen around the wicket to Anderson, bumps him, hooked, and oh, fine it goes for 4. I'm not quite sure that that was fully where Cullen intended it to go.
Zealand bowls, and that's off the pad. And oh, Rees has come a long way down here for the throw. Ball as it hits, and I think he's gone. He is, and Rees is run out for 60. Gohar continues. And bowls, goes through Thompson and he's out. Caught behind as he went back to defend.
Fernandez is in, bowls, it's cut late. Fine at the backward point. There's no deep third, so it's a long chase just to pick it up over the rope for Patterson from deep cover. Comes in now, bowls a lot of flight, and it's picked up. A low full toss over mid-wicket for 4. And Anderson is propelled into the 90s as he moves to 93. 400 and he moves to 97, my apologies.
In now bowls, and Anderson cuts late, and that will be his 100, as that will run away behind square for 4 runs, and Martin Anderson will go to a thoroughly deserved and most enjoyable 100. 102 not out, 156 balls, 44 overs. As Chappell reverse sweeps for 4. A very much shot of enterprise.
Fernandez bowls, and another sweep, and he's bowled. Anderson departs for 107 for 166 balls, a century against his former county, but young Nathan Fernandez has the wicket. Fernandez bowls reverse from Chappell, and a reverse sweep for 4 against the vacant deep third.
Go home. Again, balls, and Ticknell opens his shoulders and hits it straight down the ground for 4.
Well, it's all down to Derbyshire at the moment, unless Middlesex can take matters into their own hands. Here's Fernandez, left arm around, bowls a big swing over mid-wicket, and I don't think he's got all of it. No, 4 runs it is. It was Fernandez again. He bowls, and down the track comes Chappell. Heave-ho, it's up in the air, underneath it, long off, and he's gone. Chappell's out for 30. 47th delivery. Fernandez has his second wicket. Here's Fernandez. He bowls, and big swing over mid-wicket. There's a fielder in the deep, and that is the end of the Derbyshire innings. Fernandez has 3 for 53 on his birthday as well. Well, anyway. Here comes Rees, left arm over. He bowls to Eskenazi, who leaves alone wide outside the off stump. 3 slips in place as a short cover catching as well. Rees in bowls. That's run away. Angle bat, soft hands, and it's 4 runs. Middlesex are off the mark, down to the
strange position. Tickler comes in and bowls, and that's straight to him. Well, that is remarkable. Absolutely remarkable.
Now he's got 4 away against Chappell. It's double figures. He moved to 12 from 30. Anderson in bowls, and leg side. Has he got a tickle on it? He has. Anderson picks up Eskenazi.
Anyway, here he comes, high stepping up to the crease now. Bowls, and he's bowled him! Bowled him. First ball of a new spell, and Tickner has struck, and Holden is gone for 15. Middlesex 62 for 3.
Sort of funny day in cloud cover, though, isn't it? There's another
really
grey band coming in.
Has deployed, drives beautifully up the ground for 4 runs. That was a nice stroke, incapacitated or not.
Rees in bowls. This ball's driven away and through the covers. That's a lovely shot. Fine of cover. Cover point, really. Square of the wicket from Higgins.
Thompson balls. That's a shorter one. That's pulled.
Who we understand will only bat with a runner due to the injury he sustained facing Lewis Rees yesterday. So effectively, potentially 4 down, but they will have the man coming out, Lears deploy as and when required. Blake Cullen, he's unbeaten on 8, the night watchman, and Ryan Higgins is on 22. And it looks as though we're going to see Zach Chappell bowling from the racecourse end to begin with. Didn't pick up a wicket yesterday. We'll have an update coming up shortly, so hopefully Kevin will be back in time for that to pick up commentary, but it will be Zach Chappell, and he'll be bowling initially to Ryan Higgins from the racecourse end, as I say. So apologies for my lack of knowledge about yesterday. I did my best. To keep up with what was going on while I was away at Burton. Who won, of course. Thank you for asking. And virtually safe now in League One for another season, which is excellent. So here we go. Sue Redfern just holding out the arm, and now she's put it down. And in comes Zach Chappell. Bowls, oh, that's an inside edge as he tries to drive it there, Higgins, up towards mid-on. And there is no run. An anticlimactic start to the day. Up to a point. So Derbyshire all out for 472 yesterday. Middlesex beginning on 101 for 3. With Higgins on strike, he's on 22. Cullen has 8. And they trail by the small matter of 371 runs. Derbyshire, I think, more than happy with their first 2 days' work. Smallish crowd, as it often is on a Sunday, which is always a bit disappointing. but they are smaller than days 1 and day 2. It depends what you want to do. You want to turn it up or turn it
Morning,
down?
Fletch.
Morning,
Oh,
Connor.
has it been turned down, the effects mic? It looks a
Turn
little
it
low,
up.
is it?
Turn it up.
Can you?
The next delivery is left alone by Higgins, which is a good leave. I'm just going to have to leave you momentarily.
I thought we were effect micless for a moment. And apologies for being a couple of deliveries late. I forgot to plug myself in. But I've done so now. Yes, good morning, everybody. Lovely blue skies up above. And, sprinkling in so far this Sunday morning. We are observing that as the seasons go on, that the weekend crowds don't seem to be as large as the weekday crowds, which is always a debate, isn't it? Crawley is in, he bowls full straight, and he's driven down the ground by Higgins. Goodness me, that's a glorious shot. That's up there in this game, I'd suggest, from the height of Chappell, who I may have just called Crawley again, apologies if I did, from the height of Chappell. Push back down the ground by Higgins. So he moved to 26. Cullen has 8. Rory Coots, the Middlesex coach, is just down below us. 105 for 3. 2 slips. Backward point cover mid-off. Short mid-wicket. Square leg and long leg. And there is a mid-on who's returning because he retrieved the ball, so he's back. And Chappell is in. Bowls to Higgins, a solid forward defence. And 1 ball to come for Chappell's 6th over. 105.
They're loud, aren't they? What's
for
going
3.
on here?
Yes, yes, well done. Yeah, there might have been a little bit of fiddling yesterday. That's better, isn't it?
Well, it seems better.
Yeah.
I was just getting my ears blasted.
Yeah.
Did I miss anything yesterday at all? No, I didn't think so.
Chicken with pasta yesterday.
Oh, well, I'm glad I missed it then. I had a sandwich.
Chappell. He's in bowls, and that's defended into the onside. It bounces a bit, though, on Higgins. He takes the bottom hand off and fends it off. There is a short mid-wicket, but he ambles in to collect. 105 for 3. Cullen has 8. Higgins has 26. And if anybody wasn't tuned in, for anybody that wasn't tuned in on day 1, they may think that I'm being mischievous in saying this, but you sound very, very well today, Fletch.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes,
You
I did feel better yesterday, which was awkward, seeing as I wasn't actually doing any cricket. But yeah, feel a lot better. Well, I didn't feel bad. I just couldn't stop coughing, which is awkward when you're on the radio. But yes, no, I had a full 90-minute commentary with barely any incident. I couldn't remember the.
Wasn't there a last-minute winner or something?
I couldn't remember the name of the player who scored the last-minute winner. I looked up and I thought, it's gone. No, it's out of my head. I'd got the build-up quite nicely. So I just said, wow. Which may or may not be a good thing. Probably not, but there we are. Blair Tickner from the City end then. He's got a couple of slips. He's got a leg slip in as well. That's David Lloyd. He's got a deep gully too, and he bowls a full delivery to Cullen, who pushes that back up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Kame. And there's no run. So yesterday, we only saw 6 overs of spin, 15 runs coming from it. Derbyshire, I was going to say packing their side with spinners. It's not quite right. They have 2 frontline spinners and David Lloyd, who won't mind me saying that he's not yet a frontline spinner, I don't think. Blair Tickner taking 2 wickets yesterday, 1 for Martin Anderson. As Tickner is in, and that was turned nicely into the leg side by Cullen. He's going to get 4 for it as well, out to square leg. That was nicely played, just straight onto his pads there, Tickner. And the second boundary of the day, it's 113. No, it's not. It's 109 for 4. Maths never been a strong point. There were only 3 numbers I had to remember yesterday. Well, 2 numbers. One was a 2 and one was a 1.
We've just walked away from a conversation between 2 of the finest scorers and statisticians in this country as well. And Griff.
I was trying to work out how you were going to describe David Griffin as a scorer. I don't think he's ever been one of those. As Tickner's in, that's short of a length and turned into the leg side once again by Cullen.
Oh, he keeps score all right. Just not so much on the cricket.
It's in his head. That's the remarkable thing. Well, yes, there have been 7 wicket maidens in this match. 13 wickets have fallen, 7 wicket maidens. Is it a record? Does anybody out there know? Well, it appears that nobody from the Association of Cricket Statisticians.
Well, the point was made in the days, which there are still some occasionally, but where teams were bowled out for 14, 15, 29, and there had probably been a good number of wicket maidens in those.
Check that. Ball's a short delivery and Cullen ducks underneath it.
So it almost needs an asterisk or something, doesn't it, to see? Of scores over 450, how many 7-wicket maidens have there been?
Well, yes, I mean, that's the remarkable thing. But the other thing is, of course, in the early days when there were 4 ball overs, and then it went to 5, and then to 6, and of course in Australia for a long time, into the 70s, they had 8 ball overs. So it's never really been standardised. It's something I always forget when I say they should stop tinkering with cricket. They've always tinkered with it. Here's tick that in again, and this one is again short of a length, and Cullen deals with it quite nicely, just dropping the ball into where short leg would have been if there had been one. I'm surprised there isn't one, really. But there isn't.
Oh, trousers have been dropped. Who's that down in front
it's
of us?
Martin Anderson. He's dropped them twice now. He's clearly unhappy with the arrangements down there. I think he's got the long underwear, and he's trying to pull it down. But the only way you can do it is by dropping his whites.
What about the underwear?
When he drops that, he's going to get arrested. I would have thought. He's at deep gully. Short third almost, short third man almost, isn't it? Cullen pushes that ball up towards Kame at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 4 from it, 109 for 3, 12 to Cullen, 26 to Higgins. Now we've got the situation here where you can have one of the most irritating things for a fielding side, a bowling side, that can ever happen if they don't get Blake Cullen out early. There's nothing worse than a night watchman lasting an hour for the opposition.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he will certainly have that remit. He is a fine bat, Cullen. So Jepson was pondering that yesterday evening. How would he go about it this morning? What would he do? And I said, I'm sure he will be batting for his life out there. Won't quite be thinking of a Dizzy Gillespie against Bangladesh. 200 as a night watch. Here's Chappell, he's in, bowls. That's clipped in the air. What a catch. Brilliant, brilliant catch there. Superb from Alex Thompson. And Higgins, can't believe it. He hangs his head as he walks off. There was a short mid-wicket in place, but that was square leg around to mid-wicket. Diving in the air to his left. Got both hands to it. Well, I'll tell you what, that's one for the snappers, isn't it? He's plucked one from thin air there. A beauty of a catch and a huge wicket as Higgins departs for 26. 109 for 4, Middlesex. And, well, the talk of how long can Cullen hold on, but he's lost the senior partner that was with him overnight. And with that, it's likely to herald down the steps, and it does indeed, because confirmation is by the runner behind him, Leas Deploy, to resume his innings. 109 for 4, Middlesex.
Stunning, absolutely stunning from Alex Thompson. His first game of the season in for his off spin, but that was some catch because it was low down as well. Let's see how well the cameramen have done here. Oh, they've done brilliantly, have they? Yes, they have. Was it one-handed?
Oh, even better than I thought. I thought we got both to it, but it's one hand,
It was left hand as well, so it's his wrong hand. Yeah. Excellent work on the game. I'm going to have to see who it is. Magnificent piece of work from the camera chaps. Oh, it's one of the new ones.
That's all right. Good name. It's a new one.
No, I can't remember.
Well done to the new one.
I spoke to him this morning.
Has he got an earpiece in? Give us a wave if you have.
No, I don't think they're listening.
Oi, new one over there.
I don't think Henry's listening. And if Matt's listening, you could pop through and.
What's they listening to?
Or he could email me.
What's he listening to? Surrey? Glamorgan?
Send me a message.
Durham?
Send me a message, Matt, will you? Credit where it's due.
I mean, if the camera folk don't listen, what chance have we got? Oh, a little bit of chat going on here. What is it? We're carrying on here, but there's something else carrying on in the middle. The umpires, Leas Deploy, Blake Cullen, and his night watch, which looks like Max Holden, is out there. And they're having a long, long chat about something, and Thompson's not far away from it. Now, I'd imagine even if we were paying close attention, Fletch, which we rarely are, then we probably wouldn't have deciphered what that was about. But there was a chat, a long chat there. Was there a question from Derbyshire? I mean, we all knew, the scorers had informed us this morning, that Deploy would be allowed to bat next and with a runner.
And clearly Max Holden's the perfect man to do it because he's already out.
Yes.
So, yeah, I was just...
But there was certainly some sort of... there was a long...
Zach. Well done, Zach. That's who it is. Zach up there. Thank you, Matt.
He took the wicket as well. He's doing everything.
First year. First out, steady. I won't read that bit out, Matt, but yeah, you might be right.
Zach Chappell's in, bowls. Oh, it's a low full toss. He was going for the Yorker, wasn't he? Chappell fends the low full toss to point. Yes, yes. Or his metatarsal. We found, well, it could be his toe. Yeah, no, actually, I haven't seen him. Probably doesn't really want to talk about it. The questions this morning were just basically, is he all right? Yes. Did he go for a scan? No. Heavy iced overnight. And a nod, pretty much a nod, say, yeah, he'll probably be in next. So here he is.
Fair play to him for coming out.
Chappell is in bowls, and this ball's pushed away to mid-off, and there is no run. 109 for 4. I remember our quickest bowler at our club when I was a kid hit me on the boot. Exactly the same as that. A Yorker just landed right on the top of the boot. I couldn't sleep that night for the agony. It was so painful.
Broken toes are horrible, though, aren't they? Because it feels relatively insignificant, but it's sort of quite important. I broke my toe playing football once when I kicked the ball at the same time as somebody else, and it bent it the wrong way.
Chappell in bowls, and this ball's punched away through points. That's a lovely shot for deploy. That'll make him feel a little bit better. And he picks up 4. They're going at that very full length at the moment, seeing if the feet are moving as much as targeting the toe. Bit of both, but 4 it is. And Middlesex tick along to 113 for 4. Deploys on 14 from 44, and what an even more crucial wicket now with the loss of Higgins.
I find it very difficult watching cricket with a runner. Because you think, well, he's not running. Oh, no.
Yeah.
And miles away. Max Holden is miles away towards the players' pavilion.
I have commentated on a game where both batters had runners. Can you imagine?
Carnage.
I think it was at the Oval. I'm pretty sure it was the Oval, but yeah, that was one of the most extraordinary scenes. I mean, it'll have happened, but not many times. Here's Chappell in bowls. Forward goes deploy, defends to cover. And no run again. One to come of the over.
Because he sort of has to go there, Max Holden, because if he came across to in front of us, apart from being in the way of the square leg umpire, he'd be running on the square, which is always a little bit slippier than the outfield. So he's at square leg. He's halfway back to the boundary, Holden.
Chappell around the wicket again, bowls, and this is clipped uppishly towards the first of 2 mid-wickets. The more orthodox, there's a shorter, straighter mid-wicket in place as well. It was Thompson tumbling to his left to stop a run on this occasion, but in the air for a moment from deploy. End of the over, 113 for 4. Higgins caught Thompson, a stunner off the bowling of Chappell, clipping in the air through mid-wicket. He's gone for 26, and we see the replay one more time. And it was a naughty shot from Higgins in that he didn't get over the top of it. He'll be kicking himself, won't he? But nonetheless, you can't take away from the catch. A brilliant, brilliant catch. 113 for 4.
See, I've never been a cricket captain, so I wouldn't be able to tell you this for certain, but get Tomo on as the first of the spinners at the first change. Get Tomo on, because his confidence will be sky high. Alex Thompson. Now, what have we got? Well, we got Sue Redfern. See, Leicester doesn't have to run, does he? He's being dragged closer to Sue Redfern there. She's just told him to come a bit closer. Sue Redfern is fielding miles away. Not fielding, umpiring. First delivery from Blair Tickner is defended by Cullen. She's come across to point. I assume there's a long leg. Yeah, Zach Chappell down there. There's a short leg and there's a mid-wicket. The mid-wicket can't stray square leg because it would become a no ball. He's actually being told to get round as far as he can at square leg, so he's almost immediately behind the short leg now. In fact, he might be. Ooh, that didn't sound good. Have we gone off?
I think we're all right.
No, we're all right. There was a little squeak in the headphones there as that ball is clipped by Cullen out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone for 4. He's been chased there by Lewis Rees and Alex Thompson.
Oh, I thought David Kendricks had gone to the other side of the ground. Sorry, Kendo. Little squeak in the headphones.
That's harsh.
Very harsh. Not as harsh as you two were on him. Actually, you let him off lightly, the pair of you, this morning.
I didn't say anything to him.
Griff's buttering him up, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he wants to know the answer. He wants to know the answer. That's sorted out.
What is it? The Association of Scorers and Statisticians?
Association of Cricket Statisticians, which is one of the hardest three words to say.
The ACS.
The ACS, yeah.
And he's the head of them, basically.
I believe
Which
so.
is why Griff's buttering him up.
Yeah, Griff obviously is a member.
You never see Griff buttering anyone up, do you?
No, normally, no.
It was good that this morning. We could have commentated on that, couldn't we? Griff at the top of his run-up.
Well, he was set a question, wasn't he, Griff? And he got the answer. Here is Tickner with that familiar bouncy start to his run-up. That one is defended by Cullen into the ground, into the offside. 117 for 4, still trailing by 355. So what have they added these two? 8. I need to add 8 to that 363 they were behind when they lost the 4th wicket. So many things to write down. I need to write things down to remind me to write them down. Tickner bowls. That one is turned off a hip, I fancy, rather than the bat, down towards fine leg, where it's fielded by Zach Chappell and indeed Ben Debenham. Signals leg by all sorts of emails and stuff are being sent, and I don't know why.
Anything cricket related?
I've got one from Anthony from Hina, yeah. Most of it's not. Most of it's offering me life insurance.
Do they know something you don't? Actually, no, they wouldn't be offering you life insurance then, would they? They have every faith in you, clearly. You're going to live for a long time.
Yeah, I think so. Tick the bowls and, well, Deploy has a swing at that one outside the off stump. It goes through to Brooke Guest. They're a long way back, the slip cordon and Brooke Guest. He's bowling quickly.
Have you insured your pension?
It's not worth tuppence the pension, I'm afraid. It says, I'm following my example from yesterday morning, soaking up the sun in the Diana Ross stand. You'll have to explain why it would be called the Diana Ross stand. That's the stand away to the left. I went in there yesterday for an hour. It was beautiful. What a place to watch cricket that is. The new stand, which we can't see from here,
Diana
just to
Ross
the left.
stands. Come on. We've got to work it out. Why is it called the Diana
What
Ross
were her
stand?
big hits? Yeah, Google.
Yep.
Here comes Tickner. Way into bowl to Deploy, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. He said, really impressed with Derbyshire yesterday. Great dollops of substance and a little bit of flash. Hoping for more of the same today. Good to hear from you, Anthony. Good to know that you're in the ground as well, and presumably listening. 30 seconds behind everybody else. Which is always a little bit awkward, but nothing we can do about it. What have we got?
When you tell me that you love me.
I don't think it's that.
Okay.
I was in there with Griff.
Love hangover?
No, I don't think so. Could be the hangover bit.
I'm still waiting. Ain't no mountain high enough. Is it a tall climb to the back of the stand?
It's not tall, but it's as high almost as the permanent temporary stand, I would say. Very excitingly, you go up some steps, and you come out halfway up the stand. It's very, very good.
Here's Chappell. 2 slips, a short mid-wicket and a short cover catch. And this is turned to the short mid-wicket. There's no run.
They just put the squeeze on here, haven't they, Derbyshire? They've got the short cover and the short mid-wicket, as well as a couple of slips, and Alex Thompson diving around at mid-wicket as well, so I like it.
I'm coming out.
Are you? Oh, Diana Ross. No, I don't think so.
That's number 4. I'm coming out. Upside down is number 3.
No, I don't think it's upside down.
Chappell's in, bowls, and this is turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Number 2 on her greatest hits, Endless Love, with Lionel Richie nonetheless.
Oh, yeah, dreadful.
And number 1, Diana Ross hit, as voted for by something somewhere, is Chain Reaction.
I'm none the wiser, if I'm entirely honest, with you, or indeed with Anthony.
Well, like at number 6, we're still waiting. Chappell's in, bowls, and forward goes. This one pushed into the onside. What was the band that she was in?
The Supremes. Yeah.
No, that's no good.
It could be a reference to it being the Supreme. Could call it the Supreme stand, couldn't it? That'd be quite exciting.
Or does it have an official name?
No,
Not yet.
I've not been told of one, and I'm sure that the permanent temporary stand's got an official name, but I never call it anything other than that. So,
Chappell past umpire Red Fernie. Bowl short outside the off stump and swinging inside the line of it. Cullen leaves alone. Cullen's job does become that little bit bigger now with the loss of Higgins, doesn't it? It's all of a sudden,
They don't lose too quickly, do they?
Well, you're sent in as night watch. Actually, Blake, we're 118 for 4, so your job's not just night watch. We could do with a few runs here.
Yeah. Goose is in by the big scoreboard. We'll be down in Cardiff with us next week.
Chappell, he hits the crease, bowls, and this is edge! Oh, that would have been a brilliant take by Slip. It hit him hard at his right hand. He saw it late, which is what would have made it a brilliant take. He'll reflect, perhaps I should have seen it earlier. Madsen at second may have had a chance because generally if Slip goes to one side, that you immediately look to the person next to them, which is either the keeper or Madsen. But I do think that was probably Slip's catch, to be fair. 120 for 4. Cullen moves to 18 as the ball races to the deep third boundary.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Jewell, wasn't it? And now he's trying to put both hands across. I don't think he had time to get his left hand in place as well.
Is he also suggesting by putting his hands to where he did that was your catch, skipper?
Well,
Chappell's in, bowls, and this ball is played defensively back up the track in this round. I don't think he is, and I don't think it was. But they do say you have a channel at Slip, don't you, where it's yours. Anything to your left is the keeper's if the keeper's to your left. Yeah. Anything to your right is second Slip's.
Well, they're both right-handers. Well, no, Jewell's a left-hander, isn't he? Of course.
Oh, and he went with his right.
He had to go with his right. Both right-handers, you idiot.
120 for 4.
Yeah, he's left-handed.
Oh, it's back.
No, it's not. That was just a little frog. Frog in the throat. 120 for 4.
Oh, why are we in such bad form this morning, Fletch? By bad, I mean good, but it feels like we could get ourselves in trouble today.
Taken off air at some point
Yeah, we need to
over
be
the course
careful
of the
now.
day. I can't afford that.
Yes.
120
Keep
for 4.
working.
Ticknet with 2 slips and a very deep gully short third man as Deploy dabs it down into the offside. He stands still and they take a single. And he limps out to what will turn into point, I think, yeah. And score moves up to 121 for 4. And Leicester Deploy's only been out there 5 minutes. He's already on 15 from 49 deliveries. Could have done with perhaps taking Blake Cullen's wicket. They would get Middlesex 5 down. It's a long, long way off yet. They've got another 200 runs. Thoughts will be turning to good ball, short delivery from Tickner. Turned very nicely by Cullen into the ground. There is a short leg in place. So I think we can see what the tactics are going to be. But the follow-on target, did you write down what the follow-on target was yesterday?
223?
I don't know.
Sorry, 323.
300. I was going to say 223, didn't seem very many.
That's off the top of my head, so don't write it down
I've
just yet.
written it down.
Oh, dear.
I've already written it down. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Take that in. Short delivery over the head of Cullen. Umpire Debenham looks across to umpire Redfern, who is unmoved. So
I, for some reason, I have a pretty good cricket memory, but terrible memory for absolutely everything else in life. It's, yeah. I don't know which one.
I just can't remember anything, including the name of the goal scorer, Dylan Williams, for Burton Albion yesterday. As he put the ball in the back of the net, his name just dropped out of my head. Tickner in and bowls. That's defended up to mid-on this time by Cullen.
Dylan Williams, he sounds like a wonderful playwright, doesn't he?
Yes. Yes. He's on loan at Burton from Chelsea. But I think there is an obligation to buy. I don't know if it's an obligation or an option, but started off in the junior setup at Derby and then went off to Chelsea. At that time when clubs were picking off the Derby players because they were in such financial strife. Hasn't played an awful lot this season, but that was his first league goal. No better time to score it than the 92nd minute of a game that if you win, you're almost certain to stay up. Of course, the big man scored the first goal, John Daddy Bodvarsson, the Icelandic international.
I'm sorry, what?
John Daddy Bodvarsson. Here's Blair Tickner, bowls and Cullen defends. Played for Iceland.
Sounds like the cough medicine you were taking on day one.
Well, he played in the. Remember when Iceland beat England in the Euros?
Yeah.
John Daddy Bodvarsson was in the Iceland
Was he really?
starting lineup in that game.
Is that when Roy Hodgson issued a statement in the press conference and then walked out, uttering not a word to the country who...
Could have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't go down well, did it?
Such a nice bloke, Bodvarsson, as well.
I thought you were going to say Roy Hodgson.
I'd never met Roy. Here is Tickner. Bowls another short delivery. That is not going to be a wide either, as the umpires decide it's the end of the over. 121 for 4. Tickner's now bowled 13 overs, 2 for 32. Cullen has 18. Deploy has 15. Middlesex 121 for 4.
I'm reminded that Middlesex women are in action today. In the One-Day Cup, they are taking on Glamorgan. And Middlesex are 78 for 1 in the 13th over.
Decent start. Decent start.
Here's Chappell from the... What's the... I thought it was a delay for something. It's not. They're just working on the ball. Sorry, I was figuring out what was going on. It's Chappell. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket. And he's in around the wicket. Bowls and forward goes deployed, defending into the offside where Martin Anderson fields the first... you'll have to correct me here. First Derbyshire batter
With
to
2
score...
S's in his name.
Indeed. To score a century against Middlesex batting at number 7.
I believe so.
And the first Derbyshire batters to score centuries at both 7 and 8.
in the
lineup.
same season.
In the same season, thank you.
I think he's the 5th or 6th.
Oh, that one's a bit tenuous then from Griff, if it's in the same season. Here's Chappell to deploy on the back foot. He defends into the offside.
Never describe one of his stats as tenuous.
He's got me with that one. I'm pulling him up on that a lot. Just tenuous, Griff.
Just a little tip for you there. Yeah, Derbyshire women played yesterday down in Kent. We saw them set off on day 1 in the big bus. Made 189, but unfortunately Kent got there with 9 wickets to spare, having lost to Gloucestershire the week before. Derbyshire women.
Chappell wide on the crease, bowls, deploy, plunges forward to defend.
I didn't mind that stat. Yes, I'm going to try and find it now. Read it out. There we are. He's the 5th player to score first-class hundreds, batting at number 7 and 8 for Derbyshire, and the only one to perform the feat in the same season. Both are Pipe, Rhodes, and Worthington being the others. And he took his helmet off to celebrate.
Chappell bowls forward defence from deploy. 20 minutes in and you're on about Diana Ross. Going to be a long day this. It's Ollie Thorpe in the Middlesex office. Thanks, Thorpe. Thanks for the support. Have we got an answer yet as to why it's the Diana Ross stand?
No.
Come on, can't keep us.
Anthony from Heanor, who's currently in Derby, because he's in the stand away to our left-hand side, hasn't replied yet. I don't know if he's nodded off.
Well, at least we'll know he's tuned in if he has. It's Chappell. In bowls and forward goes, deploy, defending into the offside, and there's no run.
I think that as long as he keeps the stream on his phone, he can fall asleep or not. It still counts in the numbers, doesn't it?
Hey,
So
there we go.
that's the main thing, I think.
We're all about the Benjamins, aren't we? Benjamin Franklin's. It was another famous song, but hip-hop might not.
No, that
All
hasn't,
about the Benjamins,
that's
okay.
not. That's hip-hop hasn't registered in my playlist yet.
Chappell bowls, forward defence from deploy. That was for Ollie Thorpe, since he didn't like all the Diana Ross song name titles. 121 for 4. I'm going to do this chair in a minute. Do myself as well.
Don't sit on a chair with 2 legs. How many times am I going to tell you?
It's got 4.
At the moment it has, but not for long.
Use all 4. I'm now using the front 2. Does that make you feel a little bit better?
I'm not watching.
I need a rocking chair. That's what I need.
A bit of Val Doonigan.
Yeah.
Tickner's going to continue. He's just sorting his boots out.
Oh, it's getting hot in here, isn't it?
It will be. And later on today, it'll be ridiculously hot, and you won't be able to see because of the sun. Here's Tickner, bowling to Cullen. Ooh, squares him up. Aiming to play the ball into the leg side, goes out into the off, where it's fielded there by David Lloyd.
Did you see the piece on, I think it was the BBC News website yesterday, BBC website somewhere?
I was busy yesterday.
They've discovered a new colour.
Oh, I did
But
see
the human
that.
eye can only see it if they shine a particular laser into your eye, and then you look at it. And then you can see a colour that they've discovered.
It's not going to be on the wall of my lounge anytime soon, is what you're saying. Most certainly. I did see that. What's it called? They had a funny name for it as well, didn't they?
Oro or something like that, was it?
Yeah.
There's his...
Oh, you do this one then. It's guided down towards backward point by Cullen. It's eventually fielded by Martin Anderson after that's Jack Morley who made the initial dive, getting back to his feet now. 2 more to the total. Was it two? No, it was 1.
Sorry, I was distracting myself and then forgetting which end we were, because I was thinking, well, if you did paint your living room wall Oro,
Yeah.
well, what would you see if the human eye can't see it?
Perhaps it would just look white. Olo, yeah, you're right. OLO. The new colour. Anthony's been back.
Oh. Is this Diana Ross, Anthony?
It's yes. Yeah. Well, he's the only one who's actually listening, I think, at the moment. Here comes Tickner. Bowls to deploy you as a big swish at that one. That's twice in 2 overs he's had a big swish at Tickner. Who's just, and that's unlike Blair Tickner as well. He stands at the end of his follow through and stares at the batter. I mean, I know Lears deploy will not engage, so
Ollie Thorpe's listening as well, but then he's being paid too, so does that count?
we'll take it.
Okay.
We'll take it. Oh dear.
Can you read it?
Yeah, no, I can.
Are you allowed to read it?
Yeah. Right. It's. Oh, I know I can read that out as well, Anthony. I'll read the whole lot in a minute. Here comes Tickner in a bowls to deploy, who gets a little bit troubled by a ball that was aiming towards his midriff. Manages to slam the bat down on it, push it out to the offside. It's all part of his entertainment master plan to have an ABBA-style hologram that appears at the top of the dramatic central stair entrance, miming each wicket and hyping up the crowd. You might be asking a lot here, Anthony. Those of us with long memories will remember the Diana Ross penalty at the start of the 1994 World Cup when the goal fell apart, but she missed the penalty, didn't she?
Yep.
As Tickner is in and bowls. Oh, and he's been struck amidships, and that will hurt. He's down on one knee now, Lears deploy. And Blair Tickner is calling to the pavilion for something. I don't think it's for him either, but there's not much you can do about that. Lears deploy, famously, from a Derbyshire perspective, I always felt he was the most hit batter I'd ever seen. He used to get hit every single innings he played.
Does he play a shot too many? Is that why? Constantly engaging, you're going to...
Possibly.
And I don't say that in a bad way, a shot too many, because he does. He comes out from the off and he'll play his game, won't he? But it's a bit like the boxing last night. Did you watch it, Eubank and Ben?
No, I started listening to it while I was in bed and fell asleep before the end. Here comes Tickner again, bowls to deploy, goes back, gets bat on this one. They're going through for a quick single here, and they get there comfortably enough. Harry Kane does the fielding. Was that the last ball of the over? It was the last ball of the over, so that means that Lears deploy has to limp his way up to the far end now. He's moved on to 16. I say moved advisedly. Cullen has 19, the Middlesex 123 for 4. So Anthony reckons that Diana Ross will be delighted to be asked to contribute again to the sporting world, and she's one of the last great superstars befitting the status of the CountyCricket. He said he did have the suggestion of the Mankini stand, which is what he didn't think I'd be able to read out. I don't think there's anything wrong with the Mankini. Well, there's a lot wrong with the Mankini, but I think we can say the word. Made famous by Borat, of course. Very fine film.
His chapel around the wicket. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket bowls, and this ball's hooked away down to fine leg by Deploy, just the single. Runner comes through, Holden. Cullen on strike, 1, 2, 4 for 4. Richard Johnson, Ian Salisbury, Rory Coots, and Dane Patterson having a wander around the ground at the moment. From which end did Johnson take his 10 for
I
Fletch?
have no idea. I wasn't here, but no, I don't know.
It's also a trick question, isn't it? Because hasn't the square been turned since then?
What year did he take it?
90.
Yes.
Yeah. Here's Chappell. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed back to mid-on, and there's no run. I didn't think I'd get that past you. I thought I was going to get a stupid boy response from you. The square's been turned since then.
I didn't know when it was. I knew he'd done it. Obviously.
Actually, the good thing would be to go up to Richard Johnson, say, John, which end did he take the 10 for? And he'd tell you it was from that end.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's now back to the original orientation. It was turned because when the grandstand was away.
Wait, what?
Well, the grandstand was away to. I will explain.
Chapel.
I'll try.
Is in bowls, and this ball's clipped through square leg. That's a lovely shot by Cullen. He moved to 23. Leg stump half volley from Chapel, but put away nicely with an onside field. Set as it was for Higgins earlier this morning, 128 for 4.
So, when the original racecourse grandstand was still here, away to our left-hand side, rather than the gateway, that's where the members sat. And they said, "But we want the square turning round because we want to be behind the bowler's arm." So they turned it, and that's when they discovered the problem with the square being 90 degrees to what it is now. Because when the sun was setting, and T20 started, and they played in the evenings, the sun stopped play, so they had to turn it back.
Chapel in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. It's fielded at mid-on. So it is the correct orientation for when Johnson took his 10 for now, is it?
But I don't know when it was turned 90
one way
degrees.
or t'other.
It came back in
Deary me, nobody figured that out.
the early 2000s, so I think he probably would have been the other way around.
Nobody figured that out. If we turn it that way, it'd be behind the bowler's arm. I mean, because at Canterbury, you say it's the T20, but we do go on to nigh on 7 o'clock in the evening, 7:30.
Yes, true.
Chapel in bowls, and he's punched away off the back foot. That's another glorious shot for Cullen, and he picks up 4 more. He's on to 27. And, well, we often talk about a night watch irritating the opposition, and he is obviously irritating the opposition now, but it's not in the usual way of...
Well, they usually play and miss a lot, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's batting very correctly at the moment.
Exasperate bowlers, but no, he's played some really nice shots this morning.
Yeah. Short mid-wicket and 2 slips crouched down. Chapel bowls and Cullen defends on the front foot.
He's been given some balls to put away, though, hasn't he, in fairness?
Yeah, and that's where it's a stark contrast, really, with the Middlesex innings. Middlesex bowling performance, Derbyshire are taking wickets, but to do so, they're perhaps engaging a little bit more, whereas Middlesex were 2.5, whereas you are seeing aggressive lines and lengths from Derbyshire. Having made those early breakthroughs, it's the difference, isn't it? Derbyshire just really dug in and played their part and
yet
reaped the rewards.
The overall run rate's still 2.8.
Is it only 2.0? I guess, yeah, I suppose, yeah. It's knocked down by the wickets, isn't it?
But you're right. It just feels like there are more 4 balls. There weren't any 4 balls, were there, on the first morning? Really. Here comes Tickner to the left-handed Duploy. Drives handsomely out to the cover boundary for 4, short of a length, up on his toes, and just forced the ball to the boundary.
That was a really good shot.
Beautiful.
Given Tickner's height and indeed Deploy's height, he just played it with so much ease off the back foot, didn't he? We talk about riding the bounce, but it was almost an effortless back foot stroke from Deploy, who is hindered somewhat. He's not limping out there, but boy, oh boy, he'll be on some painkillers and there'll be a fair bit of bruising on that.
Good.
Foot.
No, I don't mean that. I like Leas. Top man. Here's Tickner in again, and the bowls a short delivery that he turns into the leg side for a single. Just gets the one there, moves to 22, 137 for 4.
He was up on his toes for that one, wasn't he? Play this effortless, he says Tickner.
Drive that. I've moved our scoreboard in here.
Aye.
So that you can see it better when I'm leaning forward.
I see.
Very conscious of the fact that if I lean forward,
yeah, but I'm rocking back and forth anyway, aren't I?
My bulk that people can't see to my left.
Spoilt as we are with that scoreboard in here.
Yeah, it's good. It's necessary though, because you can't see the old scoreboard. There's Tickner bowls to Cullen, short delivery over his head, through to the keeper, Brookgast. Matson likes it.
But yeah, going back to the Sun, you have this at Canterbury, Sun stops play. Now, they had it in the day-night game. Sun stops play. But equally, I'm sure it's happened in a normal 11 o'clock start championship game. Sun's...
Well, it's worse these days, or it would be worse these days, because if you start, as we do, at the beginning of April...
Well, exactly, yeah.
The sun is really low, isn't it?
Yep.
It's not too bad in June, July. Soon be midsummer.
When we're playing T20 and it stops play.
His tick there, yes, quite. Balls to Cullen, who just defends that into the ground. Picked up by Kane, who isn't wearing fielding pads despite being a short leg, so he's a little bit further back than perhaps an ordinary, if there is such a thing, short leg.
Anderson at... Well, I'll let you describe it. Where is Anderson fielding at the moment, please, Fletch?
Well, it's either a deep gully.
Yes, that's what I said. Or
a short third man, but it's too short to be short third man, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's a long way back from the two slips. Taking the balls to Cullen, who defends it back to the bowler.
And that's... Sorry.
It's an interesting position, isn't it?
Well, that's where he took the catch of Fernandez yesterday, and the celebration was huge. The left-hander flashed at one outside of the off stump, and there it was taken at that deep gully. As he says, he's a third of the way back to deep third, so he's not quite halfway, which is where you'd associate a short deep third.
He took a catch here, I can't remember which, it might have been Gloucestershire, at Leg Gully, which was just brilliant. As Tickner is in, bowls another shot, that's surely a wide. It isn't.
Got away with that one.
No, I think so. He's now bowled 15 overs, 2 for 39, 137 for 4 at the end of the over. Deploy has 22. He'll be on strike at the start of the next one. Cullen has 27. And Wayne Madsen's going for a chat here with Zach Chappell. So this could be, Zach, look, like, give everything in this one, because it could be your last. Although I think it's more to do with field placings. That's certainly what it looks like. At Fletch Sport, fletchcricket@gmail.com, if you want to talk to us about anything, really. Always good to hear from those either inside the ground, listening on the BBC Sport website and app, or indeed watching the pictures on the Derbyshire stream.
Always good to hear.
Sometimes good to hear. You're right. No, you're right. Yeah. You know who you are. And,
the world of social media, Fletch. The world of social media.
lovely, isn't it? I wouldn't be on it if I didn't have to be.
Do we have to be?
Well, still Zach on the camera. Just thought I'd give him another name check there because I forgot his name earlier. That sensational Alex Thompson catch.
It's Chappell. He's got a short mid-wicket, shortish square leg as he's in bowls, and this is driven away. Gorgeous shot again by Deploy, racing away across the square. It bobbles a little as it hits the rope, but well, just before it hits the rope, I should say. But make the rope it does. Glorious shot. He's on to 27. He's catching up with Cullen now. He's on to 26. Sorry, and he's catching up with Cullen. He's on 27.
He's only been there half an hour.
Aye.
Remarkable. I didn't make a note of how many balls he'd faced when he retired hurt yesterday. It won't tell me on there,
He was single figures, wasn't he? He was low in the single figures. I should have made a note as well. Here's Chappell in bowls, and this is pushed away to cover, and there is no run. 141 for 4.
Lewis Rees just started to loosen up. Stretching his back at the moment, a bit off.
Ian Salisbury's recalling tales of his batting at the far end with Richard Johnson by the looks of it. That conversation won't last long, will it? It's Chappell around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Deploy, turning into the onside, and there's no run. Lovely fella, Ian Salisbury. He really is. You wouldn't believe it for a former Surrey man, would you?
I'm not getting involved in that.
I mean, someone like Mercer, you know, bring him across, he still can't knock the Surrey out of him. Where is he today? The bowling coach can't see him anywhere. Maybe he's gone back.
We so rarely see Surrey here that they're almost not worth bothering with.
Chappell's around the wicket, bowls, and onto the legs of Deploy, who works it fine, but not fine enough. As he'd hoped, he did look to see, oh, have I got it right? Have I got it right? It was a little steer from Deploy, just a single to long leg. And he's level with Cullen, who's on to strike. 59 balls for Cullen's 27. Deploy's faced 66 for his 27. Cullen faced quite a number of balls last night, though, blocking out. Deploy kind of was by that point anyway. He was close enough. It was 5 overs before stumps when he came off. 5 or 6 indeed. He was replaced yesterday evening.
It's interesting that they've got the partnership at 33. I don't know which partnership this is anymore.
That's a good point. Can we make hand signals through the glass to Jane to find
I
out?
can always make hand signals through the glass.
Chappell's in, bowls, and this is driven up to mid-on by Cullen, no run.
But it's not the 4th wicket, is it? A 5th wicket anymore. I mean, it is the 5th wicket, but it's a different.
It's a different 5th wicket.
It's because Cullen replaced Deploy, presumably. Let's hope it's not a record. That'll have the moles scratching their heads.
Oh, we won't be able to go back into the press room if more records get set. Or we'll just lock the door and not let Griff back in. So here's Chappell in, bowls, and forward goes Cullen. Fielded at short mid-wicket. At the end of the over, it is 142 for 4. That one raced through. Chappell's 1 for 37 from his 11 now with 2 maidens. Cullen 27, Deploy 27, and Middlesex trail by 330 runs. The follow-on target, and it does become a target now at 4 down, and especially the 4 that have gone. The follow-on target is 323.
The Liz Deploy, who's clearly injured, has just walked the length of the pitch to punch gloves with Blake Cullen, entirely pointlessly. You think he'd just stand still or ask Cullen to come to him, wouldn't you, really? Pat Brown is on in place of Zach Chappell, who's just making his way up the steps the way to our left-hand side.
You like Leas, though, don't you?
Yeah, no, go on. Great.
Who's a nicer man than Leas Deploy? He's a lovely fella, isn't he?
I got on great with Liz Deploy.
No, so I mean, who's a nicer, genuinely, who's a nicer man?
Well, there's
So I think,
lots.
who's nicer in the Middlesex dressing room?
I think there's lots of people, but
Actually, Blake Cullen at the other end, he's a lovely fella.
I went to see Leas when he was, before he was Derbyshire captain, he sub-pro'd in the Lancashire League.
Yeah.
And I ended up going to Burnley, I think, to watch him play. I can't remember who he was playing for. He bounded down the steps, said hello, had a nice chat, and he went out and he got 3, I think. He did take a couple of wickets with his slow left arm. But he didn't get many runs, which is clearly what he was getting paid to do, I think. He's going to be facing Lewis Rees now, so left armour to left-hander. And they've got 1 slip, a gully, a short cover, a more orthodox cover, and a mid-off. So they're expecting Lewis Rees to bowl outside the off stump here. There is a long leg, as well as a mid-wicket and a mid-on. But it's certainly an offside-heavy field. So it seems. There is a man out on the point boundary as well. That's Alex Thompson out there. The tall figure of Alex Thompson. Of course, there are people walking. And when Lewis Rees is bowling, that becomes an issue because his left arm over, the sight screen doesn't quite reach, and there's all sorts of people wandering about, looking at the Derbyshire timeline. And here comes Rees and bowls to Deploy, who pushes it into the onside. It's Jack Morley fielding at mid-wicket. There is no run. 142 for 4. Still 330 behind Middlesex. And Lewis Rees has twice, not Lewis Rees, Leas Deploy has twice, or did twice, flash at Blair Tickner. Can't have been far away. Because if it had caught the edge of the bat enough, it would have flown over the cordon. As Rees is in, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. A bit of movement away, possibly, from Deploy, but starting wide enough that he didn't have to bother with it. As it went through to Brooke Guest. Started everywhere, as you might expect. This morning, although one game did finish inside 2 days. Durham and Worcestershire. Durham winning by 6 wickets in a game where so few runs were scored. It's almost embarrassing. 81 in their second inning, Worcestershire yesterday. Here is Rees again, and Deploy sort of fiddles it outside the off stump. They're going through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps from Martin Anderson. Good luck, Ben Debenham, trying to work out if there was going to be a run out there had it hit the stumps, because Max Holden is a million miles away as the 12th man. Jack Morley warming up now down below us, which is good to see. Bowled 3 overs yesterday for 10. Get a bit of spin early, see what it's doing. Notice Wayne Manson had a long chat with Blair Tickner, and now Blair Tickner's having a long chat with Lewis Rees. He's clearly the leader of the bowling unit, the former New Zealand Test player. I think he played Test cricket. I'm going to call him that anyway. I should have asked him when he was in the box on day one, hiding behind his coffee cup. No, he did.
Oh, they bought some mini eggs. Are they gone?
Well,
Who's nicked the mini
well,
eggs?
I didn't have any. Here comes Rees. And bowls to Cullen, who is very close to edging that one behind. He manages to get away with it, but he wasn't far off.
Oh, no. Disaster. I wish I hadn't reminded myself now.
3 tests, 13 ODIs, and 18 T20 internationals, Blair Tickner, for New Zealand. Which is considerably more than I've got for anybody. But the cleaners have had him. Here's Rees in bowls to Cullen, full length delivery, dug out. Rees gets a right hand to it, but doesn't take it cleanly.
Where's me dinner?
Have you not brought anything today?
Back to bread, aren't we? Where's me dinner?
Tickner trying to look after the ball as much as he possibly can there at mid-on by giving a good polish on the back of his leg. And Rees is in for the final ball of his first over today. It's another full delivery, and again Cullen does well to dig that one out. Out comes the fielding pads, which means that the jumping Jack Morley is going to come on to bowl from the racecourse end. Deploy has 28, Cullen has 27. Middlesex 143 for 4. Sussex in all sorts of trouble just up the road at Trent Bridge. They have a lead of 96, but they're already 7 down in their second innings. Surrey rather now lead by 80 at Somerset, or against Somerset at the Oval. And the only other second division game going on. Ooh, they've called them Gloucester there. That's poor on this website. Gloucestershire 105 for 6, leading Leicestershire by 95. Leicestershire, the proper surprise package of the second division. I would suggest that they will be, if they win that one, extending their lead at the top of the table. And who expected that? Certainly not me. Logan Van Beek 2 for 28. Cameron Green is in though, so he could do some damage, couldn't he?
Jack Morley.
They've changed that, you know, just for me.
Left arm off spin.
Yeah.
What was it?
Well, it's
Slow left arm?
Slow left arm, which I don't think is a description of anything, is it really? Because you get left arm leggies.
Oh, yeah.
He's a left arm off spinner. Thank you to Matt for that. I've just noticed it. I'm very pleased. Very pleased with myself.
They've blocked off their glass there, so we can't see through to them. Is that Matt's at the other side of the glass?
I think you can see through.
Can you see through?
He just sits back.
Ah, there he is. He's waving. He's. I think he's waving anyway. He's deployed, pushing back up the track to Morley, and there's no run.
I usually wave with more fingers than that. though.
Slipping a short leg. Morley, left arm over. Turning it into the left-handed deploy, who works off the back foot, a single out to deep square. Deploys on 29, 144 for 4.
He won't be too disappointed to be bowling at a right-hander, I don't think, Jack Morley. If he is getting any spin out there.
Or a tail-ender, indeed.
Well,
A right-handed tail-ender. What more could you want in life?
I think they like to be called late-order batsmen, don't they? Lower-order batsmen these days.
They might like it, but... Slipping a short leg. There's a shortish mid-wicket. And it's 144 for 4. As Morley is around the wicket, wide on the crease. Driven out of the block hole almost by Cullen, out to deep cover for a single. I think somebody cried catch, but they might have... It was a puff of dust. It's quite dusty out there, isn't it? There's a big puff of dust as the connections were made, bat, ball, ground, everything together at once, it seemed. deceived the eye of one of the close catchers. Slipping a short leg again for the left-handed deploy. As Morley remains over the wicket to him, and tentatively forward on that one, just about got bad on it, and the ball trickles into the offside. 1-4-5 for 4. If only he's 5 played cricket. Morley bowls, and that is slapped to mid-on with a cry of catch from everybody, but it didn't carry to Anderson. Hands on head for Morley. It was a typical deploy shot, wasn't it? Give it some.
You can whack it, can't it?
Morley bowls, and this ball's worked for a single. Oh, nearly a mix-up with the runner there. Holden is called through. Cullen charging through. It just sounded, I mean, there wasn't too much hesitation. It just sounded as though there was a lot of conversation as they were setting off. 146 for 4, Cullen 28, and deploy 30.
Yeah, Pat Brown with the pick-up and throw is a very fine fielder. He's now leaving the field because Zach Chappell is back. But he is, I think he's, for a quick bowler, and I know quick bowlers are better now, aren't they, at fielding. Yeah, he is a particularly fine fielder. I've got the Weather Girls in my ear now.
Are they a band?
Yes, sorry, yes. There aren't just 2 females talking about the weather.
I've genuinely never heard of them.
It's Raining Men.
Ah. Sister Sledge?
No, the Weather Girls. That's who it is.
Really?
Yeah. I think here is Lewis Rees bowling to Leah's deploy, who defends the first ball back down the track.
Is that what they're playing on a Sunday morning in Derbyshire? It's raining men.
Yeah, on a morning when there is so little chance of rain, and in fact the forecast, there is no rain in the forecast.
They are called the Weather Girls. I never knew that.
Next week.
I never ever knew they were called the Weather Girls at Sunday.
Thank goodness for that. I don't think they had many other hits. They probably had one other minor hit on the back of this one, didn't they? 146 for 4.
One hit wonder, apparently.
As Rees bowls and deploy defends. Out there with a runner, Max Holden, who's standing on the pitch that the previous game played here at the county ground was played on, right in front of us. Great view of that game against Northamptonshire. I'm surprised there aren't more of the backroom staff from Derbyshire out and about, with it being so nice, the weather. As Rees is in, that's defended by deploy out into the offside when it's picked up by Jewell. Coming in from mid-wicket, no cover, and there is no run. And that Gloucestershire 7 down now. I think they were, I'd say that Cameron Green would get a lot. 2. In comes Rees again and bowls to deploy, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Zach Chappell's just sorting his sunnies out down below us. Beautiful they are. Orange arms. That's the sunglasses, not Zach Chappell.
Is he calling up to you, Zach? What's he doing down there? Calling up to somebody?
He won't be calling up to me.
Jane, the scorer, or should we calling up to?
He does talk a lot, though. Here is Rees, and that one is pushed out into the offside again by Leah's deploy. Caleb Jewell once more doing the fielding. There he goes. Come on, Lou. He's one of those characters who can't really keep still. A little gnaw away on his fingernails now. Slip, gully, 2 covers, one relatively short and straight. That's Harry Kame. He's got the fielding pads on, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Man out on the point boundary. Reese is in and bowls, and that one is defended again by Deploy. That was the final ball of the over. Deploy has 30, Cullen has 28. Middlesex are 146 for 4, and they still trail by 326.
BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, live at the County Ground in Derby. For the BBC Sport website and app, Dave Fletcher alongside myself, Kevin Hand. You can pick up the commentary on the streams provided by the counties via their websites as well. 146 for 4, Cullen 28, Deploy 30, and Cullen on strike still. The night watch sent in yesterday evening for the injured Deploy. Deploy has replaced Higgins, the 1 wicket to go this morning. Caught at mid-wicket. A stunner from Thompson with the bowling of Chappell. Slip and a short leg. Fielder at 45. Is he being adjusted? No, just a conversation with him. He remains where he is. Quite deep there, actually. For 45. As here's a length ball from Morley around the wicket to Cullen. He defends. There's a mid-wicket, a mid-on. Mid-on's waving now. Who's he waving at? It's Lewis Reese down there, waving at somebody in the crowd. Mid-off is the chatty Chappell. It's a low full toss from Morley, and it clips through mid-wicket. A chase on here for Reese from mid-on. He might win it, actually. It's bobbling away, and he flicks it back in. That's a good effort. And they've taken 3. Cullen overtakes Deploy again. He's on to 31. 149 for 4. Should this reach the 50 partnership, and on the scoreboard at the moment it says the partnership's 40, then one of us Luddites are going to have to head next door and ask Jane and Don how the partnership was worked out between these two. Is it the 5th wicket? Is it the... It probably... If we think it through logically, there's probably an answer, but...
What was the question?
About this partnership. If it reaches 50...
Yes, is
we
it
might have to...
Yeah, whose partnership is it?
Exactly.
Umpires are meeting.
Again?
I think. Well,
ball
Sue
check,
Redford's just asked for the ball, but I don't think that it was necessarily shown to them.
Some jibber-jabber?
Jack Morley's walking away here. What's going on?
They're pointing at who? Is that Tickner?
That's Martin. No, it's Jack Chappell, isn't it?
It's Chappell got down there. He was at mid-off a minute ago. He's gone. Yeah, he's just moved position.
Yeah.
Has he moved position to be an irritant at 45 and he's managed all of one delivery to do it?
Too much.
Maybe, don't know. Something was up, wasn't it?
Yeah, interesting. It is Zach Chappell there, though.
Yeah, Morley to deploy bowls, and this ball's pushed back to mid-on. I can promise you, he was at mid-on just a moment ago, so he's only just moved there.
No, he was.
Was he there? At 45?
He was down here, wasn't he?
Yes, he was talking down here to...
That was at long leg, I think.
Here's a length ball to deploy, defends, and there's no run. While you were doing the update, it was Cullen on strike, and there was a fielder there at 45, but I'm really sure it was not. Because he's now at backward point for deploy.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it was not Chappell, and he did go from long leg to mid-on, so maybe he was put there to be an irritant. I don't know. I'm putting 2 and 2 together here, am I? Never a good idea.
Accusing him of being an irritant.
This ball's pushed to mid-on, and there's no run.
He's a big lad, you know.
Aye.
No stranger to the
Well,
inside of a gym.
That alone is an irritant, isn't it? Being that big, he's irritated a few of the batters so far. There's Morley. He comes, bowls, and it's clipped away into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run to end the over. 149 for 4, Cullen 31, deploy 30, and the partnership is allegedly 40. Supposedly 40.
Could be anything. Could be anything. Not Sister Sledge, David, no. Definitely the Weather Girls.
Yeah, is that a common misconception then? 'Cause that's what I thought as well.
I don't know.
Who is Sister Sledge?
We Are Family.
Oh,
David.
there you go.
I did that one.
That's it.
What's happening now? Somebody looks, she's got a card out here, Sue Redford. Looks like she's going to show a yellow card to somebody, but of course she's walking to square leg with Leas Deploy. That just looked a bit weird, but it's not weird at all, because that's where Sue Redford is now standing, the umpire, There's Deploy standing alongside her.
We are family, thinking of you.
That's very kind of you. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Cullen, who defends this one into the onside, and there's no run.
I've seen better days.
Yes, that is true.
Love has found me.
Really?
Have love, will travel.
Oh, wow. But Albion have just sent out a grammatically incorrect tweet. Although it's very much in the... nearly went again. That's the,
Oh, I did it on purpose this time.
Did you?
Yep.
Really? Here's Rees into Cullen, who drives but doesn't time it. Picked up at mid-off by Zach Chappell. Our final home game of the season under the pearly lights on Tuesday. Let's finish strong.
Oh dear.
It's the kind of thing that people say in tweets, isn't it? But it's got to be strongly.
Well, it's the kind of thing you say, but you don't write.
Yeah, I think so.
He's the greatest answer.
I wonder why.
That'll be Griff if Derbyshire get their third innings victory against Middlesex in their history.
Rees bowls to Cullen. It's a long way off. That's defended well into the onside. Jewel does the fielding. Yeah. Songs from the 70s. I think you can hear songs from the 70s, 80s and 90s from 2 o'clock on BBC Radio Derby, if that's your...
So where's Raining Men from that it's on at 10 to 12, whatever time it started at that one?
Just on a normal mid-morning...
What are things playing on Sunday morning? It's Raining Men.
Bit lively. Rees bowls, clipped off his pads there, and then a dive over it from Blair Tickner as the ball makes its way towards the boundary and gets there. Cullen picks up another 4. That's his 6th. He moves on to 35, and the 150's up for Middlesex in the 52nd over.
Oh, it's getting near this partnership. Who's going to go and ask Jane and Don? You or I?
I'm scared.
Yeah, me too. Can we call a friend?
Whoever's not on when they get to 48 goes through. Is that fair?
Yeah, deal done.
We'll do it like that. Block these last 2, for goodness sake. Cullen bowls. Oh, edge past the edge of the bat. That was very close to the edge of the bat. It seemed from here. I'm trying to work out who that is at the bottom of the stairs and the little players, but it looks like he's asleep, but he's not. He's playing on his phone.
Do you think they got confused on a Sunday morning? They searched Hallelujah and ended up with It's Raining Men.
I think you'll find that we don't have much control over the music we play. 153 for 4. Rees in and bowls, and again beats the edge of Cullen's bat. And that is the final ball of the over, which is bad news because it should be the person who's off when they get to 48. And if they get a 4 now, I'm going to have to go in this next over and ask about the partnership, because obviously the person who's on it, the person who's on air can't go, so it's the person who's off. So I could have really done with a 4 being scored off that one of those final 2 balls of the over, but they weren't. 153 for 4, Cullen 35, Deploy 30.
The little squeak in our ears back.
Yes, it's done it twice now, and I don't like it.
I was just setting it up for you to have a go at somebody at Derbyshire.
I don't like it when
it squeaks.
When Kubi boxes, which is what we use for this ISDN line, make noises.
Morley to Deploy, who's on 30. It would be lovely if he'd score a 4 now, Elias. As Morley's in, bowls, and Deploy defends annoyingly into the onside. They have a single though. Goes in between mid-wicket and the deep square, Thompson.
There were too many players in all white running towards the ball at the same time. There was the runner, Max Holden, and the fielder. I think it's David Lloyd.
Yeah, it did make me pause because I was thinking it was 2 fielders converging.
Yes, I did. I thought it was 2 fielders to start with.
Morley. Madson's at slip and he's having a chat with Chappell, who's at 45. Short leg in place. And Cullen clips into the onside here. Great excitement from the commentary box as they take 2. They're on to 47, the partnership. 48 was the deal, wasn't it? Oh, no, you're within a shot. Yeah, within a shot of the...
Sack it. I'll go.
Yeah. He takes his life in his hands, Dave Fletcher, as he steps from the commentary box to the scorer's box. Jane and Don await with a fierce look from over their shoulders. They field the question. Oh, there's a chuckle from Jane. Don's not impressed. Don's thinking, Kev should know this by now. 21 seasons, how have you not figured it out? Here's Morley, round the wicket he bowls, and this is driven away. And fielded at deep point. Single. Cullen moves to 38, 157 for 4. Same first year for Don and I, 2005. Well, I think Don was telling me the other day 2006, but I'm sure I remember him in 2005 being around here, there, somewhere. Slipping a short leg. Here is Morley. Bowling to deploy. He's in now, and it's short and eased into the offside. Middlesex trailing by 315. Fletcher's return.
Scoops back.
Oh, there was a chuckle, at least, probably at our expense.
Well, no.
Morley's in, bowls, and oh, now going for a paddle. Going to scoop it around the corner there, deploy rather aggressively. He makes no contact. It either bounces off his shoulder or that of the keeper, and there's no run. Have you got time in between deliveries?
Well,
how many we've got last
it's
ball
the
of the
last
over?
one, isn't it? I'll wait until this then.
What if he hits the boundary, though? You're going to have to tell us mid-commentary.
Yes. Don't
have to
describe,
interrupt.
a 50-run partnership, though. That's all I'm saying.
Morley. He bowls, and that's tickled to square leg. Yes, is the call, and Cullen had to get a scurry on. Mid-wicket's a little rueful that he didn't pick it up cleanly. It probably would have been okay, but...
Pat round again.
159, I think that'll tick to, will it? No, it won't.
No.
158 for 4.
Yeah.
Middlesex trail by 314 runs. Deploy 32. Cullen 38. Dave Fletcher, news from the mark.
Well, it won't be a 50-run partnership because they've picked up, I think, 5 runs from the previous partnership between Deploy and Higgins. But Higgins, it's some kind of... It's not a computer glitch. It's the way the computer has been set up, it seems to me.
Does the computer say no?
Yes. Very much saying no. So Jane is currently doing sums next door.
Oh.
So she may or may not have news at some point.
That sounds like a punishment. Jane is doing sums next door. Is that her homework?
Really? So it is 1 run from the 50 partnership.
Oh, it is. Yeah. For the 5th wicket,
Oh,
although
no,
the 5th
no,
wicket
no.
may not be... although the 5th wicket may not solely be Cullen and Deploy. Is that... Oh, we don't know. We'll go with the scoreboard. Is that what she's telling us to do? It says
The
49.
5th wicket has been solely Cullen and Deploy.
Oh, it has. So the partnership is 49 then?
But it seemed to didn't... I don't think it started on 0. Anyway, we'll just go with that. We'll go with that. I'm happy. And if I'm happy, everybody should be happy.
We need the little squeak in our ear, don't we?
We do. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Leas Deploy, who guides this out into the offside, and there is the 50 partnership between Deploy and Cullen. Deploy moves on to 33, 159 for 4.
Terrible way to talk about the former Middlesex treasurer.
It
Head of the cricket ACS. Let's just call him that. Head of the ACS. Association of Cricket Scorers. Statisticians and scorers.
No, there's no scorers in bold.
Is that either not?
No, it's statisticians.
Is Don a statistician? Is Jane a statistician?
No, she's a scorer.
Oh.
They do talk to each other. They're not like 2 different
In binary code.
computer programs. Yeah, Lewis Rees bowls and goes past the edge of Cullen's bat. Again, that's 3 times at least that has happened. Another good delivery from Rees. Cullen is now playing, as you would expect a night watchman to play, despite having been out there for an hour and a quarter today. With that infuriating play and a miss. A semaphore going on now between Madsen and Rees, and the upshot of it is we're getting another slip. So Caleb Jewell will come into first slip, where Madsen will be second slip, and Martin Anderson will be third slip. They are all genuine slip fielders as Rees is in and bowls. This is driven but straight to Zach Chappell by Cullen.
That was a little agricultural, that, wasn't it? That was the first
Yeah.
naughty shot.
I think he got frustrated by playing and missing to Lewis Rees. Blair Tickner finds himself at mid-wicket, which is an interesting position for a 6'8" New Zealander who bowls quick to find himself.
Good innings this by Cullen, isn't it? How irritated are you right now?
I'm
Fletch?
reasonably irritated.
What about
already.
with Cullen?
It's my natural state. As Rees is into bowl to Cullen, who gets a shorter delivery from Rees, who stays and stares, and Cullen just looks down, having played the ball gently into the offside. 5 people in the moved stand, away to our right-hand side. It hasn't moved since yesterday, but
Was
it has moved.
Was that moved from where the temporary permanent stand is now?
It was moved from where the Diana Ross stand is,
Ah,
as it will always be known.
yes.
Well done, Anthony. Here comes Rees and bowls. That is driven and just, well, did it go through the hands or did it drop short of Jack Morley at backward point? Either way, it's rolled away to the boundary. But it wasn't far away from Morley at all, and Rees stands with his hands on his hips halfway down the pitch. Madsen has his hands on his head.
We'll be marking Zach on the camera for this one now, won't we?
I doubt it. I mean, it might still be Zach, I suppose. I'm just going to dial
They
it up.
change.
Oh yeah, there's 4 of them here today.
What, they all rotate around?
They rotate around.
What, in between overs?
No.
Where do they find the time? So how would you have had time? Oh, there you go. They got it. Have they got it? Oh, he's missed it.
It wasn't Zach.
Who was it? The other fella.
Yeah.
The other new one.
Matt, who was it? Here is. I can't tell from this distance. Rees is in and bowls, and that one is defended by Cullen, who moved on to 42, incidentally, with that boundary.
Apparently it's the other new one. He's been here 3 years. What have you found now?
No, I've just been set. I can't reveal anything about this.
Oh. Revelations. On a Sunday. 163 for 4. Deploy 33. Cullen 42. Partnerships 50. Did we mark the 50 partnership? Or were we nattering about other stuff?
Yeah, no, I mentioned it.
After all you did, well done.
Matt's just telling me that it's Zach. I've just looked through my binoculars,
it's Zach.
and I don't think it is Zach.
He's got his hand up now. He is finally listening, Zach, or? Oh, he's moved the camera. Is he zooming in on us? Careful now.
Probably said it's Zach. Anyway, it doesn't really matter who it is, does it?
Is he listening? Yeah. Give us a wave, Zach.
Well, if he's listening, it'll take him 30 seconds to give us a wave. They were listening the other day. No idea why.
Hey, he's waving.
Oh, excellent.
Here's Morley. Bowls to deploy. Go straight. Oh, I thought he went straight through. Now, where did that end up? It's dropped down in front of him.
It's come out of the wicket-keeper's gloves.
Well, that was what I wondered, yeah. But
Yeah.
it's bounced a long way back in front of deploy coming out of the gloves, hasn't it? So it's gone through deploy and somehow back through him off the gloves. As here is Morley. Bowls and deploy. Gets the paddle away. Fine. And 4 runs it is.
Straight out of his gloves.
Yeah.
First,
Oh, no, I wasn't doubting it. I was just saying it was odd, wasn't it? How far back it got.
no.
Because that was what I thought as well. But the oddity was how then he had to come around the front of the batter to collect it. Have I erred? I thought it went for 4. Did it get cut off? It must have done because Cullen's on strike. My apologies. I took my eyes off it because I thought it was 4 all the way.
I thought it was 4.
Cullen on strike though, so
Clearly not.
no. Deploy moves to 34, 164 for 4. And Morley's around the wickets. Cullen, who looks for a sweep, and he gets it away fine. He swept it almost through the legs of the keeper, I reckon. He's got a bottom edge on his sweep, and yeah, 4. Oh no, buys. That's turned from left arm around the wicket, around the legs of the right-hander, and through the keeper.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, there is.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Well, we talked about the dustiness out there, and that is going to be interesting at some point, which really does make this follow-on quite crucial. As here's Morley bowls, and forward goes Cullen. There's no run. Time is against the match, though.
Yes.
Because we do often say, well, if they could get to the follow-on, actually, that's...
It would kill the game.
Yes, yeah. Or indeed, how am I thinking of this? If they don't get to the follow-on and they are put back in, Morley bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. And there's now Middlesex won at Wantage Road a couple of years back, having been asked to follow on. And it was one of those rare occasions when we all sat here and said, no, don't enforce the follow on. You'll give Middlesex every chance of winning it. But it would have been relatively early in the match. This is relatively late in the match. So, yeah, there'll be no doubt if they can enforce the follow on, that's exactly what they'll be doing. As Morley's around the wicket, bowls, and forward goes Cullen. But yeah, if they can get to the follow on, 149, you have a quick blast with it, then there just become a little bit of third innings pressure then on the side who failed to bowl them out shy of the follow-on. 168 for 4. Have you got the problem I had this morning, forgetting to plug myself in?
No, I plugged myself in. I'm just looking for another charger. I've got a number of, but they all seem to be the wrong type.
Oh. Can I assist? Can I lend you one?
No. I don't really need the one in the phone.
Would you like me to plug you in, Fletch?
I'd prefer it if you didn't. Oh, I've got it. What are we doing? Oh, we've had a... That's very kind of you. That was the end of the over. 168 for we ought to start concentrating again. At some point soon, we're going to start concentrating again. And then it'll be lunch when we can stop concentrating for 40 minutes. It is Joel. Thank you. I thought it was Joel. He's got that sort of weird T-shirt on. He's on the camera, incidentally. He's back from the Caribbean. You did correct it, Matt. And there is an edit button now on WhatsApp. If you prefer that way, then I won't be able to call you out. In comes Rees then to bowl to Deploy, who rather fiddles the forward defensive shot at that one. He does, I was going to say tendency, that would be wrong, but he does play shots like that, Leas Deploy. Although he's a very, very fine cricketer now. Learned everything he knows here at the county ground. Certainly got much more used to English conditions while he was playing here at Derbyshire. He's gone on to become a very, very good white ball cricketer as well as Rees bowls. That one is left alone by Deploy to go through to Brooke Guest. So Gloucestershire are now 8 down and leading by 111. Told you about the previous wicket. It's now Graham Van Buren, who is out for 8. So it's Zaman Akhtar and Josh Shaw who are together in the middle down at Bristol. As Rees is in, Deploy plays that one uppishly into the leg side. There isn't a fielder close enough in the leg side to capitalise as the ball dribbles towards Jack Morley eventually. And they remain at 168 for 4. Sussex 7 down, leading by 117 in their second innings at Trent Bridge. And Surrey have been dismissed for 367. Somerset already 9 for 1 in their second innings, trailing by 75. Here comes Rees to Deploy, who pushes this out along the floor into the offside. No run. Glorious day here in Derby. Permanent temporary stand with a fair old sprinkling of spectators. Still that knot of supporters under the shade of the East Midlands demolition stand roof. Say a handful of people in the moved stand, and we can't see the Diana Ross stand. We're going to have to find a different name for it. As Rees bowls, left alone by Deploy to go through to Guest. Good support for Rees out there from his teammates. Wayne Madsen just has a look around to long leg where David Lloyd is fielding. I wonder if we're going to see him before we see, I haven't seen him in this inning so far, before we see Alex Thompson. As Rees is in, that one is pushed out into the offside once again by Lewis Rees, Who's removing his cap? Well, Jack Morley's marching purposefully towards the stumps. David Lloyd is trotting in from long leg. Manson having a word with Morley. And no removal of cap from David Lloyd. So we can safely say that Jack Morley is going to continue. He's bowled 4 overs for 12 so far this morning. Now he does remove his cap. The man from Rochdale. Nice sports car comes into the car park. A long conversation here between Wayne Manson and Blair Tickner. Jack Morley's pointing at David Lloyd, in fact, and he moves out a little bit deeper at cover. It'll be Blake Cullen facing initially. The long conversation continues. Just over half an hour to go until the tea interval. First ball beats the edge of Cullen's bat. There we go. The ball is starting to turn clearly for Jack Morley. Saw those 4 byes in the previous over, and he's on his way in again. Bowls, that one is defended by Cullen. It's a really nice delivery to start the over. Just seen the replay of it. Cullen prodding forward. A little bit of zoom there from the camera. Not a big fan of that. Come on, Joel, keep it steady. That one's played back. 2. Jack Morley. Halfway through his 8th over. Bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side. Caleb Jewell does the fielding on this occasion. Tosses the ball back to Morley, who's on his way in again. No, he isn't. He's just trying his hand on the grass. Oh, now then. Umpire Redfern unhappy with where Morley is completing his follow-through. He's in once more and bowls, and that's defended by Cullen out into the offside.
Sorry, Fletcher, that took a long time making that.
No.
I can't make it through a full session anymore. Is that age catching up on me?
Yes, well, the trouble is that when I said yes to the tea, I'm thinking, better not drink it all. That's very kind.
32 minutes to lunch. On the 3rd day, 304 behind still Middlesex.
Something spicy today, in fact, I reckon. As Morley bowls, and it's defended by Cullen again. Straight back to the bowler, and that is back-to-back maidens from... oh, I'll get it. You spin me right round. 160, was it that? 168 for 4. It should have been. Sounded like it.
It was an advert. A Ricky Gervais clip on YouTube was about to play with an advert ran in front of it.
I'm not sure we can play either.
Yeah.
Deploy has 34 and Cullen has 42.
He's good, Ricky. You must love Ricky Gervais.
I do enjoy.
He's
Ricky
grumpy as
Gervais.
anything.
I do enjoy Ricky.
He's my favourite.
He doesn't care, does he?
No.
In comedy, that is something.
I could watch all of his Golden Globe things over and over again on repeat.
And constantly do, I'm afraid.
Here's Reese. He's left arm over to deploy, who defends into the onside. There's no run. Mid-wicket comes around. 2 close catches in the covers, a slip and a gully. For Reese to deploy. 98 balls face now for Leas to deploy. He's digging in. Renowned as being as aggressive as he is from the off. He's got a different job to do for his side, which Cullen is doing very well at the other end as well. 42 from 90.
Irritatingly.
Yes. Here's Reese in bowls and forward goes deployed, defending into the offside. Dot ball it is.
27th of April, and the dust that's coming up off the pitch when the bowler bowls is remarkable. And this time last year, you could have had the British Swimming Championships on the outfield. It's been ludicrously warm, hasn't it, really?
Yeah. Is it 24 they expected to hit today? Which wouldn't
around that.
Wouldn't quite. Was it 25 has been the hottest day of the year so far already? Here's Rees in bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside. There's no run. There was one extremely hot day 2 rounds ago, wasn't there, on the Friday, the first day of the whatever round of fixtures that was.
So we were at Leicester. It was pouring off me.
Oh,
because we were up,
those steps.
Up the steps weren't the worst part. It was being in the little greenhouses on top of it.
Yeah.
They do get warm.
They do. Goodness me, yes. Do you know the lifts were out at Lord's last week? Both lifts. Yeah, exactly.
That's not good.
Here's Rees in bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside for a single to deep backward point. I reckon they were out. They were out overnight as well, so I reckon they were out for the best part of 4 sessions across a day and a bit. Bob throwing all those parties in the lifts overnight up in the media centre. I reckon it is. You know Bob.
Yeah.
36 years at Lord's now, Bob.
Top man, Bob.
Yeah.
36 years.
Brought in cakes for his last round to celebrate. Lemon fancies. They were good.
Yeah.
Here's Rees to Cullen. 2 slips and a gully. Yeah, lift was out there. But the biggest drama with that was how are they going to get the soup up at lunch? Carrying that up the...
I can imagine.
I offered to help, of course.
Yeah. Whether it be the green soup, the brown soup, the red soup, or the beige soup.
Rees to Cullen, who is edging through to the keeper. Looks to drive, eyeing up the covers. And Rees zips one through, holding its line, and great disappointment for Cullen as he drags himself back. He held the position for so long, head down, leaning forward, lunging forward onto that front pad. Well, he has to push himself back up and take himself off. He's gone for 42. Court guest bowled Rees for 42. And that was his 91st delivery. Middlesex are 169 for 5, still trailing by 303.
Cullen had been threatening to do that in the last couple of overs bowled by Lewis Rees. He played and missed at 2 in the over before last. He played and missed at 1 in the previous over. And now he has taken the edge, Lewis Rees, and gets his reward, his first wicket of the innings, which will delight him, his 16th wicket of this season. Got 10 for in the opening round of the championship against Gloucestershire, and it was a fairly straightforward edge and catch for Lewis, for Brooke Guest. It almost suggests that it's not the kind of pitch, given the run rate that we've had over the 2 innings as well. Derbyshire going along at a little over 2.5, and this is under 3 still for Middlesex. It's not an easy pitch to score quickly on, is it? You can sort of defend and defend and defend, but in the end, lower order batters especially, but most of them, they like to play the odd shot every now and again. And if they can't do that, then you've got a chance of getting a wicket. Ben Geddes.
Yes.
About it.
Yes.
Don't know anything about him.
Signed from Surrey, couldn't get it. It was the same with Dave Chepson yesterday. It was a bit like the Middlesex side of 1981 when they had 12 internationals. So there was an international left on the side. It's a bit like that at Surrey at the moment, isn't it? So highly, highly regarded, particularly by the Middlesex coach, Richard Johnson. Delighted with the capture of Geddes from Surrey. He coached him when he was the one-day coach at Surrey. Whoever the Surrey coach was obviously off with the 100 at that point. Richard Johnson then became the Surrey coach for the one-day cup, and Geddes was coached by Johnson at that point. The bowling coach otherwise, so he knew of him also. Yeah. But he's managed to convince Geddes to come across in the winter, so they're really, really excited by his capture. Here's Rees, left arm over, he bowls, and the right-hander drives up to mid-off. There's no run. 2 slips and a gully. And Geddes joins deploy. We talked about Higgins and deploy being the powerhouse of the Middlesex lineup, really, at 4 and 5, but Geddes has certainly got the ability to come quickly into that bracket as well. He's impressed in his time so far. That's the end of the over. It was an impressive one from Rees. He's picked up Cullen, who's gone for 42, a fine 42 as well, because had he have come in at 10 and got 42, wasn't that a good innings by him?
Yes.
It was an excellent innings overnight as well, and it has held up somewhat, Derbyshire, this morning. An hour and 35 minutes on the clock on the third day, but yeah, back to your point, Fletch. 303 behind, trailing by still Middlesex, 169 for 5. If they did get to if they did avoid the following, it does pretty much kill the match, because Middlesex, as you say, with 74 overs remaining today, at the rate they're going, it'll take all of that just to reach parity.
You'd have one day to get. Well, they'd have to get all 10 Derbyshire wickets, wouldn't they? Then, and it seems unlikely.
Well, that's it. I mean, even if they got to parity and skittled Derbyshire at tea tomorrow, I mean, these are really. Because what it does do is kind of kill the Derbyshire victory, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The only side that can then win it is Middlesex, but that's the. Is there then a third innings wobble as a result? So it's.
There would have to be one.
Yeah.
You would have thought.
Yeah.
I didn't realise Middlesex had become like the dumping ground for Surrey players. It's such a shame. Such a shame. It's Jack Morley. You know I don't mean it. Into Leas Deploy, who that one goes through everything as well. Keeps low. Did it hit the footmarks? It's gone for 4 byes. I just think that one scuttled along the floor. It was a full delivery from Jack Morley. Just watching a replay of it now, and that one pitches and well, it might have turned a touch, which is what's done for Brooke Guest behind the stumps. 173 for 5. Morley in again, and that one does turn, and it says, oh no, it isn't. It's played into the leg side and not taken at short leg. Now then, has that gone into the hands of Harry Kame or not? I'm not 100% certain on first viewing. There were hands on heads from David Lloyd, who's at a straightish mid-wicket.
Oh,
I tell you what.
Looked like it on the replay.
I think that might be a drop. Deploy on 35. In comes Morley again. It's making things happen at the moment, and that one is defended into the offside. Harry Kame unable to cling on to that one. 173 for 5. He comes in again. That one keeps a little bit low, and Deploy turns it into the leg side. Tumbling stop from Martin Anderson at mid-wicket. And there's no run. I'd to see that one from front on again. I know they don't necessarily do requests next door, but...
Don't they?
Well, they do occasionally, though. They've been very accommodating. Morley in, that strikes the pad of Leas to play. He's getting turn out there now. Is Jack Morley. We can't really see it until we watch a replay, which is a bit awkward when he's bowling his overs as quickly as he is. 173 for 5. He's only got one ball of this over to go. That's how quickly he's bowling them, and he's in now and tosses this one up, but it's a full-length delivery. Pushed back to him by Deploy, and the over comes to an end. Another good over from Jack Morley, who's bowled 9 overs for 22 now. 173 for 5. Geddes yet to get off the mark, having only faced the one delivery. Deploy on 35. Middlesex trailing by 299. It's below the psychological 300 barrier now. If indeed it is psychological.
That's Deploy or bust, really, isn't it? Need another 150 runs from here to avoid the follow-on.
We're showing a replay of something here, and that's the ball going into the leg side. Yeah, straight into the hands and straight out. Thank you, Matthew. Straight in. He was diving away to his right-hand side, Harry Kame, but it wasn't one of those that comes so quickly at you that you know, it either sticks or it doesn't. He got both hands to it, Kame. So he'd be disappointed.
Rees is in, bowling to Ben Geddes, the Middlesex number 6 in at 7 due to the night watch. He leaves alone outside of the off stump. 2 slips and a gully behind him.
6 in at 7.
6 in at 7.
Excellent.
Is that another Sister Sledge song?
I'm trying to think of a song with numbers in it, but I think of his 2468 motorway, and that doesn't really apply.
Is that the number of points you racked up this
It's
season?
that 5-4-3-2-1, isn't it? That was in the 60s.
3 slips going down. He's on the 3rd slip. And a gully, and that races away through gully, but all along the floor. Anderson tightening up to that 3rd slip, down to the vacant deep 3rd. It loses pace dramatically at the last, but David Lloyd doesn't. When he flicks it back in, they've got an all-run 3. 176 for 5.
Yeah, good effort from David Lloyd. Didn't give it up and was right not to, because, as you say, it slowed up considerably, didn't it? I was watching them mow the outfield this morning, so it's not as if it hasn't had a little trim. It is fairly quick.
Speaking of a little trim, go back to your comment. It was brought up yesterday, wasn't it, when you were grumbling on the motorway? I said something to try and get you to message.
I wasn't grumbling. I
He's,
can't remember what you were talking about.
His deploys in, bowls, and Reese is in and bowls. Deploy turns through square leg. Why do I keep getting those two the wrong way round? Reese
Well,
and Deploy.
Lewis and Leas, and it's all very
both
complicated.
left-armers.
Yeah, it's too complicated,
Left-handers.
really.
I was telling Dave Jepson yesterday that you described me as having a teenager's hairdo and a 60-year-old's beard, but
Well,
he thought it was a backhanded compliment. I said no, it was one criticism followed by an even worse one.
I didn't think I'd said that. I couldn't remember saying it.
Do you not?
No.
You say so many things.
Well, that's it. I'm
Mean
on
ones.
autopilot for most of the day.
Here's Reese. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run. I said no. He's gone in hard, and then he's covered it with a softer blow afterwards. I thought the real sledge in that was that he's got a teenager's hairdo.
Well, what about Jeppo's hair? I mean, you said to him yesterday when he walked into the room how well he looked. And he does. He looks terrifically well, Dave. He's got the old ponytail going on.
He does.
I like that.
Yeah,
I wish
yeah.
I could grow a ponytail. I wish I could grow hair. Ponytail is what I would have.
I did think that he needed to join our bearded societies. Here's Reese in bowls to Deploy, defends into the onside. I was saying what a hirsute media centre it was. They'd all followed your lead and got beards in there now, hadn't they, up here?
Nobody's followed my lead, I'm afraid. Quite right, too.
But I could see you and Jep on a night out with the beard. You with the beard and him with the ponytail.
Yeah, they'd be asking us where we'd left our bikes.
At Grace Road, the Bikers Club.
Never been on one once. Didn't like it.
Never again.
No, I didn't like it.
I did a moped, but never a bike. It was a full delivery from Reese to Deploy. It's pushed back and there's no run. And actually, I didn't even make it out of the shop. My mates went and hired them. And one of the mates, it was turned on. He put his hand on the handlebar. The next thing, the moped's going up the wall. Came back down on top of him. He got a clip around the head by the owner of the shop because he could do that back then. And we all scurried off. Didn't take bikes with us. The mopeds with us.
Too dangerous for me.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
Yeah, too dangerous. At the moment, Jack Morley and Wayne Madsen are having a conversation. Wayne Madsen, one of the finest players of spin bowling, is talking to his left-arm spinner, so he sort of knows what he's talking about. He's going to be bowling initially to Ben Geddes. Still Jack Davis, Safa Gohar, Toby Rowland Jones and Dane Patterson to come. Dane Patterson can hit the ball a long way. Took a blinding catch here a couple of years ago for Notts. Which is about all I remember of him, apart from being a nasty quick. Here's Morley then, 178 for 5. Bowls to Geddes, who defends the first ball into the offside, picked up by Kame. And there's no run. Morley with that flick of the arms outwards, bowls a full delivery that's clipped nicely into the leg side. Chase on here for Jewell. I think he'll get there before the ball gets to the boundary. He does, but he has to just tap it back so the batters get through for 3. Max Holden running towards the striker's end, which confused me momentarily. That was the 3rd run. Geddes moves on to 6, 181 for 5.
Poor old Max. Form batter of the season. Gets a low one here. Back out you go and do the running
I
duties.
assume he will have volunteered, will he?
Yeah, I guess so.
Wheeling his arms there. That's Tickner. As Morley is in, bowling to Deploy, pushes it out into the offside. There's no run. Gloucestershire don't look like they're going to set Leicestershire much of a target here. They're 147 for 9. That's a lead of 137. The first innings, 252 and 262. So there could be quite a decent finish there as well if the Gloucestershire bowlers come to the party. That one's turned into the leg side by Deploy. Scored 2 runs since being put down by Kane. Cullen, well, he made an extra 26 runs after that tough chance to Caleb Jewell. This one is driven, but off the outside of the bat, outside edge of the bat. Goes down to Jewell, who finds himself at backward point. It's weird looking up and not seeing Anuj Dal at backward point. Not necessarily in this game, because he wasn't selected, because he's got a bit of a back issue, but he generally feels that. As Morley is in again, that one's turned into the leg side. On the bounce to Harry Kane. And that was he gets through his overs so quickly. That was the end of his 10th over. He's gone for just 25 runs as well, Jack Morley, bowling nicely. He's bowled nicely all season. He's been the first choice spinner. Now been supplemented by the additional spinner. The man we're going to see now, Alex Thompson, who removes his cap at the City end. So we're going to rattle through some overs here.
Aye.
In the remaining 14 minutes or so before lunch.
181 for 5 it is. So Middlesex.
Right arm off spin, you see. Just off spin would have done for that, man. We know what an off spinner is. It's just unusual when they're a left arm off spinner. Different proposition, of course, apart from being right and left-handed off spinners. But Jack Morley, not as tall as Alex Thompson, who's 6'5", which is, I always think, very tall for an off spinner.
Ollie Rayner, yeah, he was up there around that. 6'5", Ollie Rayner, Middlesex and Sussex.
Should be able to play for England at that kind of height.
Aye.
Number 1 criteria.
Actually, he does look a bit like Ollie Rayner from afar. The build of him. Scored a century on first-class debut against the Sri Lankans, Ollie Rayner. Only century of his career, I think, if memory serves. Took 15 in a match at the Oval when they prepared a real turner for, I think it would have been Batty at the time, and possibly Zafar Ansari was there at the time. But it turned out not to turn so much. It bounced, and it played into the hands of Rayner. Here's Thompson. Right arm over, he bowls, and at good pace sends that one down. It's pushed into the onside. It's the great difficulty at 6'5" is the pace, isn't it?
Yeah. You can't really loop it either, because if you're going to chuck it up, it's going to go up an awful long way.
Here's Thompson again, bowls, and this is punched through the covers. That's a lovely shot off the back foot by, again, he's just giving himself a bit of space, and he'll pick up 2. They'll turn for a 3rd as the slide and the flick pushes the ball back in. John Embry, I remember, was always regarded as very tall for an off-spinner, but he certainly wasn't 6'5", was he?
No.
I always remember watching on TV as a kid. Very tall for an off-spinner.
You think a lot of them from the subcontinent who are very short, aren't they? And they do loop it up in the air, but there are more and more taller spinners, even in India and Pakistan these days, than they used to be.
The bounce is so useful nowadays, especially in one-day cricket, isn't it?
And of course, everybody's getting taller.
Well, indeed. All eating so well.
Apparently.
Goes Thompson around the wicket, he bowls, and forward goes Deploy. Got a big lunge in there. It's beat the inside edge, hit the pad, but outside the line of off, it deflects away into the offside. Nothing doing from umpire Debenham. Well, you only have to go to the theatre in London to see how much we've grown in the last 100 years or so. Yes. You can't fit your legs in them, in those seats. So here's Thompson, and a paddle from Deploy for 4, and that one does go for 4. Gets that one away fine, nicely played. Deploy moves to 41 from 117, 188 for 5.
Just showing a replay. That was possibly going down leg side, the LBW shout.
Oh, was it really? My apologies. I said he got outside the line of off. Yeah.
No. My eyes aren't very good.
Is that another paddle, that's in the air for some time. They just pick up a single, I thought for a moment, short leg. The way that it looped up, I thought he was just going to put his hands forward and take it, but the line had deceived me. It was coming fine all the while.
It's interesting, this, isn't it? Because Lewis Deploy wasn't... Jack Morley wasn't here when Lewis Deploy was, but Alex Thompson was. What if he just thinks of it, he's got a way of dealing with it?
Thompson bowls and forward goes, Geddes defending into the offside.
Because despite the fact that they mainly bat with dog sticks and all the rest of it, they do occasionally face each other in the nets, don't they? Even now. So, well, interesting. So, an arm around the shoulder of Harry Kame there from Wayne Madsen. Kame still admonishing himself for the drop of Deploy on 35.
283 Middlesex trail by, so 134 more to avoid the follow-on with 5 wickets standing. I said that it was Deploy or bust earlier and didn't quite follow that up because obviously Ben Geddes is then talking up what a good batter he is, but Deploy's got 118 balls under his belt.
Next over from Jack Morley begins with Deploy clipping him down towards deep backward square leg for a single.
So to speak. 42, 43, 119 balls now. Deploy 43. Were Deploy to fall, then Geddes all of a sudden, he's only got 4 wickets left at the other end. And they are lower order batters, although very good ones in Zafra, Gohar and Toby Rowland-Jones thereafter.
Jack Davies must be able to bat.
And Jack Davies, my apologies. Yeah, sorry, Jack Davies as well. I'm forgetting, of course, because 5 down. It's
they're all rounders these days, aren't they?
They are indeed. And he started his first-class debut for Middlesex was as an opening bat, Jack Davies. So, yes, you're absolutely right. Davies as well. But the point, they've got one very well-set batter, haven't they?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Albeit that he's hindered and has a runner out there. Stephen Eskenazi produced a fine innings against Leicestershire at Merchant Taylor's School when batting with a runner in. It was almost as though, did it focus his mind? Because there were only so many shots that he could actually play. It was a serious hamstring injury, I think he had.
Geddes on strike for Morley, who bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside.
And honestly, I don't think I've commentated on a more injured, top order batter in particular, batting with a runner. They almost needed a wheelbarrow to get him to the middle for the second innings.
Morley's in again. That's another foolish delivery. It's pushed out into the offside. There's a misfield, but they decide against going for a run. It was that Martin Anderson who seldom misfields. It has to be said. Gloucestershire are all out for 152. They've set 143 for Leicestershire to extend their lead at the top of the table. Morley in, and that one is defended into the onside by Geddes. It's fielded by Caleb Jewell. Next delivery, thank you, the void. And this one is driven down the ground by Geddes, and he's going to get 4 for it, which unfortunately spoils the email I'm about to read out. He moves on to 194 for 5. When Geddes had 6, he'd scored all of his runs in 3s. Any stat fiends fancy looking up what the highest all 3s innings is? No. I'm not a stats
Well, you're not a
fan,
stats fiend, yeah.
but he did get to 9 all in 3s, as well as the void points out. Here is Morley. He's just got a 4 though. Geddes goes back and pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run.
That's getting sent to some of our stats mates.
194 for 5. The first 3 scoring shots he played all resulted in 3s. He's got 13 now. Deploy has 43. And Middlesex, as I say, 194 for 5, trailing by 278. I only have one more update to do today.
Really?
Yeah, and then that's it. It's just
What
me
are you
and
doing
you
after
for the
that?
afternoon.
Will you be all right?
Yeah, they're all timed on a weekend now. I'm not a big fan. Well, I am. I don't mind them, but it's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. 63 overs gone in the innings now.
I'm sending this stat question.
Yeah?
All 9 runs. First 9 runs, all
All from 3s.
from 3s.
When was the last time that happened? Thompson begins anew over. The ball
Thank
left
you.
alone by Deploy to go through to Guest. I didn't think you were watching.
What's the highest? I'd have salvaged it, but thank you. What's the highest score reached in threes alone? So here's a sweep from Deploy off Thompson, and they had moved the short leg to backwards. Well, no, he's a leg slip, isn't he? That's 4 runs as a long leg doesn't get there. It was looping and bobbling, and over it goes, 4 runs. But yeah, that's as much to stop the paddle. The throw comes in. Yep, Deploy was nearly struck again. Oh, you missed Anderson yesterday.
Yes, he was hitting successive deliveries, wasn't he? Once by the bowler and once by a fielder.
Yes. Yeah, same side of the head as well.
Excellent. But apparently the helmet split from the first blow.
Did it? Here is Deploy pushing back up the track, and there's no run.
That's the word. Now then, where's Harry Kane going?
45.
Yeah, I think so. Is that not after the horse has bolted?
Well, he was playing those paddles, wasn't he? Which he's going to have to put away now. They'd moved him to leg slip for it originally from short leg as 40 goes and dabbles this to the 45 all along the floor though. Just a little tickle as opposed to a sweep.
Nothing better.
A little tickle. Thompson to Deploy. Takes a moment there, doesn't he? Deploy as Thompson bowls and deploys forward, easing into the offside. And Geddes is called through for a single. 199 for 5. 273. Middlesex's deficits. That's the end. No, it isn't. They're changing for the right-hander. Thompson has 1 ball to come of his 5th over. Number for 18, and we have less than 3 minutes till we find out what spicy chicken we've got today. Thompson from the city end, he bowls and Geddes over the top, pushes back. 199 for 5. It is.
So we'll only have, well, we might get 2 overs in, I suppose, if Jack Morley gets through this one really quickly, but their over 8 is level, so there's no great hurry.
I can feel Geddes' shoelace loosening as we speak.
Yeah. I recognise this song as well, but I couldn't tell you what it was. I hope he tells me at the end.
Era. Give us the era, Dave.
Early 80s.
Ooh.
It's a Stock Aitken and Waterman styley. It might even be them, but what I should do is put my phone near it, because my phone can do that. This first delivery from Morley's over is pushed down the track. And there's no run.
I think you should give it to us.
Something clever here.
I think you should give it to us through a series of clues, though.
Well, I will do once I find out what it is.
Well, we might be able to get it for you.
Here comes Morley and bowls. That one is defended into the leg side by, well, that hasn't worked at all.
So it's early 80s, go on. So give us a clue, isn't it? Early 80s.
Tell It To My Heart is the start of the chorus. That might be the name of the song. Yeah, it is. It's just come up on my phone now. As this one is, off the edge of Deploy's bat, all along the floor, towards Wayne Madsen. It slipped. Taylor Dane sang this one.
He played for Gloucestershire, didn't he?
As did his brother. Morley with 3 deliveries to go. He's in again and he strikes the pad up Lears Deploy. A rather optimistic appeal for leg before wicket, I fancy. $199 for 5. About 13 overs since they got to 150, so a reasonably quick half century coming up. When it comes up, that one is defended into the onside. I'm glad I got it was Taylor Dane, because he's just faded it out for the news. Whoever the disc jockey is on a Sunday. It might be Charlie Burley actually today. Next delivery. Oh, that one turns alarmingly. Comes off his elbow. Certainly wasn't bat or glove, and it is taken by Brooke Guest, and the umpires have decided that the clock has ticked around to 1 o'clock, and that will be lunch. With Middlesex on 199 for 5, Geddes has 13, Deploy has 48, Higgins out for 26, Zach Chappell with a wicket there, great catch by Alex Thompson. Blake Cullen out for 42, caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Lewis Rees. They're the 2 wickets to fall today. Deploy, who is on 48, as I say, was dropped on 35. And Middlesex still trail by 273. And we will return in around about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session, with this game fascinatingly poised. Middlesex still 273 behind.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Well remembered, Jane. Well remembered. That almost went horribly wrong. Welcome back to the afternoon session of day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match with Middlesex here at the county ground in Derby, the glorious county ground with the sun shining and wall-to-wall blue sky up above. Middlesex will resume on 199 for 5 with Lewis Deploy on 48 and Ben Geddes on 13. They still trail by 273.
How do you know it's blue? What if it's hollow? We just can't see it.
How do you know what?
How do you know it's blue up there? What if it's hollow and we just can't see it?
No, well, it could be hollow, couldn't it? So, it's Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, and it's Kevin Hand from BBC London.
They can't see that on the stream, can they?
No, that's a good shout. It is just BBC London, isn't it? Not BBC Radio London.
The things that go on in it. BBC Radio London.
Is it? I think it's just BBC.
Has it gone back again?
I have no idea. It's not my station.
Every other year.
We're definitely
Every
BBC
other year.
Radio Derby.
Last I knew it was Radio London, but maybe they've changed it again and not told me.
Zach Chappell from the City end into bowl to get his short delivery first up. Ducks underneath it, goes through to Brooke Guest. Liz Deploy, remember. Batting with a runner. Max Holden is at the non-striker's end at the moment, just practicing his batting, for which he may be required to do it, but there's about 120 odd runs before the follow-on is avoided, at which time the game ceases to be a contest. You would have thought, as this next delivery is forced off the back foot out into the offside. Nice stop by Harry Kame, and there's no run.
But the spinners are starting to play more of a part, aren't they? Which, 124 to avoid the follow-on, 5 wickets. Jack Davies still to come. Middlesex would be very hopeful they could avoid the follow-on.
You think so?
But the spinners, they're in the game. They're in the game, aren't they? I mean, we said it yesterday, this would be a fantastic 5-day game. It's brewing up nicely, but...
Yes. Timeless County Championship cricket as this next delivery is pushed by Geddes up to mid-off this time.
Well, hybrid pitches.
Well, it doesn't help, does it? I don't.
Well, no, it doesn't. I think it's fair to have the
think-
comments. So there's no slant on the ground stuff. It's not there. This is what's been introduced. These are the rules and the regs at the moment. But in my opinion,
And in
hybrids
mine.
should be saved only for white ball cricket.
Should be banned. Brad Tickner. Windmilling his arms around, loosening up the shoulders. 2 slips in place. Geddes waits. And Chappell bowls him. Strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Ben Debenham. Must have been going down leg side then.
From a neutral perspective, and slightly from yours and ours as well, because we want a good game of cricket, don't we? We want a tight finish. How could there be a way that this game ended up being a little bit of fun? Maybe Middlesex are bowled out, maybe one shy of the follow-on, then they come out there and they're midway through tomorrow afternoon, Derbyshire then are chasing something, or indeed Middlesex just go past the follow-on and bowled out.
I think it's the follow-on that is key. As this one is defended by Geddes. Although you're right, if they go one past the follow-on and then Derbyshire come out, but they'd probably have to declare, wouldn't they?
Well, it's just whether I'm mainly thinking about the spinners at the moment, because I don't think there's not enough that the seamers are ever going to go through a side on this.
I don't think so.
So it's whether the spinners all of a sudden...
And if you don't play expansive shots, which have been the shots that have generally caused the most problems to the batters, then it's hard to see how it ends in a positive result either way, as this next one is defended again by Geddes off the back foot. And the afternoon session opens with a maiden. Here's an interesting one for you.
Yep.
Under the helmet now, with the pads on at short leg, David Lloyd, not Harry Kame,
Ooh.
who did perpetrate a very disappointing drop when they could have had Lewis Deploy for 35, and it's David Lloyd who's gone under the lid now. It was a senior pro, that's relatively unusual, and also a senior pro who bowls off spin. It's going to be left arm spin continuing from the race course end, because he was getting the ball to turn, Jack Morley. But yeah, Lloyd's got another lid, which is a bit of a slight on Harry Kane, I would suggest. He's fielding at a mid-on, shortish mid-on. It's a sort of straight mid-wicket, really, because there's a mid-on a bit further back. That's Martin Anderson, who didn't bowl this morning, interestingly.
Yeah, his last couple of deliveries, as memory recalls, beat the edge of Leas Deploy's bat yesterday. Here is Morley, bowls to Deploy, turns past Lloyd, and at square leg, the ball is fielded. There's no run.
Unfortunately, I didn't see them, so I could have
Yeah,
gone.
but you could believe me, though, Fletch.
I do believe
I mean, I know it's a stretch, but
what I should have done
it's a
was
big ask.
gone back last night and watched the entire day's play on the stream, but
You might have heard some of the commentary if you did. Here's a sweep, upright sweep as it was from Deploy, down to deep backward square leg. 200 up for Middlesex, 200 for 5.
I'll make a note of that.
50 away from a batting point. The bonus points are still in play for another 43.4 overs. 1 bowling point for Middlesex and 2 batting points for Derbyshire so far. They have claimed 1 bowling point with the third Middlesex wicket to fall as Morley's around the wicket, slipping a short leg. He bowls and on the back foot get his strokes attractively out to the deep cover. For a single, it moves to 14.
Sort of tells you all you need to know about the pitch, doesn't it? When we've got to the afternoon session on day 3, and so far there have been 2 bowling points.
Well, and so few batting points. Slow.
Sluggish, certainly.
Yeah. Morley bowls, and this is driven through the covers by Deploy. The runner, Max Holden, sets off, as does Geddes. It's just going to be flicked back in. And it'll be the first all run 3 of the afternoon. 204 for 5.
But the 4th of the day.
Indeed. Of which Geddes has... No, that was Deploy that time, wasn't it?
50.
54 Deploy, is it? Yes, it is. Oh, sorry, I'm going off the wrong scoreboard. He's on to 52 from 133 deliveries. Wait, are we sure? Because the scoreboards are in complete disagreement here. I didn't think...
Well, it was Deploy.
Yeah. Forward goes Geddes, and there is no run. There it goes. It's gone up on the other one now. Oh, no, wait, look at this. 207 for 5, and he's on 52 on that. 204 for 5, and he's on 52 on that. And they've just gone up to 52 on that one. Is this Jane messing with me?
No, Jane isn't operating
No,
the
exactly.
old scoreboard. Jane's operating the one that's correct, I think.
That's
what I'm saying, anyway.
It's a length ball. So Geddes outside of the off stump through to deep point for a single. So we're pretty confident he's on 52.
Yes.
From 133 balls, and we're relatively confident it's 205 for 5.
It's gone down to 204 for 5
Yeah.
now, the other one, so that's not right either. 6 falls for Leas Deploy, as Jane quite correctly says, as you might expect. Ripple of applause for the former Derbyshire captain.
And for Jane, I hope, as well. Be nice, wouldn't it? Do you ever get a ripple of applause, Flesh?
No, never.
Never?
Look, I've just seen a picture of the newsstand on the stream. You'll be hearing this 30 seconds after it disappears off the stream, of course, but...
It's a full ball. Oh, it's you.
You're all right. I wasn't watching. Zach Chappell, full delivery, and Geddes pushes it up to mid-on. More applause. It's a very good stand. I do like it.
Are we calling it the newsstand, not the Diana Ross stand now? Has that been ditched?
I can't keep calling it the Diana Ross stand when I don't know why I'm calling it the Diana Ross stand. That's the issue that I've got. It's the new stand, then the moved stand and the permanent temporary stand. And in comes Chappell again and bowls, and that one's turned into the leg side by Geddes. They've gone for 1. Are they going to come back for a second? They're not, because David Lloyd gets there quickly and returns the ball, so it'll be Reese. See, I've done it now. Leas Deploy on strike. And I used to get them wrong when they were playing together. Well, I say never. Not as often as I am at the moment.
Have they given a name to the ugly stand at Trent Bridge yet?
Well, it's just the stupid stand, isn't it?
You know exactly the one that I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
David Townsend thoroughly upset. Mr. Brace Girdle, when he turned up and said, "What, the ugly stand?"
Yeah.
And it's been known as the ugly stand ever since.
It's horrific. It's destroyed the ground. I noticed a lot of scaffolding up on the pavilion. They're redeveloping the pavilion, aren't they? Trent Bridge. Chappell around the wicket, balls to deploy, who's edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. And Zach Chappell gets a breakthrough early in the afternoon session. Deploy, having just got to his half century, goes for 52. Just a tentative prod forward, really, from the stricken batter. And Middlesex are 206 for 6 now, still trailing by 266.
So do Middlesex fall one shy of the follow-on, or do they get one ahead of it? I reckon it's going to be tight. I think it'll be really close one way or the other. They'll just get past it and be done, or they'll fall just short. But either could potentially
Or they
set up a
could
game.
hit the... Yeah, anything could happen, really, couldn't it?
No, I think that's going to happen. I think they're either going to fall.
It could rain or it could stay dry. Which is more likely to stay dry.
Yeah.
Second wicket of the day for Zach Chappell, who now has 2 for 38. Deploy gets a very nice ovation. There are Middlesex supporters in the ground. I know that. I saw them yesterday. I assume they're still here. And he hobbles his way up the steps.
Ah, bless
Not
him.
to be seen until he bats again in the second innings.
Ice going immediately onto the foot. Jack Davies makes his way out to join Ben Geddes, two of the relatively newer faces to the lineup, although Davies has been around for a while now, but he's taken the gloves from John Simpson since his move to Sussex last year. Geddes in this year from Surrey. Davies a Berkshire boy. And he'd been coached by someone he probably worked with once before, Tim Deller, the Reading commentator. Ever done a commentary opposite Tim, but never played Reading? No.
Not with him. No, we tended to... Football commentaries are...
Yeah, you're side by side.
Yes.
You've had a sandwich with him at half time.
I have spoken. He told me how to say Etty Batty, man.
I've had to cover a few times for Tim. Yeah, that name fills me with all sorts of dread.
Oh, it's easy once you know how it's... there's a T that isn't there that you pronounce, and Etty Batty, man. Good player as well. Still in with a shout of getting in the playoffs, Reading. Here's Zach Chappell then bowling to Jack Davis. I know you call him Davies, but bowls the full delivery and he digs it out into the offside. I never know which it is.
Davies, yeah.
Well, it's Davis, isn't it? It was Dickie Davis, and he spelt it with an E. Betty Davis, that was no E, I think.
But does he have Betty Davis eyes?
Who sang that? 206 for 6. He's got no idea. You should see him now thinking. I can hear him thinking.
I told you my memory other than cricket.
Chappell bowls, and there's a play and a miss there by Davis. Big, expansive-looking drive from the left-hander.
No, go on.
Kim Khan.
No, I wouldn't have got
Carnes.
it. I wouldn't have got it.
I'm not sure if there was an S on the end.
Was she a one-hit wonder?
Yes, I think
I
so.
love that song.
There was Gary Gilmore's eyes, wasn't there? Looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes.
Dare I ask?
Well, he was executed, wasn't he? He was on
Dare I ask?
on death row in America. This one is pushed into the offside by Davis. There's no run. We don't have a runner anymore, which is excellent news. That's the end of the over. And but for a single before the wicket fell, it would have been another wicket from a wicket maiden, as would the one that Lewis Rees took when he dismissed Blake Cullen. 206 for 6. Still 266 behind Middlesex. Geddes has 16, and Davis has yet to get off the mark. I'm trying to think. Looking through Gary Gilmore's eyes, I'm not sure if it was the jam. Should know that.
Here is Morley. His left arm around the wicket. And he bowls 200, with Middlesex 206 for 6. He bowls to Ben Geddes, who drives back to short extra cover, a bump ball.
It was by the adverts.
We're not allowed those on the BBC, are we?
But no, they were there. That's why they never got much airplay.
Morley bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on. Geddes on 16.
Gary don't need his eyes to see. Gary and his eyes have parted company.
Oh,
He donated his eyes, according to the song, when he was executed.
after I hope. Is
I think so.
Morley bowls outside of the off stump. It's left alone by Geddes.
I'm not even sure now, if I'm entirely honest with you, whether he was a real or fictional person.
Hey, Tittery not, just in case. There's no haunted hotels in Derby, though. There's a haunted hotel in Durham, isn't there? This ball's pushed back up the track and there's no run.
No.
You must have heard about... Who was the Australian cricketer who had to go and sleep in his mate's room because he was so scared? Wasn't it...
Yes, yes, I do remember
the
it.
big strapping fella as well. All-rounder. Here's Morley bowls, and this is driven down to mid-off. There is no run. Geddes on 16. Who told you, Martin Emerson?
No, I'm old enough to remember when it actually happened.
It wasn't that. It was Shane Watson, wasn't it? Was it Shane Watson?
Yes, I think it was actually. Now you mentioned it, but I remember the story. No, I don't listen to what Martin says. It's entirely
Morley
pointless.
pushes back up the track. What about when he's getting interviewed by Steve Coogan?
Very good.
2:06 for 6.
He was a real person.
Martin Emerson?
No, Gary Gilmore. He was a double murderer who requested that his eyes be donated to science after his execution, as they'd probably be the only body part usable. Several of his body parts were removed for possible use as transplants and or for study. His corneas were used for transplants.
Oh.
The adverts. I'm sure they had another. I'm going to have to look that up now as well. It's just like what they call them, rabbit holes, do they?
Yes.
And I've just put the rabbits in the adverts.
Well, we can do all of it until Middlesex either avoid the follow-on or don't, then we really know whether we're searching for any rabbit hole to get us through the final day. I do think, though, one short or one past the follow-on, I think there could still be a little bit of fun to be had in this game. Because, if they go one past, they're still 148 behind. Even if Derbyshire was skittled for 120, then you'd still think Derbyshire are going to win. It's that kind of thing where best case scenario for Derbyshire is they get bowled out here.
Zach Chappell in and bowls to Davis with his eyes, and there is no run as he defends it back towards the ball. It was their only real hit, Gary Gilmore's eyes. It got to number 18 in the UK Pop Parade in 1977, before you were born.
Who was hosting that year? Actually, probably better not ask.
I don't think they're working anymore. I don't know.
Gary Gilmore's eyes?
Yes, they're not working. Well, they might be. That one's left alone by Geddes. Allowed to go through to the keeper. It's Davis, not Geddes. And it was Davis who left it alone. And it went through to the keeper.
Did we have any coffee at lunch? I think we need some, don't we? Liven us up a bit again. We basically carried the luncheon hall back onto air with us, haven't we? It's the farcity of sitting around the lunch table at Derby.
It's a tough school, isn't it? The
It's
lunch
a good
table at Derby.
It's one of the highlights of the season.
They take it in good spirit as Zach Chappell bowls, and Davis pushes this one out to David Lloyd at cover.
The cricket genuinely gets in the way of the lunch table here at Derby. It does.
Well, lunch goes very quickly, doesn't it, anyway, because it's only 40 minutes long.
Well, we were sat in the media centre this morning, weren't we? But we were in the lunchroom the first morning of the game, putting the world to rights.
Comfy chairs.
If you can get one.
And like a board, yes, quite. The boardroom table.
I think I was quite good sitting up on the table to let one of the young lads sit down and eat his lunch.
Chappell bowls, Davis drives, good stop by Lloyd, diving away to his right-hand side. Excellent work from him, and he gets a slap on the hand from Jack Morley for his troubles.
Griff was just about to give up his chair, but I beat him to it.
Do you think? Yes. Zach, for his amazing piece of camera work this morning, managed to nab head of the table, which went down.
Go on, Zach, give us another wave. Let us know you're listening.
Indifferently. I think it looks like Luke is on camera now.
So where's Zach gone?
Be over there. Chappell in and bowls. That's edged and into the ground. Nice stop, diving away to his left by Martin Anderson. Previous over from Morley was a maiden. This over has had 5 dot balls. Can we have an 8th wicket maiden, I wonder?
No. Maybe.
Oh, please, go on.
You've had your fill.
Well, I only saw 4 of them. 4 on day 1, 3
Well,
yesterday.
I tell you what, I could get you, you would start to get close to a record then, wouldn't you?
Chappell's in, and that one's pushed into the offside by Davis. It's just a plain, ordinary maiden from Zach Chappell, who's got 2 for 38 now from his 14 overs.
Actually, it probably wouldn't be too hard a stack because we were working out this morning how difficult it would be. And we were calling on the great and the good and the rubbish to ask how that.
And nobody's replied.
Yeah. But a very sensible answer was, well, there was probably quite a few. If you think of all the sides bowled out for 13, 15, 17, 21, what we should probably do is just go back and find the lowest score and see how many wicket maidens there were in that. What's Jane laughing about? What's going on in there?
I don't know how she can hear us because there's like double glazing here. It's that thick. How can you hear us?
Why do you think Don's got the earplugs in? She's a mum. There you
Blimey.
go.
She's used that twice today.
Morley's around the wicket bowls, and this is clipped away through square leg. And that's a lovely shot from Geddes. He should pick up 4, mainly because it's such a large boundary and mid-wicket has a long, long chase to get there. Does that make sense, mate? Even though it's such a long boundary, but mid-wicket has such a long way to get
I
there.
know what you mean. Don't worry.
Not sure I did. 214, is it? No. Jane's quick with the trigger finger again. 210 for 6. Middlesex trail by
That's because she's a mum.
262. She didn't hear that one.
No, she can't hear everything. She can't hear everything we say. My husband Alan's almost certainly listening, so we'll tell her anyway.
Morley bowls. This is pushed back by Geddes. There's no room.
Dobbed me in a couple of times.
Has he? We do say most of these things to get dobbed in. Like, if you weren't listening yesterday, I always hope somebody would tell you that. See if Dave's in the car being grumpy about something or something, whatever I said. Here's a full ball, push back, and there's no run. I really liked your line about having the hair of a teenager and the beard of a 60-year-old. You can't even remember saying it.
I thought it might have been Griff.
Oh, maybe, was it?
I don't know.
I don't think, I'm sure it was you.
The,
You say so many great things, Dave.
Yes, that's true. I was driving down Derby Road at the time in Burton.
There's a length ball punched away to deep cover for a single. 211 for 6.
Having driven up Utoxeter Road in Derby earlier, but I don't think I've driven up Derby Road.
Driven up Utoxeter Road. Is this another of your 80s songs?
Yeah.
Who sung that one?
I know, I think Midge was in Utoxeter, wasn't he? So there's Utoxeter Road in Derby and Derby Road in Burton. I'm not sure I've been in Burton Road in Derby yet. This time. Back at the Probably Tuesday, don't forget all frequencies, Burton against Wigan.
A lot of flight on this, and forward goes Davies. Thick inside edge, trickles along the 4 to square, there's no run.
1 BBC, when it was already a derby, so I think it's fair enough to advertise that. Let's see if I can drag Mickey Arthur along with me on Tuesday. I wonder if he'll come.
Morley to Davies, drops a single just in front of backward point. Of course, we've lost our runner now with the wicket of Deploy as well.
It's much cleaner out there.
But I'm confused now because I'm looking to see where the runner's gone.
I much prefer it.
Oh, absolutely. The 2 runners, though, you'd have loved that.
No, I just like them. I thought Morecambe and Wise were better, but I do like the 2 runners. Ronnie Barker was an absolute genius.
Yep.
As an actor and as a writer. And what's happening here? Zach Chappell's got the ball. Wayne Madsen's talking to Jack Morley about something, I think. Just helping him along. He's not the most experienced of players, Jack Morley. That's nothing against him, clearly.
Are you sure?
Yes, no, absolutely nothing. I love him to bits. I think he's a really good cricketer. But he hasn't got a lot of experience. Chappell bowls to Davis and he pushes this out into the offside. When I said that Leicestershire had been set this total of whatever I said it was, I need to find it again now, of 130 odd to win. They're already 16 for 2. 32 wickets have fallen at Bristol and we're in the early stages of the afternoon session on day 3. I don't know what they've done to the pitch there. I think they've probably raked it up. Here is Chappell bowling. Davis guides it out to backward point when it's fielded by Morley. And there's no run. I was just looking up to see how many first-class matches Jack Morley's played. And I can exclusively reveal this is only his 19th first-class match. So he's still learning his trade. He's 23. The young man. They're all young men. Here's Chappell. Balls to Davis, who leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest.
Well, that's a good point.
Is it?
I suppose, Dave, the retirement of Darren Stevens, that was 2 years ago now, wasn't it? I'm now older than any player who's still playing. Never thought of that one before. You always put these little minds.
How old are you?
46.
Is that all?
This was where the hair of a teenager, beard of a 6-year-old came from the other day.
Body of a...
Careful.
Chapel's in again. Davis defends into the offside, fielded by Lloyd. And there's no run. Yes, well, I've been older than the oldest professional footballer / cricketer for quite some time now. So, Nottinghamshire have been set 133 to beat Sussex down the road at Trent Bridge. They're 15 without loss. Nikesh Ragani, who was at the Pirelli Stadium yesterday. In comes Chappell again and bowls. Davis just guides that to backward point. Morley again does the fielding. Nikesh was telling me that he's standing in for Kevin Hells on Monday and he was going to be based at Trent Bridge. Oh. He's not.
Oh.
Because they need 133 to win. So that one will finish today. So his alternatives now would appear to be the Oval or here. Because they will be the only 2 games going, I fancy. Bristol will probably finish today, as Chappell is in and bowls. That's defended again by Davis, maiden over from Zach Chappell. His 5th, 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 38, 212 for 6, 21 to Geddes, 1 to Davis. And it's what you clearly always welcome here. He was with us for a game last season as well, Nikesh. So there's a box next door because the bloke from Radio London does nothing. It's a completely empty box with a fully functioning and working ISDN. So we may well see Nikesh Ragani tomorrow, which will be good news because he could then
help us fill a slow day.
Absolutely.
Ye of little faith. I'm sure there's going to be some drama left in this somewhere.
Well, the game down at the Oval doesn't look like it's... looks like it's going somewhere. Somerset, 38 for 5 in their second innings and still 46 behind. Surrey have found their mojo, it would appear.
Oh, don't say that. It's having such a lovely Sunday. Here's Morley. He's around the wicket, bowls and forward goes. Get his defending.
So it looks like when it says on 5 Sports Extra, I beg your pardon, tomorrow it says County Championship Cricket. What it means is Derbyshire versus Middlesex.
Bit of fly and a forward defence from Geddes, which is well beaten.
This is exciting.
I did say the spinners might bring some life to this.
We don't often see balls turning that much here at Derby. I wonder if that's because it's a hybrid.
There were a couple of big ones yesterday, I can tell you. It was an interesting day. Here's a punch into the offside, just fine, of Anderson at cover, and they have a single. That's why I just think if Middlesex were to fall one shy of or one ahead of, with the spinners in this game, Derbyshire have played 2. Middlesex have Zafar Gohar, who is very highly regarded in terms of his ranking as a spinner in this country. To the extent that, having played 1 test for Pakistan many moons ago and now qualified for England,
Not tall enough.
is an aborted run from Morley.
He's got 2 wickets in the match, and neither of Derbyshire's spinners have got any, by the way.
And Fernandez got 3. Middlesex's other left-arm spinner, as forward goes, Davies pushing back, and there's no run. So
is he regarded as
Fernandez
part-time, better than part-time?
Well, no, his first. He made his debut as a spinner in the T20s in 2023, I think it was, as a spinner, and then he played as a batter last year and barely bowled. Morley bowls, and this is turn off the back foot. But there's definitely turn out there. It's just it's just the pace of the pitch has been the problem. Because day one, the spinners bowled and we looked at it and there wasn't much happening. But it's the slowness. However, as the pitch is deteriorating somewhat on the surface, those dry marks and those puffy marks that we saw. This one's floated up under the nose of Davies and there's no run.
End of the over. Just the 1 run from that.
213 for 6. Geddes 22 and Davies has 1. Deploy the last to go for 52. Caught Madsen, bowled Chappell.
Spin from both ends now because Chappell's been replaced by Alex Thompson.
And there's 100 and 10 runs required to avoid the follow-on, with 4 wickets standing. But one of the 6 to have fallen was the night watch. So Geddes and Davies, and then Gohar, who is a very fine bat, pushing Roland Jones back down. Well, it'll be 10 in this innings because of the night watch, but pushed him back down to 9 in the lineup. As Gohar takes the number 8 position. So there's a fair bit of batting to come, but
They do bat there for his right arm off spin. Come on, Matthew, sort it out.
You got to look. You got to look. Don't worry.
Did I? Good. That's all I'm doing it for.
Yep. He only does it for the attention.
He's smiling. He's always smiling, actually.
He is.
He was late today.
How could he not smile?
He was
Working
late.
with you and
No,
Griff.
he was late. Didn't leave early enough. Here comes Alex Thompson from the City End, bowling to Geddes on 22, and he defends the first ball back to the bowler. Yeah, good. They've positioned now a steward at the far end because the sight screen doesn't quite cover it, but he hasn't stopped that person from moving as Geddes defends the next ball. This time to Martin Anderson, who hasn't bowled today. He's standing on an old wicket end. Thompson's next delivery just dragged down a little bit. They've pushed it out to the offside, well, Geddes has, and they have gone through for a quick single. 214 for 6.
Yeah, came through as an out-and-out bowler through the Middlesex ranks, and then when he got a couple of back injuries, which put him out for a couple of years, as a bowler, he became a batter, and well, an all-rounder. But as you say, today in this game at the moment, he's virtually a batter and not a bowler.
Slight change here, no short leg, which will be much appreciated by David Lloyd, I think, as off spinner bowling to a left-hander. Goes back into his crease. I'm not sure that's the best idea. Davis pushes the ball out into the offside, fielded by Anderson again. Lots of short sleeves. There aren't that many short. There aren't enough short sleeves for me out there. Anderson's wearing his, Wayne Madsen his, as Thompson bowls, and both batters have got short sleeves on. Davis pushes that one into the offside. So's Blair Tickner. It's cold in New Zealand, isn't it, most of the time?
Aye.
I've never been, but it looks cold when I see it on the telly. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Davis, and there is no run. Somehow the over 8's gone to -1 over lunch, but with spin at both ends, it'll soon be rocketing into the positive numbers. One off the first over of the afternoon from Alex Thompson, 6 overs for 19. He's bowled 214 for 6 Middlesex, 23 to Geddes, 1 to Davis, and the deficit is 258. These two have put on just 8 runs in 6.5 overs. Not that the game has ground to a halt in any way.
Well, Middlesex have got to dig in now, haven't they? They've got to dig in and get to.
They do.
It's that magical follow-on target, which is, 109 runs away now. As Morley's around the wicket, bowls to Geddes, who defends into the onside. And there's no run. Yeah, it's a shame that we're, it's highly likely we're going to run out of time in this game. I never want to write cricket off, but it is a long shot. As his Geddes chopping late down to deep third, and he will get 4. It was edgier than he intended, that's for sure, but he was attempting a late cut. And just below the, I imagine that's the committee room up there, isn't it, on the top? The ball's retrieved.
Well, the chairman's box is at the right-hand end of that. That's the members' dining room, I think.
Oh, at the end? I thought they'd have middle. I thought they'd be right in the middle.
Gone right, the bit with the extension on it.
Morley defends this one, a similar line and length. Eases it away, makes the signal with his hand that really turned on him. We're not quite in line. We can see it on the live stream on a slight delay. Who's going to bowl first, the Morley on the live stream or the Morley in real life? Oh, it's tight.
Same time.
This is driven back to the bowler by Geddes, and there's no run. Yeah, I missed it.
And then you missed the.
I did say to them, why haven't they got a feed for you in here that you could watch real time?
Well, funnily enough, I have mentioned that to them on a number of occasions. Ooh.
This one's left alone outside of the off stump, thrusting the pad forward. Is Geddes as it goes through to the keeper. We should stop mentioning the live stream until you get one.
Well, I think that was the one that went on with the arm there. I'm going to look at it again because I thought it was
More biscuits.
A terrific delivery. No, there are more biscuits there. Yeah, that went on with the arm.
Bit of flight, driven back to mid-on, but no run for Geddes, who is on 27, 218 for 6, 1 for Davies, and 105 more to avoid the follow-on with 4 wickets standing Middlesex.
Somerset.
Go on.
38 for 7, trailing by 46 at the Oval.
Wow.
I mean, they have just crumbled.
Oh, Somerset. I do want them to win it for Anthony Gibson, I do.
No, at the start of the season, I can't remember who they played. Who did they play? First game of the season, Worcestershire, who had the better of the game, and Anthony put a post out as this next delivery, or the first delivery of new over from Thompson, pushed out into the offside. Match finished in a draw, despite the outrageous decision to give Brett D'Oliveira out leg before wicket when he was not playing a shot, but advanced down the track and about 7 sets of stumps wide of the actual set of stumps. That one is left alone by Davis and isn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. So Tom Lammonby has got 12 and Josh Davies got 17. They've only got 38. Archie Vaughan out for a duck. James Rue out for a duck. Thompson bowls, defended by Davis. 3 to Tom Banton, 4 to Tom Abel. Lewis Gregory and Miguel Pretorius not off the mark yet. He actually tweeted they have to, if they're to have any ambitions of winning the title, this is a game they have to win. I thought that was a bit of an early shout, really. And they didn't win it. They're not going to win it. I don't want Somerset to win the title. Or Gloucestershire. Nice to have teams that haven't won the title when you have. There's Thompson around the wicket, bowls back into his crease, goes Davis. That is very dangerous. He manages to get bat on ball and pushes it out towards Anderson at extra cover. There's a man on the cover boundary in Zach Chappell. Not wearing a hat. He should get a hat on. Thompson bowls. That one is left alone and goes through to Brooke Guest. A maiden over from Alex Thompson, his second, 7 overs for 19. Geddes has 27. Davis has 1. Middlesex 218 for 6, still trailing by 254. So we can expect the game at the Oval to finish today. I think that's in the first division, of course. Nottinghamshire only need another 116 runs. They've still got all 10 wickets intact to beat Sussex. And Leicestershire have now lost a 3rd wicket. They're 27 for 3. They need another 116 to win at Bristol. And once those 3 are wrapped up, it's me and thee.
Aye. That Morley, that didn't get up Geddes. He rocked back to it and eased it to back a point. There's no run. Do you know there is one thing that Middlesex haven't done that every other county has done?
No, it's not finals day, because Derbyshire were the last to do that. Own their own ground.
It's a punch.
Thank you very much.
Out to deep point for a single. Well, that's just nailed me, hasn't it?
So
219 for 6. Yeah, well, that's that kind of completely scuppers the other one now. Middlesex have never finished bottom of the county championship.
Oh, yes, you mentioned that, the wooden spoon thing.
Yeah.
Yes, I should have remembered that.
Yeah, but you've just trumped it on their own ground.
Just a thought.
Well done. Here's a bit of flight on this from Morley to Davies. It's pushed off the front foot to point. There's no run. 219 for 6.
Sorry, it wasn't meant in a derogatory
No,
way.
it was good. It was good. Morley bowls, and this is driven away through the covers. That's a lovely shot by Davies. His first boundary, indeed, because he moves to 5. 223 for 6. Middlesex need exactly 100 runs to avoid the follow-on.
they're going to do it, aren't they? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's not a great thing.
Honestly, one way, I don't mind whether they do or don't.
No, well, I don't mind.
One run either
Clearly,
side,
I
and I do
mind.
think we'll have a game on, whichever way it goes. Whether they avoid it by a run and a bowled out, or they're bowled out a run short, I think we'll have a game on here. Obviously, what needs to happen is it needs to happen relatively quickly. 99 for 4, for example, or 101 for 4. Here's 100 for 4 would do, wouldn't it? Here's Davies on the back foot, pushing back up the track and no run. Then I think you'll see a quick blast from the quicks, and all of a sudden, Zafar go Hart, right, you're bowling for the rest of the game. So up to you how quickly or how long you bowl for.
The ball is yours. Do with it what you wish.
Exactly, yeah. Morley bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside, which is probably what Derbyshire are doing with these guys at the moment. There's clearly a bit of turnout there for them.
There is.
It's slowing things down. One more, and you've only got 3 wickets standing with 100 needed.
I think the 77 overs gone is important, because I think they will take the new ball.
I forgot to have that second cup of coffee.
Go
Need
and
to
have,
go and
go,
get one.
you're all right. You can.
Do you want one?
No, have a cup of tea, though. Thanks very much. Greg Watts has been in touch. Always good to hear from you, Greg, as you know. Thank you very much for that. And he enjoyed the chat with Nye Donald as well, which we had on day 1. It was good to have Nye up in the box, and I'm sure he'll be up on many more occasions, as long as he isn't playing, of course. Anderson looks at an excellent signing, he said, which is absolutely bob on. I think he's a really fine cricketer. And then he asks if I've seen the local celebrity Goose. He doesn't call him a local celebrity. They're my words. And if I have, how is he? I saw Goose. I haven't spoken to him this morning. I spoke to him on Friday. He's in rude health, is Goose. I hope to meet up properly with him again. We were out in Leicester with him as Thompson begins a new over. That strikes the pad. Thompson's down on one knee, appealing. I don't think he was going to get that. But yeah, Goose is in fine fettle. Thank you for asking, Greg. Good to hear from you, as always. FletchCricket@gmail.com or at FletchSport. I'm not begging. It's just if you want to. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to. 223 for 6. That one is defended by Geddes out into the offside. And there's no run. But it is... the 54 overs left today and 96 tomorrow. That's 150 overs by my rudimentary maths. There's still a lot of cricket to be played in this game, and it could yet be an exciting finish. It might not be, as Thompson bowls and Geddes defends, but at the moment, 2 Middlesex men out in the middle. Geddes and Davis are more than happy just to try to repel anything that Derbyshire can throw at them. The second new ball available in 2 overs after this one. As Thompson bowls, and see, there's the drive. It comes off a thick edge. He's going to get runs for it. Caleb Jewell chases it down. They've run 2, and they're thinking about the third, but they decide against it, and probably wisely, because he got that ball away quickly there, Caleb Jewell. 225 for 6, get us up to 30. In the last 5 overs, though, just 12 runs. And the run rate, it's still around that 2.9 mark. A lot slower than the modern game. As Geddes pushes this one out into the offside, and this time Jewell has to run forward to get it, rather than chasing it to the boundary. 1 ball to go in Alex Thompson's 8th over. Neither of the Derbyshire spinners yet to take a wicket, but the ball is turning. Now, do they keep this ball in the hope that one of the spinners can pick up a wicket, or do they take the new ball? This one is driven by Geddes straight up to Blair Tickner, who's fielding at mid-off, and the over comes to an end. Geddes has 30, Davis has 5, 225 for 6, Middlesex trailing by 247. Leicestershire have lost a 4th wicket. They're now 35 for 4. They need 108 more runs to beat Gloucestershire at Bristol. Somerset still 7 down and 38 runs behind. Sorry, if you fancy one of those 2 games, don't forget all games on the BBC Sport website and every ball of the Championship. As Morley's in, that one is defended by Davis. Jack Morley in his 19th over, the most bowled of the Derbyshire bowlers. He's in, gives that one a bit more flight. It's pushed out into the offside for a single by Geddes. He moves to 31, does he? No. What's going on? That was Davis. He moves to 6, 220, that's what was going on. 226 for 6. You can hear Geddes tapping on his crease as he waits for this Morley delivery, which he pushes back to the bowler. Morley in again. That one is driven into the ground and then caught one-handed, leaping by David Lloyd, who's still got the helmet on. He's at extra cover, closest of the fielders to the bat, apart from where Madsen has slipped. Geddes waits. Bowls. That one is defended back to Morley by the Middlesex right-hander. Of course, the 6th wicket brought Derbyshire their 4th bonus point of the match. Morley is in. That one is a full delivery that just about gets back some bat on there. Geddes turns it down to deep backward square leg, but it's fielded by Harry Kane. And the over comes to an end. Lewis Rees already stretching out the shoulders. I saw Blair Tickner do it as well, which suggests that they might be the 2 men to take the new ball at the end of this over from Alex Thompson. Thompson's 9th over of the innings, the 4th he'll have bowled in this mini spell. 3 overs, 1 made, 0 for 3. Morley's spell currently 7 overs for 23. And in total, 19 overs for 54. He's going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Ben Geddes. Spectators enjoying the sunshine. I hope they've suitably covered and sun creamed as this first delivery from Thompson is turned into the leg side. There's a bit of a mess there from poor old Martin Anderson, who fell over as he was trying to field that one at mid-wicket. They didn't go for a run. Thompson in again, defended by Geddes. It's almost like the batters are playing for the new ball as well. I'm not sure I'd want to face Blair Tickner. I wouldn't want to face Blair Tickner. I know I wouldn't want to face Blair Tickner, but even if I was a good cricketer, I'm not sure I'd want to face him. Thompson bowls, back into his crease goes Geddes and turns it up to Anderson again. Thompson, of course, without a P, and Anderson with 2 S's. It's always good fun. Well, it is in my head anyway. Thompson in and bowls to Geddes with 2 Ds. He remains on 31 as he pushes that one back to the bowler. 227 for 6. The second new ball. 2 balls away from becoming available. As Thompson bowls, he goes for an expansive looking shot. Gets a thick inside edge on it into the leg side. Alex Thompson with his marvellous mullet. Is there a fish called a mullet? If there is, that would be apt, because Alex Thompson is a keen angler. He's in again now, bowls on the back foot. It's forced up to mid-off, where Tickner fields by Geddes, and it's the end of the over. 227 for 6 then. 9 runs off the last 5 overs. Middlesex 31 to Geddes, 6 to Davis, and they trail by 245. And is Jack Morley going to get one more over? Seems to be a lot of discussion around what's going on here. Lewis Rees is waiting. Caleb Jewell has joined in the conversation. The new ball has just been dropped by an unfortunate Sue Redfern. She actually might have kept it off the floor. Well, because it's been thrown to her.
Did she get a fine for that?
Well, it's been thrown to her.
Yeah.
I don't think they haven't taken the new ball, incidentally. It was thrown to it. If it was the new ball, we got it from the boundary by Zach Chappell, and it was down around her ankles. Give an umpire a chance. So Morley then to bowl the 81st over of the innings, and he's going to be bowling initially to Davis, who guides this off the edge of his bat to backward point, where it's fielded by Came. There's no run. Tickner's already down on the ground. He's back up again now, but he's been down on the ground stretching. As Morley is in again, and again just sort of squirts into the offside backward of square off the bottom of Davis's bat. Tickner doesn't have much time to get down to the ground, do his stretching, and then get back up by the time Morley comes on, or comes into bowl again, which he does now. That one is defended by Geddes and actually kicked by David Lloyd as he bends down to try to pick it up at short leg, which is where the former skipper is currently stationed. Outrageous.
Would you like it?
No, thank you. Morley's in and bowls, and Geddes, it's Davis, defends. The names are far too similar for my liking.
Geddes and Davies.
Yeah.
Geddes and Davies. I just got it wrong. Geddes and Davies.
This one is defended by Davies into the offside. It's picked up by Lewis Rees. So I wonder if Tickner's going to take the new ball from the City end. We'll find out. 227 for 6 for the final ball of the over. In is Morley, that's pushed into the offside once again, and there's no run. 227 for 6 at the end of the over. Nothing else has really changed. Well, that hasn't changed. There are 31 to Geddes, 6 to Davis. Middlesex trail by 245 runs, 9 runs off the last 5 overs.
So just to be perfectly clear, you're having trouble with Geddes's and Davies's name.
Yes, okay. I am, unfortunately. Jack Morley has been tasked with... we are going to see Blair Tickner from the City end. Yeah, go on, Jane. Have the courage of your convictions. There we go. I think Jane was just waiting to see if the new ball had been taken, which it evidently has in the 82nd over, the start of the 82nd over. Right arm fast.
Oh, he is, isn't he? He's good fun to watch.
Oh, he's great. He's a top man as well as Blair Tickner. 227 for 6 when the new ball was taken then.
Excuse me. Yeah, he... sorry, go ahead.
No, I had nothing really of any value.
He usually stops us, Dave.
Well, no, not me.
2 slips and the deep gully that is Anderson. And Tickner's in. He bowls right arm over to Geddes, who drives a gorgeous shot through the covers. Oh, that's lovely. He'll have enjoyed that, won't he? 35. He's on 2-2-3-1 for 6.
They say, don't they? I'm not going to repeat the whole of that sentence because everybody knows what it is, but it can go quicker to the boundary. The new shiny hard ball.
Well, it is a game that needs to move on quickly, so yeah. Rattle through some runs and rattle through some wickets, and on we go. We're in the first innings of the match still, as we are an hour and 7 minutes away from tea on the 3rd day. 2 slips go down. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, it just came over me there.
Tickner's in, bowls and beats the edge of Geddes' bat. Now there's where the game lies, doesn't it? That boundary ball last up. Beats him line and length on that one. And, well, as from a neutral perspective, from just purely the enjoyment of seeing this game develop into something, those last 2 balls, we just want to see those on repeat. Middlesex rack up some runs quickly. Which just, again, 149 is, right, they avoid the follow-on or they don't. There or thereabouts, there's still a game to be had if something goes awry or something goes very well indeed in the 3rd innings for Derbyshire. Yeah. Here's Tickner onto the hip of Geddes. It's tickled to long leg.
Thompson. He's out of your sight.
Without a P.
And with no P.
He could have 2 S's though, couldn't he? Do you think Anderson could lend him one?
Yes. Thompson without a P and Anderson with 2 S's is great. Thompson sporting the mullet. There's a fish called a mullet, isn't there?
Yes, I think there is.
He's a keen angler, is Tomo. He has fish on his thigh pad. Drawings, that is. He doesn't just strap fish to his thigh pad.
Is it a deterrent? Stay away. Doesn't like people. Here's Tickner bowls. Davies leaves alone outside of the off stump. Is he an introvert? Strap fish to himself to keep people away from him.
He likes messing around with his hair. As would I. Not with his hair. Anyway,
Keep going, Dave.
Carry on, everyone.
In comes tall Tickner. Bowled outside the off stump to wicket-keeper Davies. Middlesex wicket-keeper Davies. Not the tallest, suffice to say. The end of his follow-through next to Davies. That would be a fair old... I'd imagine he's the tallest of any of the players in the match, Tickner.
Yes, I would say so.
He probably even looks a little bit taller than he is, just because he's got very, very large shoulders and back, hasn't he? For a man of his size, he's not. You wouldn't look at him and go, oh, he's a very stocky man, but his shoulders. There's this ball full outside, or his back indeed, his upper back. This ball's full outside the off stump, left alone by Davies, and through it goes. Just probably makes him look a couple of...
He's got long legs.
Yeah. Long levers. 2:32 for 6. Geddes 35. Davies 6. BBC's Radio Derby and Radio London. Live here on the BBC Sport website and app at the County Ground in Derby. Also on the streams of the 2 club websites.
All calm down in the 2 games for the time being. It won't be long before they burst into action again, I fancy. Lewis Rees is coming on from the race course end. Jane's on the radio. And she's got... No, she hasn't got the match referee with her. She's got Henry with her. And she hasn't announced Lewis Rees yet. So the walkie-talkie's put down, the microphone's picked up. It's all go next door. It's like a blur. Beautifully done. Now she picks the walkie-talkie up again.
She's talking into the right one.
It's non-stop. I think she's talking to Ben Debenham by the look of it, either that or he's got a chalk ice.
Well, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Here is Lewis Rees in and bowls. That one is defended by Geddes. Back towards Rees, who fields off his own bowling.
One of the simplest, but one of the best. The chalk ice. All the other things they come up with. But a chalk ice is pretty good, isn't it?
Well, Magnums were on offer in my
Oh.
local co-op the other day, so I've just got a new fridge freezer. I'm very pleased with it. I can alter the temperature from my phone.
Can you?
Entirely pointless.
Have you had a pay rise?
No. Here is Rees, bowls a full delivery. It's driven back to him by Geddes. He doesn't quite take it cleanly there, Rees, but he does enough to stop it. But I had nothing in the freezer. Because the company who are delivering it say what you must do is defrost your freezer and empty it before we take it away. And I thought, right, I'll go and do that. I opened it, but the plug had come out at the back and the smell was unbearable. There was rotting meat and all sorts in there.
Hey?
It was warmer inside the freezer than it was in the kitchen.
Oh.
It was rank. Here goes Rees in and bowls. It's driven handsomely for 4. Geddes with a boundary to move on to 40. There was a valiant attempt to stop it by Tickner, but it was beautifully struck on the half volley outside our stump. And it's 236 for 6 now. Middlesex trail by 236. And Blair Tickner's just limping a little bit with the effort that he put in there to try to stop the ball. David Lloyd came across to make sure he was okay, which I think he is. And Rees turns at the top of his mark. So exactly halfway to Derbyshire's 472, and now they're more than halfway because that has been pulled fairly straight out towards mid-wicket for 4 more runs by Geddes. Back-to-back boundaries for him. 44 not out he moves to. 240 for 6. And all of a sudden, the scoring has been upped in this over.
Yeah. No, he's a good bat, Geddes, so... He's scoring a good lick as well, isn't he, when you compare to how the innings has gone overall?
Yeah, no, that's fair. 240 for 6. Rees on his way in again. 2 balls left in the over. Geddes leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Because he's ostensibly a swing bowler, Lewis Rees, these days. And if it's a brand new ball and both sides are as shiny as each other, which they clearly will be, after what, just 11 balls, I mean, he has been opening the bowling all season, but you just think it will be better for him when one side is slightly shinier than the other. As Rees goes in to complete the over, he's driven into the offside. What a good stop that is. Jack Morley, it was thrown left-handed, it was Jack Morley. 240 for 6 at the end of the over. 44 to get his 6 to Davis. Middlesex trail by 232 now, having picked up 8 runs from that Lewis Rees over. Alex Thompson speaking to Ali the physio down below us. I don't think, no, he's not. It doesn't require anything from him. I don't think. They're just having a chat. It's very nice, very sociable.
Just like us, Fletch.
Apart from the nice and sociable bit.
It's Tickner in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track by Davies on 6 from 45 deliveries now, Davies. 240 for 6.
He's not messing about, is he?
Aye. Well, it's 83 more runs to avoid the follow-on. So dig in from Davies. Geddes playing at his own rate, though. At the other end, leaning nonchalantly on his back, 44 from 74. Tickner hits the crease now. He bowls, and forward goes Davies, pushing back. Another dot ball into the scorebook. Oh, Sue Redfern stretching out the hamstrings by the looks of it.
Yeah, it must be bad for the back, mustn't it, standing like that? I mean, I don't think I could do it these days, but Manchester United are losing, but it is a day on which they're playing, so that we shouldn't be too surprised at that. At Bournemouth, the fairy tale Bournemouth.
The Cherries.
With their billionaire owner.
Tickner. Knees up to begin his run up, and he bowls to Davies now. It's pushed away into the offside. 240 for 6. Have you attempted a very descriptive description of the run up of Tickner?
Prancing.
The prancing.
I went for.
Yeah, yesterday that was the pub in Lord of the Rings, wasn't it? In at the prancing. What was it?
You'd be confusing me for a nerd.
Tolkien. You can't be a nerd if you like Tolkien.
It's a lot of old tosh, isn't
It is, well, it is, yes. That's the point. Here's Tickner, he's in, bowls a bouncer through to the keeper.
No, I've never read it nor seen the films.
Oh, never mind the films, although they are good. The books are
In
beautiful.
the same way that I've never seen Star Wars either.
Never seen what?
Yeah. Or The Return of the Jedi. It's a nice T-shirt. I think I've got a Star Wars T-shirt somewhere, but that's only because it was in triple extra large and cheap.
You had Cars 3 last summer. I was proud of that. So it was a talk shoot. I've never seen it, you said. It's Tickner bowls outside of the off stump. Through to the keeper it goes, left alone by Davies. No, Cars 2 it was, because Michael Caine was in that one. It was very good.
I buy T-shirts regardless of what they have on the front. This one says Tom and Jerry.
Have you seen them?
Yes.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, they're all right, yeah. We were just on, what's it, cam there? Commentator cam as well. We're not now. Yeah, I look in look at the label before I look at the design on the front. Some I don't buy, but most I do.
Yes, Tickner is in bowled outside the off stump through to the keeper. And dot ball left alone. 240 for 6, Geddes says. 44, Davies 6.
I looked a bit like I was picking my nose on that one. I was scratching my face. I just want to make that perfectly clear. I was scratching my face.
Go on, scrub back and show me.
I was just on the side of my nose there like that. That's all I was doing.
The Inn of the Prancing Pony, anyway, I think that's what it was called, where they all had to meet at the beginning. It was all very tense.
Is that before they went to look for the ring?
That's right. Oh no, I think they had the ring.
Oh,
they
they
just
had it
didn't know,
then?
they didn't know how powerful it was at that point.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The Fellowship of the Ring. That's it, the Fellowship of the Ring. They first met at the Inn of the Prancing Pony, I think. But yeah, that was what I went for.
Just that
Prancing Pony.
sentence. Just that sentence alone makes me want to read them even less than I wanted to.
Do you know,
read
the
them
tragedy
before.
of this is I genuinely think you'd love it. I think the camaraderie of it all, the camaraderie of the Fellowship, I think you'd love it.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Do you know me?
If Fletch were in Lord of the Rings, folks, who would he be?
No.
Emails on the back of a postcard.
Oh no.
Answers on the back of a postcard.
You put an email on the back of a postcard? That'd be good. Mixture of the old
Write
and
your
new.
emails on the back of a postcard.
Yeah, and then
And then call for a carrier pigeon.
tweet them to us. We are an hour's worth of cricket, which is more than an hour, of course, away from tea. 48 overs to go in the day, 48 gone. We're at the halfway point of day 3. And it's Lewis Rees from the racecourse end to bowl to Ben Geddes. And Geddes leaves the first ball alone outside the off stump. And it goes harmlessly through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Leicestershire have now lost a 5th wicket.
Ooh.
They're 42 for 5. They need a further 101 runs to win at Bristol. I don't know what they've done with the pitch, but they've done something clearly, because that pitch, I've never seen the game. Dom Goodman, 4 for 16 from 7 overs. The latest one falling to Josh Shaw. Here is Rees in and bowls off the back foot. He plays a short of a length delivery. Geddes out into the offside. There is a fielder out there. It's Morley. Geddes moves to 45. 241 for 6. The deficit 231. Now, I like Ajit Singh Dale. I have to say, I think he's a really good bowler. He hasn't got a wicket.
Oh,
in the
yeah, he's
second
quick, isn't he?
innings.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
yeah, he's
sharp
rapid.
bowler. Yeah. First saw him at Cheltenham, I think. In a one-day game. Might have been at Bristol in the game before that, but Peter Hanscom's still there, the Leicestershire skipper, so...
Former Middlesex skipper.
is he really?
Yeah.
So while ever he's there, they have a chance, don't they? You would say. I would say. But they've lost Rishi Patel for a 3-ball duck. Rehan Ahmed, who's dropped down to 3 for a 3-ball duck. Lewis Hill made 13. Sol Budinger 18. As Rees is in again and bowls, that's a better delivery. It's pushed out into the offside by Davis. And there's no run.
I know exactly who you'd be. Lord of the Rings. It'd be Gandalf. Of course, he'd be Gandalf the Grey.
Is he in that?
He's the wizard.
Is
He,
he?
he pretends to be as grumpy as can be.
Really?
But he's not. He's a big cuddly teddy bear.
Doesn't sound like me at all.
Pretends to be a big cuddly teddy bear. He's actually really grumpy.
There you go. There you go. An anti-Gandalf. Would it be Uncle Gandalf? I would imagine, wouldn't it? This one's left alone outside the off stump by Davis to go through to the keeper. Yeah, it's not. Yes.
You'd love it. You'd love it.
You're not going to persuade me. Oh dear.
Oh, what's happened?
Well, no. Anthony from Heena's back.
Oh, yeah.
I'll wait until after this over by next delivery from, very good though, Rees is defended by Davis towards mid-off where Tickner does the fielding. And speaking of Tickner, Anthony says, I've been strongly advocating for the sailor's hornpipe to be played over the PA during a Blair Tickner run-up.
Oh.
No response yet. P.S. Tolkien is utter tosh. Plenty of other... oh no, I can't read that bit out. But I agree with the first bit. And you're right about the second bit as well, but the second bit's slightly suggestive. So I'm going to stay clear of it because I've got bills to pay. As the next delivery from Rees is on the pads of Davis, who turns it... was it Geddes? It was Geddes who turns it on into the leg side. And there's no run. 241 for 6 at the end of the over. Just one run from that. Middlesex still trailing by 231. They're 241 for 6. 45 to get his 6 to Davis. I'm fascinated by this game at Bristol.
Go on.
Well, no, nothing has really happened since I last mentioned. There were 5 down. They're 43 for 5. They need a further 100 runs. So 100 runs or 5 wickets. That sounds an absolute belter. And it's at Bristol.
Here comes Tickner, and he bowls a bouncer. Sharp one to get. He's down underneath it, ducking. He's quick. We like it.
I don't mind it, I've got to say. Gloucestershire yet to win a game this season. One of only 4 teams who haven't. Half the teams who haven't. Lancashire, Northamptonshire, Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, the teams without a win so far. Kent have won 2. 1 each for Leicestershire, Derbyshire and Middlesex. At the moment, just the 4 teams unbeaten, of course. Could be down to 3.
Tickner hits the crease, bowls, and looking to hit the hip of Geddes. The right-hander turns a single to long leg. A little bit of a fumble down there, but just all's well.
Jack Morley struggling to pick the ball up for some reason. It is shaping up to be a very exciting season, I think.
Who's going up from Division 2?
No idea. Because obviously it was Middlesex and Lancashire and...
Kent in 3rd, because they came down.
Yeah,
Is that what you're going to say?
Well, no, but no, I wasn't. And that doesn't follow, does it?
It's a length ball which beats Davies through to the keeper in zone. No, I thought you were going to be mischievous about it.
No, I don't. I mean,
You don't do mischief, I know. But
well, Kent have obviously got a shout. I think everybody has a shout apart from Glamorgan. Who I thought...
Poor old Webby.
Well, I thought personally that Derbyshire, who obviously finished bottom last season, would not finish bottom this season because of Glamorgan.
There's Tickner, bowls a lifting ball, which beats Davies around the wicket now. Big right arm, quick. Good pace, good bounce. Davies has faced 56 balls for his 6. Does was it not Fred Titmus used to do the digging award on Twitter every day? Does he still do it?
Oh, I don't know. He did send me a message on Friday, which I was going to read out and completely forgot. I apologise.
Who was it? No, was it not Fred Titmus? No, who was the one that used to do it?
That was not Fred.
No, it was
wasn't
Fred Boycott, wasn't it?
Fred Boycott, yes.
I did see the message from Fred that you're referring to as well.
Yeah.
His linked ball outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there's nowhere it did make me chuckle.
It was good. No, it was excellent. It was early on, wasn't it? Very early on in the commentary. When
I think we went early by the looks of it.
When people were still listening.
Aye.
I'm sure you're out there.
Somewhere.
1 or 2 of you. Please.
Oh, Ollie Thorpe's still tuned in because he did send me something. He said, if it does get very dull,
Oh, excellent.
he's Tickner bowls a bouncer through to the keeper.
Which
and
it
there's no
hasn't. It hasn't. But go on. We'll have it.
Good discussion point, perhaps, if you get bored.
Oh, yeah.
Bowled off a no ball and gone to the boundary for 6.
Yeah.
Ooh.
8 runs.
Have you seen that one, day 2 at Bristol? I hadn't noticed that. So that was yesterday in the... Oh, we'll have a look if we get bored.
I don't even know what happened here yesterday, so I'm unlikely to know what happened at Bristol.
You mean you weren't listening?
Derbyshire, it was Lewis Rees bowled Logan Van Beek at Leicester against Leicestershire off a no ball. He bowled him though. How can you be bowled off a no ball and that goes for 6?
We'll have to have a look when it gets boring in this one, won't we?
Well, you can't be. Anyway. Lewis Rees to begin a new over. Bowls and is driven by Geddes, but Tickner gets around the field. He has a shy at the stumps and almost takes Lewis Rees out. Rees had to do, you know when you're in the playground and you've got that big piece of elastic and you do the skipping? It was a bit like that.
That was good.
Rees is smiling, is he?
Just about.
Yeah, no, he is. He's smiling, Lewis. That's good news. Blair Tickner's always smiling. Yeah, he's got a smile on his face now, Luke. That's good to see. But he nearly took him out. He picked the ball up, had a shy at the stumps. How close was it to him? Well, not that close as it turns out. This one's on the leg stump and been clipped away for 4 runs out to the square leg boundary by Davis. He moves into double figures with his most attacking shot so far. He moves to 10, 247 for 6. Middlesex just 225 behind now, and the prospect of following on 76 runs away.
Couple of quick wickets.
Yes, yeah. But it'll take them a wee while still, won't it? Despite that nice shot there from Davis to move to 10. He waits again now and he drives into the offside, but fielded by Lloyd, who I'm sure he's dropped the ball, who I'm sure will have been celebrating long into the night after Wrexham's 3rd successive promotion. The circus continues. Lots of references to the circus from the Wrexham players last night after Nathan Jones, the Charlton manager, had mentioned we'll have to go to the circus and see what happens as Reese bowls and it's turned into the leg side by Davis. I did tell Mr. Jones that he wasn't the first person to call it a circus. I'm sure I wasn't either, but I called it a circus 3 weeks earlier. Both of the film stars were there, yes. They are film stars, aren't they?
They are. And TV.
On TV.
McElhenney.
Something called Deadpool.
Oh, it's great, that. You'd love it.
No, I don't. No. Jack Morley's gone out on the square leg boundary. There's a long leg as well. I'm not sure he's going to bounce him, but he might. Davis waits. Reese is in, bowls a full length delivery and it's pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by David Lloyd once again. It would have been the biggest travesty in the history of travesties had Birmingham, who were playing this afternoon, and Wrexham not got promoted this season, given the finances of the two clubs. Tom Brady in charge, well, not in charge, but associated with Birmingham and their American owners. 2 slips for Reese, who's in now on bowls, and that one is left alone, but probably on length it bounces over the stumps, possibly. Davis left it alone anyway. And it remains 247 for 6 at the end of the over. Reese has now bowled 20, 1 for 67, his figures. Middlesex trail by 225. Geddes 47, and Davis has 10. This partnership worth 41. So Yusuf bin Naeem has just brought a drink out there. The Derbyshire young professionals. He makes his way off. Drink for Blair Tickner, who's going to continue from the City end. 2 for 45 from 18 overs. Blair Tickner.
Here he goes. 2 slips. And a deep gully. Tickner's in, bowls, and that's worked off his legs by Geddes down to fine leg for 4. Hands on head for Tickner. Feeling that was a very straight line. Geddes rattles along to 51 from 80 deliveries, and that brings up the Middlesex 250s, their first batting point, 251 for 6. Bonus points still in play for 23 overs, including this. First ball of Tickner's 19th, 2 for 49 for the big quick.
Took Derbyshire 89 overs and 3 balls to get to 250. 87 overs and 1 ball for Middlesex.
And they would have been but 2 down at that point, I reckon.
Yeah.
Says Tickner in, bowls, and forward goes. Geddes defending to mid-on.
It's a great question, though. 5 down.
Wait, what?
Derbyshire versus Middlesex, day 1.
5 down.
250 up. Wayne Madsen was out for on 249, and so was Brooke Guest. So they lost those 2 quick wickets, and then got to the 250. So there were 3
Of course,
down
the
just
6th wicket.
before.
Yeah, the 6th wicket partnership was.
Yeah, the big one.
Yeah. Tickner skipping to a start and then bowling onto the legs of Geddes. He then goes down on his haunches once more. Geddes turns Single square of the wicket on this one. Is he suggesting again that was taken from a straight line? 252 for 6.
It rather looks as though Surrey will have to bat for a second time. Somerset just 6 behind now, but they are 78 for 7. It's a collapse of Worcestershire proportions.
Davies is beaten by Tickner around the wicket to the left-hander. Trapped in the crease on that one, wasn't he? Through to the keeper. Guessed the ball passes. 252 for 6.
Nottinghamshire have lost their first wicket against Sussex in the game that isn't as interesting. The man out, Ben Slater, the former Derbyshire batsman, for 21. Hasib Hamid is on 47. Ben Duckett, who's playing in this game, is on 16. They need a further 58 to win.
Tickner bowls, just full of length. That's driven away in front of cover by Davies. Lovely looking shot. Just leans into that one. That'll feel good for him. And they've taken 2. Slightly shorter boundary through extra cover over to the members' pavilion, isn't it? 254 for 6.
Ben Cox has joined Peter Hanscom in the middle for Leicestershire, who are now 55 for 5. They need a further 88 runs to beat Gloucestershire at Bristol. That would extend their lead at the top of the table. If they lose, what an incentive for Derbyshire to win. They could go top.
Tickner to Davies, leaves alone outside of the off stump. 66th ball for his 12.
I can't tell you how exciting that would be. We would make the most of it on Radio Derby, by the way.
Undefeated Derbyshire go top.
Undefeated Derbyshire go top is very much what I had in mind for tomorrow morning. Well, Tuesday morning. Announcement of Geddes' half-century, 80 balls with his 7th 4.
What would happen to Griff if that happened?
I think he's seen Derbyshire win the second division title, hasn't he? So he won't get too giddy too early. 2 batters just enjoying a bit of refreshment. Much needed, I would suggest. It's a warm afternoon. Although there are still 1 or 2 coats. There are a lot of pairs of shorts out there. Gentlemen just walking down the stairs of the permanent temporary stand in. Jack Morley's back. And a day-glow green top. He's wearing his khaki shorts. Always nice to see supporters in shorts. And they're getting some sun on the...
Apart from Griff.
and me, really. We're getting some sun on the grandstand terrace now as well, which is nice for them.
I get grief at Lords. The
What
camera
for?
fellas there.
Wearing shorts.
Get your shorts on again. We need to do our white balance.
I thought it was because you kept leaning back in your chair and there's a commentator cam. So the left arm off spin of Jack Morley. Around the wicket to Geddes, who drives that one into the offside, and it's well stopped by Anderson. Thompson is also warming up now, so we're going to get spin at both ends potentially. Just a quick burst of pace with the new ball and back to the spin. Morley is in. That one just looks like it keeps a bit low, perhaps going on with the arm, and it's kept out by Geddes. I think it's probably the way to go from a Derbyshire perspective. Morley. The sound of another motorbike goes on the Sir Frank Whittle Road. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Geddes. Fielded by Lloyd. He likes a tap of the bat, Geddes, doesn't he? He's waiting now and he pushes this out into the offside as well. This time up to Alex Thompson. We'll go back to his place at mid-off. Used to warm up a lot, Alex Thompson. Not so much now, it seems. As Morley is in. That one is pushed out into the offside again by Geddes. New ball yet to beat the bat. There we go, that's more like it, Tom. Fulsome swing of the shoulders and the arms. For a spinner, he warms up a lot. Geddes pushes the final ball of the over out into the offside as well. Jack Morley opens up his spell with the new ball with a maiden. 254 for 6. It remains 52 to Geddes, 12 to Davis. The deficit 218, and Alex Thompson isn't coming on because Blair Tickner has already handed his cap to Ben Debenham.
So 11 overs to tea. Sorry, were you going to say?
No.
11 overs to tea. And 3:05. We're just about to strike.
Spin at one end and potentially spin at both ends fairly shortly. We should get there.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say this blast with the new ball.
Quite close.
For the quicks, this man in particular, Tickner around the wickety bowls. And Davies is beaten again on the front foot. Tickner is not happy. He reels away into the offside. I cannot believe that he hasn't taken the edge again.
Frustration rather than anger. He did that a lot last season. He did take the edge on a number of occasions and the ball was spilt in the slip. So I'm not sure whether if he gets it through it would do him any good. Although this season the catching has been far better. Window being open next door.
Oh.
They've got a blind.
Oh, yes. Here's
which
Tickner.
is handy.
Bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
But they don't have the overhang of the television gantry, which is right above us.
Does it still leak?
Yeah. Well, it hasn't this season because we haven't had any rain.
So you don't know. The leak spot is still there, though. I can see it. That's where it was leaking from, wasn't it?
It definitely.
Where it's got the rusty nail.
Definitely leaks.
That's the name of the pub in the sequel to Lord of the Rings, by the way. Tickner from the city end. Prancing knees in the air in front of him, and then he begins running in. Bowls outside of the off stump. But a bouncer which Davies just leaves alone through to the keeper, who is pretty much unmoved as he claims it on that line.
It was Yusuf bin Naim. He's walking down below us now. The young man had an opportunity or two in the 50-over competition last summer, but yet to be named in a championship squad this season. He and Harry Moore, who's currently injured.
Tickner still around the wicket. Bowls. Length ball, which Davies leaves alone on length. Through it goes.
Just having a chat with Alex Thompson at the moment. Just down to our right. He's got the modern baseball cap on. I said the modern baseball cap, says the 200-year-old man on commentary. It's just a baseball cap. It's not modern. It's just a baseball cap. What am I talking about? These modern things.
Newfangled.
Acrylic.
And comes Ticknery Bowls. That's left alone by Davies.
Ah, dear. I think Jane's got what I had on Friday. Oh, dear. That's not good news.
Oh, yeah. Big deep breath there, Jane.
We've had a change of cameraman.
How do you know?
I can tell by the colour of the T-shirt.
So I get it now. When you said the camera people changed, I thought that there was 3 different cameras, but there's 1 camera and 3 camera people.
There's 2 cameras.
Here's a length ball from Tickner. It's left alone through to the keeper. End of his 20th. 254 for 6.
And 4 camera people.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's how it works. It's currently Joel.
How many students does it take to operate a camera?
Well, Joel's on one and Zach's on the other.
Which one's the good one?
Well, that's not for me to say. Zach got the catch this morning. Luke and Jake are just standing there with their arms folded looking at their phones.
Let's see how many of them are tuned in. Come on, everyone who's tuned in, put your hand up. And if you are tuned in, don't tell the other ones. Let them dob themselves in by not putting their hand up.
Clever. I like what you've done there. You have to keep an eye on them there. It's better if I put my glasses back on. I can almost see them. Thompson continues to warm up. That was a scratch. And so was that. Here's Morley on his way in from the racecourse and bowling to Geddes, who drives but mistimes it into the offside, fielded by Anderson.
None of them are tuned in.
No. Well, the students, aren't they?
What is it, Griff said? This is where you learn.
Not here. Don't learn anything here. That one's been tickled around the corner by Geddes, down towards fire leg. They think about a second, but Harry Kane's there quickly to cut the ball off and throw it back in. 255 for 6. I said, what kind of noise is that?
He won't sell ice creams at that speed, will he?
Very good. That was the 2 runners, wasn't it? 53 now to Geddes. I know it wasn't.
Morecambe wise.
I know who it was. Geniuses, the pair of them. Davis defends the first ball he faces in this over from Jack Morley back towards the bowler. Blows into his hand. That's got to be some kind of, I suppose he's trying to get any sweat off it as much as anything, not to warm it up. He's in over the wicket now. Davis goes back and turns it into the onside. Yeah, we can give up on this. We might not see them at tee. It's a long way round. Turn around and go straight back. Morley bowls. That's pushed square on the offside. Came Fields. Nine overs and 1 ball until tea. Middlesex still 217 behind. Morley bowls to Davis, who pushes it up to Lewis Rees. And the over comes to an end. It's gone back to a non-scoring phase of the game, really. Just 13 runs off the last 5 overs. And here comes Alex Thompson for the first time with a new ball.
Will he bowl with the sunglasses on? He's taking his cap off.
I think he will. He's got the mullet. He's got the shades. He's just untucked his shirt. Going over the wicket.
Thompson it is then. Another emergency vehicle races around the ground. Here in Derby. What's the name of the road out there again?
It's the Sir Frank Whittle Road.
Thank you. Oh dear.
As you well know.
Good old Bradders. Slip and a short leg.
Hasn't been played in the press box yet today. It normally gets an airing.
I haven't heard it.
Have you not?
Never heard it.
Oh, well, I'll get Griff to play it you later.
Okay.
It is magnificent.
Thompson bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on. Is he still doing the away games this year, Bradders?
I hope so. Hope so.
Actually, they're in Division 1, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, of course,
Yeah.
yes, of course they are. They won't make any difference. I don't think we play them at all. We might go there once.
Thompson bowls. Geddes comes down the track and thumps him back over long on. There's a mid-on in position. It has gone all the way to the long on boundary for 6. Geddes moves to 59 from 92. Middlesex are 261 for 6, and they require 62 more runs to avoid the follow-on.
First 6 of the innings, I would have thought. First 6 of the... second 6 of the match. Lewis Rees got one.
He goes. Thompson. Oh, and he's got him. Would you believe it? The ball after the 6. And Thompson, the off-spinner, takes the top of off stump and beats the forward defence of Geddes, who looks around, lines it all up again. He can't quite believe it. He's gone for 59, his 93rd delivery. And all that has turned back to beat the inside edge and go through the gate of just a gentle drive outside the off stump from Geddes. That's why he couldn't believe it. It's a beaut from Thompson. And Middlesex are 261 for 7.
That'll teach him to hit him for 6, won't it? He's not having that. Alex Thompson, and he was delighted with it when he punched the air, his first wicket of the season in his first match of the season. He is absolutely thrilled, Alex Thompson, and so he should be. Big wicket. Big wicket. Geddes was well set and batting nicely. Is it Zafar?
It is Zafar Gohar.
Zafar Gohar next. But yeah, that was, and it was a much-needed wicket as well. It just keeps the game bubbling along nicely. They're watching the replay now, and it's turned a lot. There's an ooh. You can hear an ooh from the crowd. They enjoyed that one. Tomo will have enjoyed that one. I think it means that we won't be seeing too much medium pace from here on in. And Blair Tickner's decided that there's not going to be much because he's going off. He's going to take the drinks. He's going to take the drinks off and leave Pat Brown on the field of play. Still 211 behind Middlesex.
3-wicket standing, 62 runs to avoid the follow-on. What do you reckon? Are they going to get 61 or 62 more runs, Dave? It's not going to be 63 and it's not going to be 60. It's going to be 61 or 62.
Two. David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell have just returned from the little boys' room, which is situated underneath this stand. Bless him, David Lloyd waddles back on because he's still wearing the fielding pads. Oh, that is a fascinating. Well, this has been a good game of cricket. You know, it's been a proper old-fashioned good game of cricket. But if the ball is turning, which it has been all day today, and you said it turned, the odd one turned yesterday, it's only going to turn more, you would expect. So don't give up on this one just yet.
Well, I'll tell you what, Zafar Gohar as well against the spinners. This is going to be great fun. Spinners v spinners is always good, isn't it? Slip and a short leg as here's Thompson bowls and beats Gohar first ball, plunging forward, playing defensively. The ball turns past the edge and through to the gloves of guests.
It's all going on now.
Oh, it is.
It's all going on now.
We fancied that there's just going to be one pinch point of pressure, and whether that opened things up or not, we'll have to wait and see. We've got our pinch point at last, though, as forward goes Gohar, pushing into the offside, and there's no run. 261 for 7. Because again, even if, let's say they were 9 down and they got just past the follow-on, then you'd say to the last 2 who were there, do you know what, just blast what you can here. Get it close, and let's get out there and give Gohar the ball.
That's the way. Or declare now.
Well, indeed. Forward goes. We're declaring behind. You know, that's not going to happen.
Not quite. not 211 behind, certainly.
Yes. This is dabbed into the onside by Gohar to end the over. Getty's gone. Bowled by Buttes for Thompson. 261 for 7 it is. Zafar Gohar has 2 balls and 0 to his name. Davies has 12 from 76. And Middlesex needs 62 more to avoid the follow-on.
Sorry. Mark Crossland is in the ground. Good afternoon to you, Mark. He's listening to the commentary. He's in the Riley Wealth seating. He says, hope Kevin is enjoying his time in, I'm hoping that says Barbados.
Hey, thank you, I am.
It does say Barbados. Lord of the Rings, more like Board of the Rings, he says. I read 5 pages and flogged it for £3 at a car boot, so well done, Mark.
But how much did you buy it for, though? That's the thing. If you bought it for $2.50, good on you.
He's cutting his losses. His Morley bowling. Oh, that one turns in sharply at Davis. He went to cut the ball and got an under edge on it. It is all happening out there now. This is very exciting. You don't see this at Derby often enough, really. Here is the next delivery, pushed out into the offside by... Oh, and there's an appeal for a run out. It was pushed into the offside. They sort of thought about going for a single. Davis was back in his ground.
Sort of thought, sir.
Yeah, and Guest destroyed the stumps. Looks like Mickey Arthur's up there as well. If that's the seating I'm thinking of, which is certainly the Riley Wealth Management Elite Performance Centre, top deck. I hope it's Mickey anyway. It might not be. I'm going to have a look. I might have made a huge fool of myself. Not for the first time. Thank you. Plane takes off at East Midlands International. There's, again, turn from Morley. It might not be Mickey, actually. It might just be somebody else who's follically challenged. It is, it's Ben Smith. Next delivery from Morley. It's pushed out into the offside. I thought it was strange to see Mickey without... Oh, there's somebody next to him. That could be Mickey. I don't know. There could be anybody up there. Mark could be inside, of course. 261 for 7, 211 the deficit. In comes Morley and bowls, and that one is driven out into the offside by Davis. He's not going to get 4 for it because it's going to be cut off by Lewis Rees. They're thinking about coming back for the 3rd, and they probably... Well, no, it would have been Davis. That's a good throw from Lewis Rees. A really good throw. Good chase and good throw. Keeps them down to 2. Davis moves to 14. 263 for 7. They're getting a bit skittish out there. Like it.
20 minutes to tea. 7.1 overs.
Morley bowls. That's defended by Davis. Back down the pitch. It's the end of the over. Morley now 23 overs for 57. 263 for 7. Zaffa yet to get off the mark. Davis on 14. And Middlesex at 263 for 7, trailed by 209.
But as we know, 2 more wickets and tea will be delayed.
Yeah. Good shout. The ideal will be to bowl Middlesex out in the next 7 overs, then they don't lose any time either.
Oh,
Eh?
good point.
Well.
Or indeed, as we found out yesterday. Was it you on Monday? Was it
Not
first
yesterday.
day? No, it was yesterday, wasn't it? The date I found out and Dave found out. No, was it you or me? When that tea was taken early because the wicket
That was yesterday then. He wasn't
came
taken.
within 10 minutes of, so it was yesterday. Around the wicket comes Thompson bowls, and this is cut out to deep. Points for a single. Of course it was yesterday. Zaffa's off the mark. So, Derbyshire approaching tea, nearly finished their first innings. We're going to have a couple of overs here against Middlesex.
But didn't get them.
Well, they think there was 36 overs left in the evening session
Oof.
because tea was taken at the end of the Derbyshire innings. As here is Davies on the back foot defending. So you'd have thought that Derbyshire would have had a couple of overs at them before tea.
Yeah.
But by the time Derbyshire were bowled out, we were too close to tea for Middlesex to bat in terms of time. So we were looking at the overs thinking, well, they're going to have to come back out here for 2 overs. There's 36 left in the day.
Too many regulations.
This ball swept hard, and for 4, through mid-wicket it goes. Davies moves to 18. Well, there were 36 left in the day, so 4 of the session. You'd have thought lose 2 for the change of innings, and Middlesex will have to face 2. And you thought, well, that's a bit remiss of Derbyshire. They probably should have had 4 at them before tea and declared a couple of overs back. Well, off they went. We grabbed a cup of tea to do our 10-minute turnaround. We'll be back for 2. No, it's tea. What do you mean?
By which time you've lost 10 minutes
exactly,
at tea.
messing around.
No.
We were within 10 minutes of the interval, so Middlesex were not required to come out and face the 2 overs because it was 3:30. But I thought that was a slight error in judgment by Derbyshire. The Guineas could have been over by now. So this ball's got Davies beaten on the back foot. It goes through to the gloves of the keeper. Turning away. 268 for 7.
That would have presupposed that Derbyshire were ever thought about declaring.
But when you were that far down, they were pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back, and there was the odd shot.
Time out of the game.
Yeah.
Time out of the game. Crucial.
Because we've got to time is on our side in this one. As forward goes Davies, pushing back, and there's no run again. 268. So it was very, very strange. We couldn't quite work it out.
I'll have to get my cap in a minute. Sun's just about to creep round.
Here comes Thompson again. And this is played off the back foot by Davies into the offside. And there's no run once more. You're listening to BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. You can get us through your smart speaker as well. Say, listen to day 3 of Derbyshire against Middlesex, please. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hannah, bringing you the commentary.
Sure, that's what you say.
What'd you say? Did you drop
Say,
please?
hey, say Alexa, play Derbyshire versus Middlesex, day 3. And that should come up.
What did I say?
You said play day 3 of Derby. But if you do it in the wrong order, she gets horribly confused.
Does the algorithm get upset?
And it doesn't work on Google smart speakers.
Does it not? I was just about to say other Alexas are available.
Well, they might be, but it doesn't work on them. Because I've got, my house is full of Google, it's Pebbles. Jack Morley begins a new over, bowling to Zaffa, who pushes this into the offside, slightly uncertainly. And there's no run. Leicestershire more than halfway to their target at Bristol, still 5 down as Morley bowls. Zaffer defends it back up to the bowler. Notts have gone on with it. They need 6 to beat Sussex with 9 wickets in hand, and Somerset at 8 down, lead by 34 at the Oval. Morley in again. That one is driven very pleasantly by Zaffer out towards the extra cover boundary. They've run 2. Will they get back for a 3 this time as it's picked up now by Lewis Rees? Yes, they will. And Zaffer moves to 4, 271 for 7, 201 the deficit now. So Ben Cox and Peter Hanscom steering Leicestershire into calmer waters. They need 69 more for their 2nd win of the season to move clear at the top. Of course, Kent not playing in this round of matches for a reason that I'm unaware of. Now it's guided off the back foot by Davis this time, out towards the point boundary. Came Fields. Single taken. Davis moves to 19, 272 for 7. Morley turns around to check how many balls are left in the over without having to ask Sue Redfern. There are 2. It's Zaffer on strike. He's in and bowls to when he defends the first ball of the final 2 into the onside. Jewell picks up. Slip and a short leg. David Lloyd under the lid. As Morley is in a full delivery that almost yorks Zaffer. He just slams his bat down and the ball stops dead on the edge of the crease. And the over comes to an end at 272 for 7, 4 to Zaffer, 19 to Davis. 200 exactly is the difference between the two sides with 5 overs to go until the tea interval. And back to bowl from the City end is Alex Thompson. Blair Tickner's back out on the field as well, which is good news.
5 to tea at 25 past 3.
Not too bad, really. 15 minutes of... Do you, if they get these 5 overs in less than 15 minutes, you could have a 6th over before tea. That would be remarkable. And they'd only be -5 by then. Or +12 or something, some number plucked out of the air.
Here comes Thompson to Davies, a forward defence from the left-hander. He's into the offside. There's a slip and a short leg. It's a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, and a backward point as Thompson from the City end bowls once more. Davies leaves alone outside the off-stump. There it goes to the gloves of Guest.
Mickey Arthur is up there, and I think that's Alex Hughes who's up there with him as well, so Mark Crossland isn't with the trio of Derbyshire coaches.
Thompson bowls and beats Davies, plunging forward outside the off-stump. Ball turns away. It's doing a bit. Zaffer will be enjoying this at the other end, won't he? Zaffer Gohar. Apologies, he prefers Gohar rather than Zaffer, even though the screen says.
Oh, okay.
Zaffer, yes.
I'll call him Gohar from now on then.
Just watch the turning ball beating him. Last ball, Davies. This one, a thick edge, races along the floor to backward point. That's not all it is, but pressure building. Middlesex 51 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Thompson bowls. Davies edges. Thick edge again. This one ran just a little finer the other side of backward points. No run once more. 272 for 7.
Just a little bit earlier than this time last year, but Alex Thompson picked up, I think it was 12 wickets at Sophia Gardens in the 2nd round of matches.
Bit of flight. Forward defence from Davies. Back up the track that one goes. 272 for 7.
And a pitch that turned from the first morning and then stopped turning at about start of day 3 and completely flattened out. A certain amount of heavy rollerage involved in that, because the heavy roller hasn't been on this pitch too often yet, so we've still got the joy of that to come. What a joy it is. Should be banned.
Joy.
No. Very good. Nottinghamshire have beaten Sussex by 9 wickets as Morley begins a new over to Gohar. Ball squirts out into the offside, fielded by Tickner. Runs around in a big circle. Back into place at backward point. Gohar waits, Morley bowls to him, and he defends this as he kills any spin by meeting the ball on the half volley. Still got his sleeveless cable knit sweater on, Gohar. Not sure why. As Morley bowls and it's pushed out into the offside, Davis set off for an imaginary single. Again, it was Tickner who did the fielding. Halfway through his 25th over, Jack Morley now. Sets off, loses his run-up, which must be really difficult to do. And he's in again. Oh, that one turns a mile, but it hits the pad and bounces down to fine leg. It's as bad as Taunton, this.
What do you mean?
For turn.
Oh.
Because Morley used to a track that turns with his time at Lancashire. Just turn up at Old Trafford as well. As that one is bat and pad squeezed out backward of square on the offside. Tickner fields. Lobs the ball back to Morley, who was about to bowl the final ball of his 25th over. Not until Gohar has removed a bit of debris from the playing surface. And that's prompted a conversation between Wayne Madsen and Jack Morley, which has resulted in Chappell moving a little bit closer at backward of square on the 45, and Blair Tickner, oh no, they're all moving now. I don't know why I bothered. So Chappell has gone to backward point. Caleb Jewell is coming in to slip. I think we need a helmet. No, Zaffer wants something, and he wants it urgently. By the look of it, he's already. Oh, he wants his sweater removing. I wondered why he was wearing it. So he's removed his sweater. They're waiting for the 12th man to come on and collect it. Meanwhile, a helmet has been brought on. I assume for Caleb Jewell. No. Oh, who's it been brought? I can't. Yeah, Caleb Jewell. Surely Blair Tickner's not going to go in close. He'd have to bend down a long, long way. The game stopped, by the way. As Gohar has removed his sweater, and the helmet's been brought on for Caleb Jewell, who pops his Derbyshire cap down the back of his trousers, and he's going to field at leg slip. So we've got a slip, a leg. There's only one ball left in the over. A leg slip, a slip, and a short leg. Deep backward square leg, who is Martin Anderson out in the far distance by the car park. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Morley is in to bowl to Gohar, who pushes it out into the offside. And they're going to go through for a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps that misses from Brooke Guest, and there's a huge cloud of dust comes up because Davis, just for a moment, thought he was in trouble, and he put the dive in. And now he needs fresh gloves. So there'll be another stop or stoppage in play. I don't think there was a comfortable single there at all. But Davis needs new gloves. 273 for 7 with 3 overs to go until tea. We're not going to get extra overs, I don't think.
No.
Gohar has 5, Davis has 19. The deficit is 199. Somerset have been bowled out for 119 at the Oval, which means that Surrey need 36 to win, with a day and a half to get them. And Leicestershire need just 59 runs now down at Bristol. 84 for 5 they are now. So after a flurry of wickets early, Peter Hanscom with 18 and Ben Cox with 26 look like they might be steering Leicestershire towards a second win of the season. And the result from Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have beaten Sussex by 9 wickets. It's tea, incidentally, at the Oval at the fall of that wicket. They're Somerset's second innings lasted 35 overs and 5 balls. Well batted. 119 all out.
Here's Thompson. Oh, nearly got back. This one's just full of length to go. Oh, sorry. Unmuted myself without getting through the cough.
A split second too
Yes.
early. It happens. Isn't it?
Listen to say 21 seasons too early. Here's Thompson around the wickety bowls, and this is dropped into the offside. Extra cover collects. 73 for 7. Slip and short leg. Crouching down. Madson's the slip. And this is left alone through to the glovesman Guest. Bit of bounce on that one though. For Thompson. And Gohar, 5 from 18.
I've always said they should play more games on hybrid pitches.
Well, yeah, let's see. I mean, time is the problem. If it's a 5-day game, then fine. As forward goes Gohar, pushing back up the track. It's fielded at mid-off by Zach Chappell.
Tickner has just run about 40 yards. With no prospect of picking that ball up. It's not 40 yards at all. It's probably closer to 50.
This one's given flight and whipped on a drive to mid-on, who's deep. So it's a comfortable collection, and Gohar takes a single. 6 from 20, 274 for 7. Bonus points still in play for 12.1 overs. 2 more wickets for maximum bowling points. For Derbyshire, Middlesex need 26 runs in those 12 overs for a second batting point. Here is Davies on strike and cutting to backward point. It gets through, and it will get to the boundary for 4. Deep cover, won't be able to get around fine to cut that one off. 98 bowled, 278 for 7, 22 for another batting point for Middlesex. Derbyshire have 4 points as things stand in the match. Middlesex have 2. Will there be another point for either side? Will it be 5-2 to Derbyshire, 4-3, or indeed 5-3?
All of the above is possible.
All bonus points still available.
Well, no.
Apart from the 450.
Apart from the first innings bonus points, which have already gone. Jack Morley, who didn't feel that at backward point there, threw his sunglasses to the ground in disgust at himself, but I don't think he really stood much of a chance. It was a nice shot.
What was the last thing you threw to the
Davies.
ground in disgust at yourself, Fletch?
I'm
Cap, you've got a cap on at the moment. That can be.
massively petulant. As Morley begins a new over, it's driven by Gohar, but it's fielded by Rees.
Is it petulant to be disgusted at oneself?
No, probably not. Yeah. No, I don't think it is, actually. Morley bowls to Gohar, it goes back, and that's why Morley has his hands on his face as he pushes it into the onside. Ball polished by Tickner, as though he might get another go with it. I'm not sure that he will. We see an over of, well, we won't see an over of David Lloyd because he's got the helmet and the pads on. Fielding at short leg. There is a leg slip still, as Morley is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Gohar. 278 for 7. One more over till tea. So after this over, even if a wicket falls, that'll be it. Ludicrously. Morley bowls. Gohar drives. There's a run round the boundary here for Harry Kame. It's the ball's going to win that particular race to the boundary, and he gets 4 more and moves into double figures. He's on 10 to 82 for 7. Every single one of the 9 batters that Middlesex have used so far has got to double figures. Morley on his way in, defended by Gohar. There is no run. I only say that because it's one of those things that we look out for at Derbyshire, because Derbyshire have never had all 10 batters in double figures in a completed innings. I'm sure Middlesex have, but it's not the kind of record that I have access to. Unless they haven't, in which case it might be another thing that only Middlesex haven't had.
Like the wooden spoon.
Like the wooden spoon and their
They're in
own
grounds.
Gohar waits, and that one is around the wicket from Morley. Gohar defends it straight back to him, so only one more wicket can fall before tea now, because we're into the last over. Before the second interval, Middlesex 282 for 7, Gohar 10, Davies 23. They trail by 190. So they're not going to wipe the deficit off today unless something remarkable happens, and could go into the final day still in their first innings and behind. That would be the death knell of the game, by the way.
Death knell of county cricket, isn't it? All the work we do to defend it.
No, I don't mind this. I don't mind this. This is nice. This is tense.
Like I say, I wouldn't mind if it was a non-hybrid, but it does feel as though we've shot ourselves in the foot slightly. This
Well,
is
as long as Middlesex don't use it as an excuse. we'll go.
Thompson bowls. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. But an excuse for what?
But for not scoring quicker or
Yeah.
bowling better or winning the game. Getting automatic promotion.
Well, yeah, come the end of the season. Here's Thompson. Bowls, and this ball's eased back on a point by Davies, and there's no run. It hasn't been the best cricket watching, though, has it, for
I think
however
this
many
is terrific.
days?
It's
It is
turn-
now.
it's
It is
turning.
now.
This is what Derbyshire expected the pitch to do. They probably didn't expect the pitch not to be one where you couldn't score quickly.
Yeah, forward goes Davies, pushing to the offside, and there's no run. No, I mean, again, if this was a 5-day game, we'd be fine, but it isn't. It's a
No,
4-day game, and
unlikely.
this
to
isn't
get
about
another.
Derbyshire. This isn't about the square here. This is about hybrid pitches. If the ground staff had worked their heart out and this was a normal pitch and this is how it played, fine. They tried their best. But I think the ground staff have their hands tied somewhat with hybrids, as this is pushed wide of mid-off by Davies for
I
a
think they
single.
do anyway, though, don't they? Because
Well, they
there's
do.
so much scrutiny on them now. If you prepare a pitch that turns too much too early, you're going to get either criticised or indeed sanctioned, which I think is just pitiful. Let teams produce pitches for their bowlers, their team.
This is full and turned to the short leg fielder off an inside edge, but all along the floor.
As some have done in the past, and been fined for it, or docked points, or whatever.
Here is Thompson. Last ball before tea on day 3, and it's a forward defence from Gohar into the offside, and there's no run. Gohar has 10, Davies has 24, the partnership is 22. The last wicket to go was Geddes, bowled by a butte from Thompson on 59. Middlesex 283 for 7 at tea. They still need 40 runs to avoid the follow-on, Dave Fletcher.
Indeed, not a bad session for Derbyshire, really. 199 for 5 at lunch, so they've only managed 84 runs in the afternoon session, Middlesex, and they've lost Leas Deploy for 52 and Ben Geddes for 59. A couple more wickets and Derbyshire will be perhaps thinking about the first innings lead, but then it's what they do with it if they aren't able to enforce the follow-on. 2 wickets for Blair Tickner, 2 for Zach Chappell, 1 each for Lewis Rees, Martin Anderson, and most recently Alex Thompson. We've got 32 overs left in the day, and we will describe them to you as best we can in about 15 or 20 minutes' time.
bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me! Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
I'm struggling. Caps lock. There we go. Zafar Gohar on 10 and Jack Davis on 24. They still trail by 189, I beg your pardon. 189. And I think we're going to see plenty of spin. So it means they might get their overs in time. Who knows? 4 minutes past 4. We're not too far behind at the moment. Jack Morley, left arm off spinner. Lewis Reese is just tying his shoelace up, talking to Alex Thompson. Jack Morley going through his bowling action. Now then, Leicestershire are 6 down now. They need 36 more to beat Gloucestershire, but they are 6 down and Peter Hanscom is out. So keep an eye on that. Surrey need just 17 more to win their game in the First Division at the Oval against Somerset. Nottinghamshire have already beaten Sussex. And Morley is on his way in. That one is pushed backward a square on the offside by Davis. Fielded by Zach Chappell. Leg slip, short leg. Morley bowls and he's heaved the ball into the leg side and it's gone all the way for 4. Davis, he moves on to 28, 287 for 7. It was relatively agricultural, the shot, but effective nonetheless as he gets the first runs post tee. Dropped it a little bit short, Jack Morley. Who's in again now. Over the wicket to Davis, who defends resolutely into the offside.
Yes, I just drank my yogurts.
Holy moly.
What did you think I was doing?
Well, yogurt for a start, but there's a little delay here because I don't know. But they're running away. Well, no, they're not running away. David Lloyd is hurtling towards the boundary's edge. Did he forget his protector? He's got something. I think that's what he's forgotten. Or has somebody else forgotten it? It might even be Caleb Jewell at leg slip. But somebody's forgotten it because that's what's been brought out. It's Caleb Jewell.
They heard that we might actually finish at 6 o'clock tonight, so...
3 balls into the evening session and suddenly someone realises that his box isn't where it should be. Anyway, looks like we might get going again now. See, he didn't need it because he wasn't feeling it silly mid-off before. We have got a leg slip, a silly mid-off and a short leg. And that ball is defended by Davis. Back towards Morley. 2 balls to go in the over. Over 8 plus 4 now. No idea. Here comes Morley, bowls. That one is played into the ground and fielded really nicely by Lloyd, who is the silly mid-off. So it's the short leg is Caleb Jewell. I'm trying to work out who the leg slip is. I think it's Blair Tickner, who's got quite the reach. He bends down now as Morley is in and bowls a full toss. Thanks very much. And it gets slapped away, as it should have done, for 4 runs by Davis, who picks up 8 runs off the first over after tea. Moves to 28, 287 for 7. No, he moves to 32, 291 for 7. A little slow on the scoreboard that time. And they trail by 181. 32 more required to avoid the follow-on and kill the game.
And 9 runs in 9 overs for another batting point. Or 59 runs 59. In the next 9 overs for 2 more batting points.
Looks like Zach Chappell's going to bowl. He's just handed his cap to Blair.
Yeah, not a bad shout against Zafar Gohar. But equally Davies after tea. See if those feet are moving. .291 for 7. 3 slips. Gully.
Still relatively new, of course, the ball, isn't it? It's only 21 overs old.
Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And here's Chappell around the wicket from the city end. Gohar awaits and Gohar turns to mid-wicket. There's no run. 291 for 7.
He's going to have to keep an off-stump line, though, isn't he, really? There is nobody out in the boundary on the leg side. There is a long leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on, but that's it.
So 32 to avoid the follow-on with 3 wickets standing. Then will they open up? I think they might. There's no point just hanging around, is there, at this stage of the game? But how many wickets will they have standing at that point as Chappell bowls down the leg side? Has he strangled him? Yes, he has. Gohar's gone. Chappell strikes just after tea on the 3rd day, and Middlesex still 2 wickets standing, but 32 runs shy of the follow-on. Zafar Gohar is caught guess, bowled Chappell for 10, 30 deliveries. Davies has 32. And he's got Roland Jones, the Middlesex skipper, to come and join him, and then just Dane Patterson. Blake Cullen, who would have been the number 10, has already been and gone as a night watch, and some very useful Blake Cullen runs they were, it must be said. 9 more runs for a batting point for Middlesex, 1 more wicket for another bowling point for Derbyshire, but most crucially, it's 32 runs to avoid the follower and 2 wickets standing.
Well, well, well. Who saw that coming? Excellent catch from Brooke Guest. Just watching a replay of it now. He had to dive, got 2 hands to it down the leg side.
Chappell belatedly joined it, didn't he? It was almost though everybody else knew, apart from Chappell, including the umpire. He was very quick, but Debenham with his finger.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. The word strangle. It's just a poor shot, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah. I don't associate strangle with being he was unlucky. It's an edge down the leg side.
Yeah, he almost got the full face of the bat on it. He was probably disappointed he didn't get 4. It wasn't a great delivery, it has to be said. But it's a fine catch down to his right by Brooke Guest. And, well, the match isn't quite dead yet. Will they enforce the follow-on? I'm not sure they will, but if they don't, it brings
I think they've got to.
I think they've got to as well, but if they don't, it brings into play the possibility of losing the game. Remember, I just finished the therapy for the double declaration at Sussex a few years ago, which the only occasion in which Derbyshire declared twice and lost because they didn't decline to enforce the follow-on. And then Sussex went and won the game. Which was horrendous. I mean, it was embarrassing.
At least it was Adrian Harms you were with.
Yes, that is true.
I mean, you could have had a rough ride of it. Here is Chappell.
I gave them a rough ride.
To Roland Jones bowls, and he's clipped this one to square leg. There's no run. 2 slips behind Roland Jones. Well, you can imagine a few who'd have given you a hard time for it.
Yeah, but see, there's no point in giving me a hard time because I'm more about. I obviously would like Derbyshire to win, but I would prefer them to do it in a way that enables them to win, if you know what I mean, rather than bringing in the possibility of losing.
Here's Chappell bowls, and this is punched back up the track by Roland Jones. No run.
3 for 38 now, Zach Chappell. It's been a good match for him. All 3 wickets taken today.
There's Chappell to turn again. It's a bowl to Roland Jones, who well, he'll have his work cut out soon enough, won't he? As here's Chappell to Roland Jones, driven back, but he's got a job to do right now. 32 runs with just 2 wickets standing. Number 7 bat at the other end, Davies, who made his first-class debut as an opening bat. So he's got the shots.
I hope he plays that shot.
It was a glorious-looking shot, wasn't it?
Beautiful drive. And a drive off the back foot as well.
I can play some shots like that as well, you
Yes,
know.
I can. Surrey have won, beaten Somerset by 8 wickets.
Chappell bowls, forward goes Roland Jones, pushing back. Oh, you had to bring it down, didn't you, Dave?
So that means that all 3 games in the First Division have now been concluded. Leicestershire need 25 runs to win, but they're now 7 down in a real nipper down at Bristol I told you that Peter Hanscom was out. Well, Ben Cox is still there. Logan Van Beek goes for 11. They're 118 for 7. Ben Green has joined Ben Cox. They've got a myriad of Bens. Leicestershire. I think we can safely say that if you want to watch first-class cricket tomorrow, you're going to have to put up with us.
Happy days.
This will be the only game going tomorrow. We look forward to welcoming Nikesh Ragani to the county ground in Derby as a sort of substitute Kevin Howells.
Oh, you could never substitute Kevin
No, I
Howells.
don't think you can either. And as much as I like Nikesh, it would have been nice if it had been Kevin.
Where's Howells this week then?
It's just gone down to off spin now. Alex Thompson, I say now, it had done before and they pointed it out to me. Thank you, Matt. Just says off spin.
Nice. Where's Howells this week? Is he
I
all
don't
right?
know. I assume he's at the Oval. That's where they normally go, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought he's not working. That's why Nikesh is coming.
Well, no, Nikesh is only doing tomorrow because yesterday he was at the Prolly Stadium.
Hold on a minute. So if Howells is at Surrey today and he's on his way back overnight to
Wherever he lives.
wherever he lives, isn't this halfway? Orgriff,
Next
news from the mark.
delivery is pushed out. First delivery of a new over from Alex Thompson is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Caleb Jewel Davis on strike. Thank you. Thompson in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside and they take a single.
1937. England-Australia women
Yeah, no,
in
I heard that at tea
1937.
and didn't think it was worth it.
Oh,
But carry on.
18 wicket maidens in that match.
Yeah,
There's been
we-
8 in this.
We were looking for first class though. There's a single off that last delivery, 292 for 8. Davis onto 33. Brings Roland Jones on to strike. I'm surprised that it's the off spinner, but there we are. Thompson in and bowls. Oh, and that strikes the pad, and there's a stifled appeal from behind the stumps from Wayne Manson, the most optimistic cricketer the world has ever seen, or indeed heard. Big game later on tonight in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
Canada against USA in a T20.
Oh.
That's exciting. In comes Thompson again and bowls. That one is just clipped up towards deep mid-on, where Jack Morley comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. And they go through for a single. Roland Jones off the mark. 293 for 8. Prospect of Derbyshire batting for a second time before the end of day 3 here. So Thompson was on his way in and Davis got something in his eye. Saw a butter. Was that in this match? Was that on
Yeah, butterfly.
butterfly in the grill? Very unpleasant. It bowls to Davis. Does Thompson pushed out to the offside?
Butterfly in the grill, very unpleasant. Sounds like a barbecue gone wrong.
Yes. Is there a barbecue that's ever gone right? As I always say, if I want grit in my food,
Yeah.
I'll drop it on the floor. Here is Thompson, that cut away, but straight into the ground. He's only going to get a single for it, Davis. And the over comes to an end, and Zach Chappell, with a very determined walk, is going to continue from the city end with Middlesex on 294 for 8. Roland Jones on 1, Davis on 34. They still trail by 178 runs overall. The next mark is to get it down to 149. So what's that, 29 runs away?
Yes. Trouble at the mill for Middlesex.
Trouble at the mill. That's brilliant. That's much better than the phrase everybody says.
Which is what?
Trouble up mill.
Oh.
But nobody talks like that. Certainly not where I live.
Here comes Chappell around the wicket. He bowls, and it's edged by Davies for 4, down to the vacant deep third. 298 for 8, 2 from a batting point, 1 for a bowling point for Derbyshire. But for Middlesex, crucially, 21 more runs to avoid the follow-on.
21.
Was it not just ticked up No, it hasn't moved. Is it 25? Sorry. Thank you.
No, I did maths before, but it would have made me look really foolish.
I thought it ticked over, sorry. Or hadn't ticked over. Here is Chappell. To Davies again. Davies 38 from 110 now. As Chappell hits the crease, he bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes. Yasaki.
David Lloyd's warming up. Old golden arm.
It was slightly interesting that he didn't open the bowling for me, Chappell. He was the fourth choice, although he was immediately on, replacing... Anderson came on before him in terms of... Then the change came at the other end.
Well, obviously, I was talking to people trying to find out what had gone on yesterday, and they said it was about time that Tickner opened the bowling with Rees. So, yeah, he has opened the bowling all season.
Chappell bowls as it's pushed back into the offside, no run.
Just a little reminder, perhaps.
Was it a little rocket?
Well, I don't think so. He's highly regarded in these parts. Zach Chappell had a really good season last season. Was capped.
Have you got your cap yet, Fletcher?
No. The woolen, I think, would be quite scratchy.
Chappell to Davies, he defends that, and it's pushed away into the offside. And there's no run again.
I think Lloyd's coming on, you know.
Lloydie. Rather than just toss it up with the spinners to the tailenders.
I believe he's a spinner.
Well, to one tailender. But you've got Thompson and Morley.
Yeah, he's got a golden arm though. His newfound off spin.
Here is Chappell. Bowls and forward goes Davies, pushing into the offside. No run. Oh, race car zooms around the ground again. Well, it'll be a bike, won't it? But
What are they doing?
who?
The racers.
Chappell. Still 3 slips behind Davies. He bowls and Davies leaves alone through to the keeper. At the end of the over? No. Yes, 104 done. 6 with the bonus points in play.
A grunt from Zach Chappell. Effort ball. David Lloyd has got his pants down because he's removing his fielding pads, and they're being donned by whoever that is bending down next to him, who I can't quite work out. It's Caleb Jewell, I think. But he's taken his trousers off completely now. David Lloyd has removed his protector and his jock strap. This is all very bizarre. I think that's Jewell who's donning the pads. Soon find out, because he's going to stand up now. It is. Look round and see if anybody was looking. You're all right. I think you got away with it, Caleb. Nobody's mentioned it. 298 for 8, and Alex Thompson to continue for the time being. That might be it for Zach Chappell. 3 for 42 in 17 overs to the big man. He's not the biggest man, but he's the big man. Birmingham enjoying themselves against Mansfield, 4-0 up.
Oh.
That's not a major surprise. Manchester United scored a goal today.
It is.
Yeah. Well done, them. Plucky draw with Bournemouth.
Did you watch their quarter-final against Lyon in the Europa League?
Yes.
That was quite good fun, to be fair.
Dreadful football, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Thompson bowling, and it's driven very pleasantly by Roland Jones out towards the extra cover boundary. Anderson fields. Single is taken, 299 for 8.
Anderson, who has not bowled, 1 for 12 from 5 in this on this day.
Davis on 38 waits as Thompson bowls without what bounces. Taken by Brooke Guest behind the stumps, left alone by Davis. Somebody's just reminded me that the perfect way to avoid the second FA Cup semi-final is to come down to the county ground. As Thompson bowls and back into his crease goes Davis. Ball pushed up towards David Lloyd at extra cover. 299 for 8. Short leg and a slip in place as Thompson is in, and that's defended again by Davis. I think we can relatively safely rule out the 350. Inside 110. 5 overs and 2 balls before that moment arrives. And that one is defended by Davis into the onside. One ball to become the 9th wicket maiden of the match. No, they scored a single, didn't they, off the first? Did they? I can't remember. It was a long time ago. Thompson is in and bowls, and he's defended it anyway. Pushed it out into the offside. There was a single, from Roland Jones. Davis remains on 38. Roland Jones 299 for 8. Middlesex trailing by 173 after 105 of your overs.
BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. Dave Fletcher and myself, Kevin Hand. Don't forget to say hello to your smart speaker and ask to listen to Derbyshire versus Middlesex, day 3. Please, did I get it right this time?
You don't need to say please. You speak to it, You instruct your smart speaker. Anyway.
Chappell has 2 slips behind Roland Jones as he bowls outside the off stump. That's left alone. Well, if you're not polite to them, they say things like that was a little rude, or no need for that language.
Mine doesn't.
That's because you are always so nice to them. Like you are to everyone, Fletch.
Sometimes I get infuriated. I've got 2 in the lounge, 1 in the kitchen, 1 in the bedroom, 1 in the office, and they all do different things. Quite annoying.
How many rooms have you got in Fletcher Towers? This is bumped into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, Roland Jones.
Enough.
On the strike. The other day we were at a game and we were going through it like that, and then all of a sudden our devices started to come to life at the ground. Started talking back to us.
Nobody needs that.
We were then scrambling to see which phone, which tablet, yours or mine. .299 for 8. Roland Jones 2. Davies 38 and Chappell. It's the crease now. He bowls. Oh, a bumper. Roland Jones just about sways inside the line of it. Bat was left dangling slightly from the Middlesex skipper. Still a few in the East Midlands demolition stand. Is that what you call it?
That's what I call it. I'm not sure that's what it is.
Is it the old stand now? As soon as you've got the new stand, where's the old stand? That's the old stand, surely, isn't it?
Well, they're all old.
Well, that's got to be the oldest, isn't it?
One.
The oldest.
Yes, I think so. Well, the seats in front of the grandstand might be older.
There's a bumper from Chappell through to the keeper, but the actual structure itself. Oh, well, I suppose. Well, you've got the members' pavilion.
Yes.
And then, what did you say, seats in front of the what?
The grandstand terrace over there, which was the old racecourse grandstand.
Yeah. Chappell from the city end. Hits the crease now. He bowls, and Roland Jones pushes defensively to cover, and there's no run. 299 for 8. Still 24 to avoid the follow-on.
If Lloyd doesn't come on, he'll take off. Assuming he's coming up.
If he doesn't come on, he's off.
Yeah.
We've all felt like that in a club game. When am I going to get a chance? If I don't get soon, I'm off. Here's Chappell, he's in. Bowls, edged, taken at slip. Sharp chance, 9 down, maximum bowling points for Derbyshire, but crucially, 1 wicket away from having the chance to enforce the follow-on. Middlesex are still 24 short of that target. Roland Jones, he's gone for 2, caught by Jewel Chapel, who has a 4th in the match. 4 for 42. Middlesex at 299 for 9.
Well, he's the captain, so there's nobody to admonish him, but that was a poor shot. A poor shot. At this time of the innings, at this stage in the game, that wasn't particularly bright cricket, I'm afraid. And it really does give Derbyshire hope that they will have the option to enforce the follow-on. Whether they do or not remains to be seen. I would like them to do it. And they've got enough bowlers, quite frankly, to do it. They've already used 6, I think. Nice bit of camera work from there. I think that's a static camera, so you've got half a chance. No, it does move. I know it moves, but it's relatively static. The perfect way. Just hands up, because he's an Australian, of course, but a good catch. Caleb Jewell. Oh, there, that's proper camera work. Well done. Who's that? Let's have a look. Ah, it's Luke. No wonder it was good. He's here every day, Luke. Even when there's no cricket. No, he only comes on days when there's cricket. Excellent work from him. So, the game is afoot. Leicestershire still need 22 and they're still 7 down, incidentally.
To Middlesex have a dash. They're still one shy of that batting point, the second batting point. Well, that would be frustrating, wouldn't it? To go 299 all out.
Terrible. Ultimately, it's wins, draws and losses that count. Tables don't change much by the end of the season, given the number of bonus points that teams get. Glamorgan haven't got many bonus points, but they also aren't very good. That's why they're at the bottom of the table. I say that with all due deference and the fact that we have to go there next week with Derbyshire. So, that was the last ball of the over. It's Alex Thompson. We'll be bowling initially.
What does Davies do?
For Davies, yeah.
He's got to farm the strike now, hasn't he?
Well, he's come down and had a chat with Patterson to formulate a strategy to get the 24 runs they require.
You're just here to run, Pato.
Well, that would be my advice, but
what do we know, Fletch?
well, it's not for me to give advice, is it? Career average of 12, as that one is pushed out into the offside. When Davis's career average is only 22, and he's already up to 38. Patterson now 171 matches, so a very large body of work behind him as this one is pushed out into the offside again. David Lloyd scurries across to do the fielding. I don't think they're going to take many singles. And then they get the conundrum at the end of the over. They won't want him to get a single, of course, but so no, that won't come into play, will it? You fool. Here is Thompson in and bowls to Davis, who drives off the outside edge of the bat along the ground to Zach Chappell. $299 for 9. We're in the 107th over. They're not going to bowl 3 successive maidens, surely. In goes Thompson and bowls, and back into his crease goes Davis, and there is, for what it's worth, the 300. 300 coming up, the extra bonus point in the 107th over, 106 overs and 4 balls. So the bonus points are done and dusted now. 5 to Derbyshire, 3 to Middlesex. The next target is another 23 runs. Davis has a word of advice for Patterson, and another jockstrap comes out. It's like jockstrap central Derbyshire this afternoon, and I've seen so many. They're being flung around with abandon. It's absolutely incredible. He already took it off 2 overs ago, David Lloyd. And now he's going to have to stick it back on again. Wear it over your pants. Form it, come on, wear it over your pants, please.
Sounds like a stag doing Basildon, doesn't it? Jock straps flying everywhere.
It is remarkable. I've never seen so many in public display. Trousers down, jock straps on, jock straps off. 300 for 9. I'm only talking nonsense because nothing's happening at the moment. Leicestershire have moved to 121 for 7 and need 22 runs at their at tea. I might as well stop looking at that for a while. They've gone to tea at 4:30 at Bristol.
Slackers.
Well batted, boys. We've been going for hours here. So we're going to have a slip and a short leg and a silly mid-off and a shortish mid-wicket. A man on the 45 back of a square on the leg side. A man out on the mid-wicket boundary, a mid-on, a mid-off, and a man out on the cover boundary who's got a lot of ground to cover as Thompson is in and bowls, and that one almost gets through the Roland Jones, the Patterson defences. One ball of the over left. It was hardly worth putting the jock strap on. I just like saying it. Here's Thompson. Last ball of his 17th over. Bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. It's chested down by David Lloyd, and there is no run. 300 for 9 then after 107 overs. Middlesex still trailing by 172, but it will be Davis on strike at the start of the next over from Zach Chappell. Patterson, having faced those 2 deliveries, is yet to get off the mark.
So, the plod to the follow-on. 23 away, 300 for 9. They got off to a bad start, didn't they? Middlesex, 3 early wickets. Early-ish in the context of the match. And from that, it's just been a bit of a scramble. The hope was Higgins and deploy today. Geddes did a fair chunk of the work, didn't he? But it's Davies that needs to get them over the line.
The Toby Rowland-Jones wicket, incidentally, was in the 9th wicket maiden of the match.
Oh.
Thank you.
Was that Griff?
It can't have been Griff because I know he doesn't listen to me.
Someone's just told him. Fletcher's just said it's the 9th wicket maiden. Someone sat next to him. Chappell around the wicket to Davies. A step 2 off stump and a swing of the bat. Has he got that all the way?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, that's some pickup if he has. 6 runs it is. And Davies moves to 45. 166 behind, so 17 to avoid the follow-on for Middlesex. Davies, probably one of his finest hours so far, was a ramped 6 at the Oval in a T20, which Middlesex obviously have a very, very tough time of it in T20 cricket.
Yes, nice euphemism.
But they they won that one. Davies with the ramped 6.
They're trying to give him a single, clearly. There isn't anybody within cooey of the bat, really. Even Wayne Manson's coming out of slip.
Yep, the field spreads now. They've changed their tack to Davies, which I thought they'd have done a while ago, but he's signalled his intent, and that's it. Everybody's back, bar slip. Chappell delays as 1 or 2 still just take their position. Manson's just down below us. And Chappell around the wicket. 17 to avoid the follow-on. He bowls. Davies goes big down the ground. Long off's coming around underneath it and puts down the catch. Spills it over the rope for 6. I think it was a valiant effort, to be fair. He's rolled over the rope himself. It was a dive back and across
Lewis Rees.
over the rope by Rees. And that is the 50 up for Davies. 51 from 126 balls brought up with consecutive 6s. Middlesex need 11 to avoid the follow-on. Chappell to Davies. Bowls, and Davies tickles a single down to deep backward square. It's only midway through the over, so still 3 to go. Just watching, he never really had a chance of taking that. He was always going to end up over the rope, Rees. So by the time he got hands to it, the best he could do was just palm it back in. But at this stage, probably trying to take the catch was more valuable than whatever runs could have been saved. Interesting decision to take that single. 52 for Davies, 3:13 for 9. He's having a long chat with Patterson now, isn't he? Chappell and Patterson, would they have crossed paths?
No, no, I don't think so. They might just have done, I suppose. Patterson will have brought in because they'd scooped up all the players in the area and put them all in the second team, all the English qualified ones.
Chappell to Patterson, bowls. Oh, a Yorker, it's dug out. And the ball races down to a long leg. Oh, dearie me. 314 for 9. Patterson's off the mark.
No, they didn't take
Oh, they didn't take the single. Still 2 to come in the over.
Didn't take a single.
Oh, they regret that. I mean, I guess not.
Well, if he's out now,
Was he backing him to say, look, you just see out these and I'll do the rest now against the spinner? Is that Davies' thought process for this one? Chappell bowls and beats the edge of the forward defence, and that cannot have been far from the off-stump either because he wasn't a long way across there, Patterson.
he didn't move much, did he? Feet
It's tight.
stuck to the ground.
I'd imagine this one's going to be right on the spot from...
Why haven't they moved out to take the single? Let him give him the... Well, take it anyway, will they? They didn't take one on the fourth ball of the over.
Although you almost move out to not allow the boundary, wouldn't you? Yes, Patterson faces Chappell bowls and it's pushed back to mid-off. 3:13 for 9 and 10 runs required to avoid the follow-on. Davies will have strike on 52.
Big over coming up from Alex Thompson.
7 fours and consecutive sixes. The only 2 that he struck to bring up the milestone.
Back underway at Bristol. Keep an eye on that. Just that game and this one going on at the moment. Tension here is more about the next 10 runs. Alex Thompson will be bowling to Jack Davis, wicket-keeper batsman. And how he goes.
What do you think Nikesh is thinking right now?
He's thinking he's coming to Derby tomorrow. I hope.
Please don't make it dull. He's thinking, come on,
Well-
Middlesex, make it interesting.
We might get bumped for other nonsense.
Oh, what's the other nonsense?
Well, they have a contractor commentate in the IPL, don't they?
Oh,
I'd be really annoyed if we did get bumped for that.
would you? Would you be surprised? Aren't they contracted, didn't you say?
Well, they have a contract to do it,
Ah.
but they haven't been doing it during county championship matches.
Oh, have they not?
No.
Oh, they used to.
Yes, they did. And this is a county championship match,
Oh.
as far as I'm aware. Alex Thompson around the wicket then to bowl to Jack Davis, who comes down the track and hoiks it down the ground, and there is somebody round to do the fielding. It's Lewis Rees, and there is no run. I think Davis's tactics are fairly clear here. Clear the front leg and clear the ropes. 1 ball down. The 350's off the table. But 10 more runs to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. Thompson's got to keep his nerve. The reverse sweep comes out and it goes down to what would have been third man and is fielded comfortably enough by Zach Chappell in the far distance. Again, they turn down the single. Patterson just does a bit of shadow batting. But I think he's going to do an awful lot of batting. So we might as well do some shadow batting while he's out there. Thompson in. Down the track comes comes Davis, and Thompson spotted him and put it in a bit shorter, and all he could do was bat it out to Harry Kame on the cover boundary. And again, they turned down the single. 313 for 9, 159 behind Middlesex. Thompson is in again, and this one is turned into the leg side, and they do take the single. And now the field will change dramatically. 314 for 9, 9 more needed to avoid the prospect of being asked to follow on. In the match so far, Rees has bowled 20 overs, Tickner's bowled 20 overs, Chappell's bowled 19, Anderson has bowled just 5. Thompson's in his 18th, and Jack Morley has bowled 27. And that's all since yesterday afternoon, really. No rest next weekend, as some teams have. Not that they need it. Slip. Leg slip, no. Slip, short leg, silly mid-off. Zach Chappell is sort of... Oh, no, it's changed again. I'll wait. Because Wayne Madsen is doing something with the field still.
Slowing it down, agonising it for Patterson and Middlesex.
Head on with it.
In instances like this, I don't mind them trying to build the tension. It's when there's just no need whatsoever to be as slow as they are sometimes.
The over 8 +4. There is a leg slip in place. This one is ball to Patterson, who defends it comfortably enough out into the offside. Lloyd windmills his arms again at silly mid-off. Jewel in it, short leg. Tickner at leg slip and Wayne Madsen at slip as Thompson is in and bowls, and he's gone for the big heave into the leg side and hardly made any contact. Did it hit Jewel? He's hardly made any contact with it at all. Davis just stands at the other end looking, thinking, what on earth have I just seen? 314 for 9 at the end of the over. Davis on 53. Patterson yet to get off the mark, and now a decision to be made, because twice in successive deliveries in the previous Zach Chappell over, Davis deposited Chappell over the boundary rope for 6. And there is a huge conference going on here between Madsen and Rees, Lloyd, Tickner and Chappell. What is the decision? It's David Lloyd to bowl.
Ooh.
That is the decision. The first time Lloyd will have bowled in this match, with Middlesex requiring 9 runs to avoid the follow-on.
And if they get those 9 runs, you could really see Davies starting to open up. Whether it's just a further 10 runs or a further 20 thereafter, taking a chunk out of it, and then all of a sudden, Derbyshire got a bat tonight. 20-odd overs. Might just be some fun. Either way, whether they fall just short or whether they get just in front. And so if they do get just in front now, Davies might just open up and take that 149 down, even by 20 or 30 runs, just to put a little bit in it this evening.
And the field has spread. Blair Tickner is still speaking with David Lloyd, I think. Well, he's going to. He's hovering. And Lloyd marks his run-up. One of my many stopwatches is beeping, and I don't know how to stop it doing it. And I don't know which one it is. 314 for 9. Lloyd to bowl to Davis. 9 to avoid the follow-on. He's in and he cuts it to Wayne Madsen at backward point. I don't know how to switch it off. No run from that first delivery. Lloyd around the wicket. Bowls to Davis, goes for the reverse sweep, and he gets something on it or nothing on it. They want 2 runs here. They're not going to get them because he wants to come back for the second, and now David Lloyd will be bowling to Dane Patterson, because Jack Morley was quickly in off the boundary to do the fielding there. And again, the field will change dramatically. 8 required to avoid the follow-on. Meanwhile, Leicestershire crawling. They need 14 to win. They're 7 down. Ben Green and Ben Cox together in the middle against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Lloyd over the wicket to Patterson with a short leg and a slip. There's a mid-wicket, that's Tickner. Mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point. Lloyd bowls, that's a filthy delivery. Half-tracker that Patterson just pushes up to mid-on. Tosses himself a catch, the North Walian. And he's in and bowls, and Patterson goes back and pushes it out into the onside. There is no run. This is the 110th over. Five bonus points to Derbyshire, 3 to Middlesex. Lloyd bowls, and that's guided by Patterson nicely. He's not going to get a run though, as Thompson. I don't think he was going to go for a run in any case, but Thompson with a tumbling stop at backward point. People inside the county ground gripped as Thompson bowls to Patterson. He pushes it. Thompson doesn't bowl it. Lloyd bowls to Patterson. It's pushed out into the offside, and the over comes to an end. 1 run from it. 315 for 9. Thompson hands his cap to Sue Redfern. That's the end of the bonus points. It was always the end of the bonus points before that, but
The conflab starts again.
Derbyshire finished with 5, Middlesex 3.
5-3 to the Derbyshire.
It reflects the balance of play, but no more.
Reflects the table as well. Derbyshire were going ahead. Undefeated Derbyshire.
Undefeated Derbyshire.
We're ahead of Middlesex coming into this game. So here comes Thompson, 1 for 44 from 18. 4 maidens. And he is right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Davies. Field all spread apart from extra cover and backward point. And down the track comes Davies, and he thumps it in the air, and he's put it down the throat of Morley at long off, and there is the catch, and the follow-on is missed by 8 runs. Davies falls for 54. Morley holds on, clasping the ball above his head. Patterson not out on 0 from 11. Middlesex 315 for 9. We're not sure that they'll go ahead and enforce, but we shall see. We shall see. But one thing's for sure, this is fair set to be a game of sorts for what remains of the day and 20 overs that we have left. 19 maybe now.
I think it'll be 19. I think it'll be 19. Now, the way David Lloyd and Harry Kame and Caleb Jewell are running off suggests to me that they're not going to enforce the follow-on. Now, we'll wait and see, of course, but they're the 2 openers and number 3. And I think Dane Patterson's turning around there and asking what's going on, and nobody's telling him. Did you say they have or they haven't? Or did you not mention it? They have. She's coming in now. You have a listen. You have a listen to Jane. You have a listen to Jane. They have enforced the follow-on, which is the thing to do, and I, for one, am absolutely delighted. That shows real aggression from Derbyshire, and we will find out in 10 minutes how many wickets they can get in the remaining 19 overs of this match. Well done, Derbyshire. Light roller going on. Interesting. Only the light roller. Lots of dust out there. Ball is spinning, and the game is now on. Derbyshire have enforced the follow-on with Middlesex trailing by 157. We'll be back shortly. session, or last half session really. 19 overs to be bowled today, and Derbyshire enforced the follow-on, which is the correct and aggressive thing to do, with Middlesex still 157 runs behind. So excitement tomorrow for 5 Sports Extra listeners. Oh, they'll be fuming if this is exciting. No, they won't. It's going to be Lewis Rees to open the bowling from the racecourse end. And the 2 openers, Fernandez and Eskenazi. Fernandez to face the first delivery, with 2 slips and a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket, as well as a long leg. And we're underway. Here comes Rees. Over the wicket to Fernandez, who edges and is caught first ball. Anderson takes the wicket. Fernandez can hardly believe it. He's gone first ball with an attempted drive, a comfortable catch taken, and Lewis Rees strikes, and Middlesex are 0 for 1.
Yeah, almost carbon copy of his dismissal in the first innings, driving outside the off stump. He'll be disappointed. Young Fernandez, birthday yesterday, picked up that 3 for, but not to be with the bat in this one. And for Middlesex, 0 for 1, trailing by 157. It's becoming a very bad third day, isn't it? Moving day is moving heavily in the direction of Derbyshire at the moment.
Comfortable catch as well, really, for as comfortable as catches at Gully are for Martin Anderson, who's a very safe pair of hands, as Middlesex supporters will know. Wow, what a start for Derbyshire. They enforce the follow-on, and then all of a sudden they take a wicket. They need 9 wickets for victory. Is it too early?
No.
I think it probably is too early for that.
18.5 overs to bat.
And the extra half hour tonight, of course, so we could all be off tomorrow.
And Middlesex's number 4 is severely hampered, as we know. Batting with the runner this morning.
That is true. That is true.
And a pitch that is certainly doing a bit for the spinners.
Alexander's watching from Maryland. I'm sure he'll be excited. Strongly advocating for... Oh, no, that's Anthony's... sorry, wrong one.
Hey.
No, that was the one from Anthony from Heener earlier. So Max Holden is the new batter, and in goes Rees and bowls to him, and that one is a full-length delivery that is dug out and pushed up to mid-on. Derbyshire with their tails up here.
Yeah. Falcons are flying.
Alexander with a message for Matt in the... he says, watching the live feed, could you please inform the person or persons in charge of the partnership screen, whatever that is, the letters are white with a background of white, which rather suggests that you're watching a white screen. Great match, he says. Everyone is doing a fantastic job with the commentary and the video as well. Thank you very much, Alexander, as that one is pushed into the onside by Holden. Again, it's fielded by Zach Chappell.
Everyone?
Well, most people. We'll let you decide. Not you, the listener. Looking forward to seeing Nikesh tomorrow.
Why, where are you two going?
They're 8 down now. Oh, my word. They still need 5 runs. Roman Walker has joined Ben Green in the middle for Leicestershire. They're 8 down. An absolute nipper down there at Bristol. Terrific stuff as the third day comes to an end there. In goes Rees and bowls, and Holden gets one off the edge of the bat down towards the vacant third man. It's being chased and chased and chased by Jack Morley. They come back for 2, and Middlesex are finally off the mark. 2 for 1 in the first over. He just went too hard at it, Fernandez, didn't he, for the first ball of the innings, really?
Yeah. A young man, he'll
just a misjudgment.
Learn from it, won't he?
Misjudgment, absolutely. Just
excitement of it all.
A misjudgment. 2 balls of the over remain. And Lewis Rees reinforces the slip-ish cordon with Martin Anderson going back to Gully, but my word, he's close. Was he doing that close? In goes Rees to bowl to Holden, who digs another full delivery out. Rees picks up and threatens to throw, which of course would have cost him at least 2 demerit points because Holden hadn't left his crease.
Yeah, Max Holden was saying he's Middlesex's form batter at the moment. Not much fun in the first dig for him. But a chance to have a go now in the second. Eskenazi at the other end. They're missing Sam Robson at the moment, who's so solid at the top.
Final ball of the first over of Middlesex's second innings. Rees bowls and it's defended by Holden. Out into the offside. Lloyd will just stroll in and pick the ball up. A good start for Lewis Rees and a good start for Derbyshire. The wicket of Nathan Fernandez, first ball of the innings. Middlesex 2 for 1, still trailing by 155.
Long old evening ahead. Bright sunshine, lovely conditions to bat. The crucial thing is how much turn I think there'll be on this pitch on the final day, but equally though they've got to get through this new ball. And Chappell with forfer. Tickner with real threat as he carried throughout that innings. Lewis Rees bowling beautifully in the game as well. Anderson, I'm sure, would love to add another wicket to go with the century.
But hasn't bowled today, which rather suggests there might be an issue.
Why did he be out there, though? I don't know. Anyway.
So he comes in at 7 anyway, doesn't it? So that wouldn't make any difference.
And even if he comes in at 8, he still scores a century.
Well, yeah, quite. He might not need to.
Two slips in a gully. Tickner to Eskenazi, his first ball of the second innings. Middlesex's follow on. He's forward and defending into the offside. And unlike his opening partner, he survives his first ball. Holden shadow batting at the non-striker's end. I said Middlesex's form batter at the moment. They're going to need something big from him. Middlesex was 7 for 3 against Lancashire in their second innings at Lord's, trailing the visitors by the best part of 100 runs. And then a daddy ton for Holden. He nearly turned the game as Lancashire were holding on at the end. As forward goes Eskenazi, driving back to Tickner. The time is against any such shenanigans here in this game, though.
You keep going to the well. I'm just trying to counter everything that Kevin says optimistically. Hasn't been much in the last couple of years to be optimistic about from a Derbyshire perspective. So while there is, you have to make the most of it.
Tickner holds the ball almost up in front of his nose. He begins with both hands as he begins his run up, and Eskenazi looks to ride the bounce. Then he has to get back into his crease as the ball dies next to him. He's taking off his right glove to check his hand. Clearly struck.
David Lloyd, who is supposed to be the best footballer in the Derbyshire team,
is that right?
Once on the books at Wrexham, kicked the ball towards the stumps, missed them by a distance, then put his hand on his head in very footballer style. So perhaps he is the best footballer.
Was that before or after the takeover? When
a long
David
time
Lloyd
before.
Was there? Oh, really?
A long time before. They only took over about 5 years ago.
Oh, of course, yeah. Lloyd's been around a long while, hasn't he? In comes Tickner. And that's pushed back by Eskenazi, very full length. Eased back up the track. There are 2 balls left of the second over. And Middlesex, goodness me. It's a long old 17.2 overs to bowl tonight. Old period to get through, I should say, as here comes Tickner. He bowls, and Eskenazi, a solid forward defence. Push back up the track. Absolutely glorious sunshine this evening. There is a little bit of hazy cloud over to the west. Not a great deal. Mostly a sea of blue.
Yeah, that's going to trouble us too much.
I know. Comes Tickner. Passed on by Redfern, he bowls, and Eskenazi's forward defending. 2 overs bowled of the Middlesex follow-on. 17 to go tonight. They're 2 for 1. The trail by 155 runs. Rees takes off the sweater and cap again. He's nearly ready to go. In fact, he is ready to go. He's waiting for the umpire. Debenham's there now, takes the apparel. Former Lancashire bowler. Shine of the ball. Before it's finally returned to Rees. No rush at all for Derbyshire tonight. They'll have no more than the 17 overs to bowl. Their over 8 is in a very healthy position. Or is it? Yes, it's +4. It's not on the little screen, but on the big screen it's +4.
He was healthy before. Rees in and bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side by Holden. He's going to get at least a couple here as Thompson chases it. He does get 2 and doubles his own score, and Middlesex's score. They're now 4 for 1. I've just corrected a colleague's grammar on WhatsApp. I might get battered for that.
Oh.
It's somebody who is very keen on grammar himself, so hopefully he won't
Martin Emerson.
think anything. No, a proper colleague. Here's Rees on his way in. Bowls to Holden, who just fiddles at that one a little bit. Ball goes down to backward point. Morley is the fielder there. Zach Chappell stretching out the hamstrings. Debbie Griffin's put out a stat. It's not really a stat. Well, it's... Actually, no, it is. This next delivery is edged and into the ground and down towards third man for 4 runs. Anderson diving away to his right, couldn't get a hand on it. Rees has hit the edge of the bat again, though. Holden moves to 8. 8 for 1, Middlesex. It's the 118th time Derbyshire have enforced the follow-on in first-class cricket. But for the first time ever, he says ever, unfortunately,
Griff.
Derbyshire have forced Middlesex to follow. It's the first time they've asked Middlesex to follow on. So a little bit of history. There's all his empties being taken away. Rees at the top of his mark, halfway through his second over, already with 1 wicket in the bag, and that one is a full delivery that Holden pushes up to Chappell at mid-on. And there is no run.
It's like a Grand Prix outside the ground, isn't it?
A lot of people at weekends, and today is Sunday, isn't it?
Did they not have any speed cameras out there?
Is it Sunday? I know, but they don't have to go very fast to make that kind of noise, I don't think, some of these machines. Lewis Rees is struggling here, by the way. He's down on his haunches. His left hand is on his knee, and I can't see where his other hand is, but he doesn't look a well man to me. And umpire Ben Debenham is now showing a little bit of... I think Lewis Rees is... What's he struggling with here? Is his right ankle, his right knee? It's something, and he's down again, bending over, and I think the remainder of his over is going to be taken over. Now that's interesting.
He be feeling sick?
I think he was flexing out his right leg. But that's interesting because although they have an awful lot of options, they don't want to be losing too many bowlers when you've enforced the follow-on, when your side has just bowled an awful lot of overs. Martin Anderson has gone out to get a helmet because I think we're going to see some spin early to complete this over. And yes, yeah, it's going to be Jack Morley. So we're going to see some spin, sort of involuntarily, as Ali the physio walks off the pitch alongside Lewis Rees.
Ali the physio.
I can never remember his surname.
Sounds like a bad idea for a kid's book, doesn't it?
Yeah. So he's gone off after 2.4 overs.
Oh, jockstrap news in the middle. Who's this now? He's dropped his trousers. No shame here in Derby, is there?
I'm guessing it's David Lloyd. No, it's not David Lloyd. It must be Caleb Jewell. They're the two who've been primarily responsible for the jockstrap epidemic that we've had here at Derby today. So, having written Martin Anderson's name on my hand to see how he is, I now need to write the word Reese, because I will forget when I go over there. 2 players were sent off in the game I watched yesterday. I didn't ask about either of them. Although he was asked about the sending off, and he said, I'm not going to comment.
Was it the same side? Or was it one each?
One each.
Ah, well, evened itself out, doesn't it? It's like a rough decision in the cricket. You don't need to talk about it. It's evened itself out.
Yeah. Although I thought there were both very strange decisions yesterday. So Jack Morley, who bowled 29 overs, I think, in the first innings. At Leicestershire, 1 run away from victory now, 8 down at Bristol. So stand by for a Sports Extra blast of us.
Oh,
if indeed we're on Sports Extra this afternoon, there might be some other nonsense.
Maybe we were on already. We just haven't checked our phones.
I don't think so. I've checked my phone. Morley bowls on, turns and keeps low. They've got the FA Cup all the way through till 7:30, so they won't be with us tonight. Tomorrow, however, clear the decks. Here's Morley. Bowls, and that one is pulled into the leg side by Holden. And it's gone all the way for 4, actually. It's gone a lot straighter than I imagined it had. And the fielder out there couldn't get round in time. And the over finishes with a boundary at 12 for 1. Holden has all of those runs. Eskenazi yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 6 deliveries. And they still trail by 145 runs to Middlesex. First time since 2022 Derbyshire have enforced the follow-on. Of course, they're seldom in position to do that. Well, it's true. The last few years, they haven't really scored the weight of runs, especially in the first innings, to enforce a follow-on. I think last season the batting averaged 25 runs a wicket and the bowling averaged 40. Well, you don't win many games with those kind of stats. And they didn't win many games. In fact, they won 1.
Here comes Tickner. He's right arm over, bowls, and Eskenazi's forward, running it.
Oh.
Down to the vacant deep third. It just beats backward points. Low to his left. Gully gives chase, but can't get there. That's Anderson, who's gone to retrieve the ball. Forward it is.
Morley.
That is Eskenazi off the mark. 7th ball. No face money, has he? Mind you, I suppose it's been a drawn-out run into the 4th over. It feels like they've been out there for hours.
Which indeed they have. 24 hours.
Well.
But they had a sleep in the middle of that, of course. But they haven't actually been out there for 24 hours. Nobody's that daft.
My mind was just turning to the morning. You and Griff holding court tomorrow morning in the media centre before play.
There'll be no triumphalism.
His length ball left alone outside of the off stump. As Tickner gets one to race through. Eskenazi leaving well alone though. He just makes a little signal to himself and his colleague about how that zipped through. Maybe got a bit of bounce as well.
I can almost guess what the conversation will be, and it'll be about how pleased everybody is that they enforced the follow-on. Now, have they got what it takes to take insert number here wickets and knock insert number here runs off? And will it turn enough on the final day?
This ball's pushed back up the track by Eskenazi. No run. Lots of chatter around the bat, as you'd well expect, with the way this game is going for Derbyshire. They'll be thinking 3 down tonight, won't they, with an hour still to go?
That would be nice.
2 slips in the gully. Here comes Tickner, and a tickle off the inside edge down to fine leg for Eskenazi. He's on to 6. Oohs and ahs. all round.
Very large crow just flew straight past our window. Leicestershire have beaten Gloucestershire by 2 wickets. Nice to see Roman Walker out in the middle when they got the winning runs as well. One of the game's good guys. Another North Walian from Wrexham, along with Ben Cox, and his slightly less flamboyant hairstyle than normal this season. So Leicestershire win again.
Tickner to Holden with a late leave. Goodness me, I thought he was going to double at that. But that was eventually drawn up and above his head.
I suppose we should welcome all cricket tragics who are looking for some cricket, and this is it. I'm sure we'll get a few listeners.
Well, one of the promotion favourites, Middlesex,
and Middlesex.
against unbeaten Derbyshire.
Is that how we're going to bill it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Excellent. Assuming we'll be here, obviously, but
Here comes Tickner. Balls, and that's left alone again by Holden. Through it goes to Guest. Tosses it up to Madsen at second slip. And that is the end. No, it isn't. Where are they all off to? Should be one more to go.
no, they haven't ticked it.
Oh, just ticked to 3 point.
I don't think it's ticked over.
It was
yet.
3.4 a second ago. It's just gone to 3.5, so it'll tick over again in a moment. So that is the end of the 4th over of the innings, unless the scorers get involved.
I don't think Jane's been concentrating.
Concentration. What's that?
Well, it's gone up to 2 now, anyway.
Hey. So it's
the answer-
17 for 1.
The answer to who's going to replace Lewis Rees is the man who replaced him for 2 balls at the end of the over, in which he clearly suffered some kind of mishap. It's Jack Morley to continue from the racecourse end. 140 behind Middlesex, 17 for 1, having lost Nathan Fernandez, first ball of the innings after being asked to follow on. And Morley is in and bowls a full delivery to Eskenazi, who defends it back down the track. And the ball is picked up by Yusuf bin Naeem, who is out there, which is excellent for the young man. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside, fielded by David Lloyd. Yusuf's not made a first-class debut yet, but he's out there, 12th manning in place of Lewis Rees. Morley bowls. That one is again full. Eskenazi makes sure that it's not given any opportunity to spin. Pushes it back towards Morley, who picks up. Morley, again, a full, too full really, delivery. Eskenazi can't do anything with it, other than defend. He's already halfway through his over. He's in again and bowls, and back goes Eskenazi. Punches the ball to mid-on, where Thompson does the fielding. Scoreboard seems to have stopped. And comes Morley again and bowls. Well, that beats the inside edge of the bat. Beats the bat, but it's off the inside edge of the bat, I think. Down, but that's the only way it could have got down there. And they come back for 2. Wayne Madsen has his hands on his head. It was the final ball of the over. Of course, I've got to add 2 to that, haven't I? Morley's over comes to an end at 19 for 1. Eskenazi on to 7, possibly. Yeah, that's what I reckon.
Taken out from the city end.
It's there now. It's there now. Would it, this just enough, would it be easier for you if I did the long overs?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. Is Tickner?
I'm just worried about your concentration.
2 slips. Yeah, Gully, backward point, covering a mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Tickner is in bowls, and this is eased back up the track by Holden. No run. Holden's on 12, 19 for 1. And for 5 from 2.1, Tickner. Carries a huge amount of threat though. 138 behind Middlesex. They were just 9 runs shy of avoiding the follow-on. Is that right? 8, wasn't it?
157, yeah, 8.
It's Tickner around the wicket. Left-handed Holden works through mid-wicket, just the single. Holden, who was out there running this morning, of course, for Lias Deploy.
Yeah. So he knows what the pitch is doing. Well, when Lias wasn't batting, he would have no idea because he was about 4 miles away.
Field switching around for the right-handed Eskenazi. Here he comes, Tickner. 2 slips and a gully. Short mid-wicket. Tickner. It's the knees pumping. And then in he comes, bowls, a bouncer. Eskenazi sways inside it. Back knee drops to the ground. Shadow stretched behind Tickner to his left as he strolls back to the top of his mark. He was running back yesterday to the top of his run-up.
He's mad. Genuinely mad.
Here he goes. He's getting his steps in to start. Then he gets his knees up. What's the old song, Knees Up, Mother Brown? Here he goes. Past the umpire, he bowls, and Eskenazi offers the face of the bat and just eases the ball away through points for a couple more. It was an elegant Eskenazi square drive. 2 more to the total. Middlesex tick along. 13 to go tonight. They'll still be a long, long way behind.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 big sessions, isn't it, from Derbyshire? The game where wickets have been tricky to come by.
Tickner bowls. Eskenazi defends. Back up the track. Dot ball. 22 for 1. Holden 13. Eskenazi on 9. First baller for Fernandez. The follow-on called Anderson off Rees, flashing at 1 outside off.
Zach Chappell either wants something or he's singing YMCA to himself.
He's been listening to BBC Radio Derby in the lunch here, hasn't he?
Yes. I doubt that he does.
Tickner to Eskenazi. Turns a single out to deep square. Eskenazi is on to 10. And have they done it again? Is that over? Is it? No, it's not. It's just changing for the.
No, that is over.
Hey, look, 5.4. Is this? No.
I think they're behind. They're the tricky ones. Well, that isn't anymore because Rees isn't on, but the Morley one has to finish on a .2.
What was that?
The program's just delaying things. It's just one touch of the keyboard. But Jen, if it's a dot ball, but it's just taking time to get through. 6 overs gone, 13 to go. 23 for 1 Middlesex. Eskenazi on strike. Morley to continue from the racecourse end. And Zach Chappell has gone out to the boundary for something. He stayed on the field, but one of the physios or S&Cs has come on to ask him what he wants. Morley in, bowls to Eskenazi, who turns that one into the leg side, fielded by Bin Naeem. He's got the unenviable job of passing the ball back to Jack Morley with the sun directly behind him. Caleb Jewell crouches down at short leg. And Eskenazi defends that ball once again to Bin Naeem. Rattling through his over. Jack Morley is in again, and that one is pushed through a little quicker, I think. We have no speed gun. Pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by Lloyd. Arms outstretched, and he's on his way in once more. full delivery. Eskenazi just stops any hope of there being any turn there for Morley by meeting it on the half volley. Morley once again bowls, and that one is defended again by Eskenazi. Potentially the last ball of the... I can't work it out. In goes Morley and bowls. Now, I've got the main problem in 2.1, it's 2.2, and that is the end of the over. I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. 23 for 1, a maiden over from Jack Morley, the first. Higgs bowled, Blad Tickner's bowled one as well. 23 for 1 after 7, so 12 overs to go. Tickner to continue. And Derbyshire will want a couple more wickets tonight, if at all possible. They already have one.
Oh, it's very possible.
Is it probable?
I'm not saying.
No. But you're right, it is possible. Plus the extra half hour.
Tickner. Two slips. Madsen's just still taking his place, which delays the start of the over. 134, Middlesex trail by 9 wickets standing, 23 for 1. Tickner in bowls and Holden defends back up the track. As we saw, Middlesex bat pretty far down, but it was the start really. You need a good start when you're applying to 472, don't you?
Yes.
Got themselves into a spot of bother. Always a lot to score though, 3-2-3 to avoid a follow-on. Tickner bowls and Holden pushes away into the offside. There will be those who will happily remind Middlesex that they put Derbyshire in. I'd imagine
I will respond to that by saying that Derbyshire had already said that they wanted to bat, and David Lloyd confirmed that on the evening of day 1. So it sort of negates that, doesn't it? Derbyshire wanted a bat, Middlesex wanted a bowl, everyone was happy.
Well, they were, but Derbyshire got 4-7-2, so Derbyshire were right, Middlesex were wrong. Says Tickner bowls outside the off stump. But what I was going to say, that's the easy way of looking at it. You know, because the question would be, how on earth have Middlesex put them in and they've got 4-7-2? It's a hybrid. They've gone in, taken control of the match, and that's pretty much been the story. But Middlesex, I am assuming, would have looked at it, seen that it's a hybrid, seen the amount of greenness that was there on day 1 and thought, right, best chance here.
Fooled by the green.
Exactly.
Yeah. They've been up to Derby enough times now, surely.
Pull, my apologies, Tickner bowls and Holden eases that ball to cover. They run again. 23 for 1. Slow stalk back for Tickner on this occasion. Gentle sprinkling in the permanent temporary stand. Best seat in the house is filled again, isn't it? Up at the top there. And he'll be in tomorrow. Here's Tickner bowls and Holden up on his toes, defends into the offside. Tickner got a problem with his boot. I thought he was down in his haunches in disappointment, thinking he was nearly through. Burgers tomorrow, Fletch.
Yes.
One thing that's been catching my all match long is the Brooklyn Big Dog. Have you sampled it?
No.
Where is it?
I don't know. They're one of the club sponsors, I think.
It's a hot dog
Yeah.
chain. The Brooklyn Big Dog.
Looks nice, doesn't it? You've only just had your lunch, though.
Comes Tickner, second lunch. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track in the zone. I told you I was a Tolkien fan. They have third breakfast, 11s, 2 lunches, afternoon tea, 3 dinners, a tea and a supper.
How do they have any time to look for a ring, then? They spend the entire day eating. or sleeping. 23 for 1. Jack Morley's marching in, but so too is Alex Thompson. He's having a word with Wayne Madsen at the moment, and who's that? That's Zach Chappell just flexing his shoulders.
The Chronicles of Narnia, you must have read that.
Nope. Leicestershire won their second game of the season today. Last season they won one match. Remarkably.
Division 2 being turned on its head as we speak. Lancashire struggling. Middlesex up against it against undefeated Derbyshire.
Well, Leicestershire have gone to 74 points by my calculations. Well, the table's not updating at the moment. Morley begins a new over, bowling to Eskenazi, who pushes it straight back to him. Zach Chappell does his sideways press-ups.
His sideways press-ups, where is he? Oh, yeah, look at that.
No, he's sort of downward dog at the minute.
Yeah.
Stretching out his back. He might go onto his right side now. Madsen's come up to have a chat with Morley, which gives Chappell a bit more time to get loose.
Your alarm's going off to take your tablets again, Fletch.
I can't stop it. I have to move the bag into another room. Morley bowls. That is a full toss that's driven by Eskenazi up towards Alex Thompson, who doesn't field it cleanly. It doesn't go on for long, which is merciful. But it goes on long enough, which is slightly irritating. Morley in again, bowls. This one is cut away. That might go over to backward point for 4. Eskenazi doesn't want to be pinned down for too long. He moves to 14 off 29, 27 for 1, trailing by 130. Chappell's definitely coming on soon. I don't think there's much doubt about that. Morley again, round the wicket. Oh, that one drops a bit short, and he gets away with it. Fields off his own bowling as Eskenazi just pushes it back towards him. Which poor unfortunate. He's going to have spent the entire day in the field and have to speak to me. Next delivery is defended by Eskenazi. 1 ball left in the over. 1 boundary of the first 5 deliveries. 27 for 1. Following on as Morley is in. It's defended by Eskenazi. Out into the offside. Lloyd does the fielding. And that completes Jack Morley's 3rd over, plus a couple of deliveries, and Alex Thompson looks like he's just limbering up down below us. We are going to see Zach Chappell for the first time in the second innings. Blair Tickner having bowled 4 overs for 9. Zach Chappell, who picked up 4 wickets, did he, in the... I can't remember. Yeah, 4 wickets in the first innings, 4 for 55 from his 19 overs. Blair Tickner, 2 for 52. Alex Thompson, 2 for 44, including the wicket of Ben Geddes when he was going well.
So Holden, 13 from 21. Hadn't been out at Lords below 50, scored back-to-back centuries there and a 50 as well, until second innings against Glamorgan with bad lights on the way. He was sent out to have a thrash. A thrash he did, but only hold out, and they all went off a bad light anyway. But they did get back on. His Chappell in bowls and Holden drives into the covers, where a tumbling stop to his left is made by David Lloyd. I don't think they'll be turning to David Lloyd to bowl tonight. Brought on at the very end of Middlesex first innings, but following on, it will be a venomous approach from the Derbyshire attack tonight to try and find these wickets. Here's Chappell, he bowls, and a forward defence from Holden. Back to the bowler, a dot ball again. Ripples of applause from the field. Tiring work for them. Been out there all day.
I like the idea of a venomous approach, though. Yeah. I don't know what it means, but I like it.
There'll be no soft stuff tonight, will there? It will all be pretty searching and probing as forward goes. Holden pushing back up the track and no run. He's a part-timer, isn't he, David Lloyd?
Yes. Yeah, although he has come on before the specialist spinner Jack Morley a couple of times this season in various innings.
Ooh.
What did he get? He picked up 2 wickets. 2 for 23 in the second innings against Gloucestershire.
Chapel bowls, and this is pushed back. I mean, I'm assuming that the thought was Morley left arm off break bowling to the left-handed Davies. Davies then hitting out, is hitting with the spin, whereas Lloyd, like Thompson, you're hitting against the spin if you hit out.
Yeah. Worked in the end.
Tickner. It's a Holden on 13. He's right arm around the left-hander. He's easing to square leg, no run.
Like that from Holden. Just a little step towards the bowler as he's about to deliver.
It's a big change that he's made that to his technique. I was asking Richard Johnson about it the other day, how it came about, and he said it was a kind of just through a conversation, really. He was doing something in the nets, and it was put to him, well, why don't you do that in the middle? It was something in particular to one particular type of bowling, as his Chapel bowls. This is turning to the onside, and there's no, and it may have actually been T20 prep. And they said, well, why don't you try that against any of the first-class bowlers and just see what happens? And yeah, he's moved it along into first-class cricket, just a trigger that takes him, it's back foot and front foot both go forward.
Yeah.
I did think there's something being run out here. It's just a change of gloves for Eskenazi. Luke Holman delivering the gloves.
Well, they've been out there for 10 hours, and
well, yeah, that was what I was wondering, whether it was a message. I could kind of see there was some, who's that for Derbyshire that's just run on and off as well, number 18.
it's Jack Morley who's gone off.
Ah.
I assume that, Lewis Rees is back, which is good news.
End of the over, that was 27 for 1. So Holden 13, Eskenazi 14, 10 overs bowled and 9 remain of the third day. Middlesex 130 behind following on.
Bin Naeem is still out there. Well, of course, he's replaced. But Lewis Rees came on. Anyway, Lewis Rees replaced Jack Morley, and that's why Bin Naeem's still out there. Come on, Dave. It's not tricky. Alex Thompson into the attack with Jack Morley no longer on the field. With his off spin. Picked up the last wicket to fall as well. That had Jack Davis. Making a terrible mess of my scribbling. So a couple of practice deliveries. He's now just micromanaging the field. Alex Thompson wants Bin Naeem at backward point just a little bit squarer, which he is obliged. The over will start soon. 27 for 1, Middlesex, still trailing by 130. There was another made in the previous over from Zach Chappell.
They're stretching it out, aren't they?
They like to do it. And Thompson's on his way in now and bowls. That one is just stroked up towards mid-off, where Chappell does the fielding and Eskenazi picks up a single to move to 14. I don't think Alex Thompson will be too disappointed by that. Bowling is off spin to the left-handed Max Holden.
You can kind of understand them dragging it out this evening, just making it painful for Middlesex. Increase the intensity of every delivery.
And they are +4 as Thompson bowls and Holden goes back and chops into the offside, fielded by Tickner. Can't stop moving. Throws the ball back to Thompson under his right leg.
Love it.
Can't help himself. Thompson again around the wicket, bowls to Holden, who pushes this one into the onside. Bin Naeem does the fielding with his sweater that doesn't have the club's main sponsor on it due to his age. This next delivery is again pushed into the onside. Neither he nor Harry Moore have the main sponsor on their shirts. Thompson bowls and back goes Holden, chops it into the offside. Here's another opportunity for Blair Tickler to do something fancy, but he just throws it back to Brooke Guest on this occasion. And there's no run. Final ball of the Thompson over though, as this next delivery is stroked up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees, and they go through for a single, so the over was topped and tailed by singles. Middlesex have moved on to 29 for 1. Yes, 29 for 1. Holden has 14, Eskenazi has 15. They trail by 128. So Leicestershire at the top of the table now on 74 points. Gloucestershire have moved up to 38 points, 10 behind Derbyshire. We played a game more, a completed game more, certainly. Leicestershire's lead at the top of the table is 22 points over Kent. Derbyshire further 4 behind, but with 5 points, so they'll move up to second place in the table, no matter what the outcome of this game is. Unless Middlesex can't overtake them, can they? Possibly.
Come on, Chappie.
Come on, Chappie.
Cheeky Chappie from the city end, Zach Chappell. Here he comes. Bowls and thick edge from Holden on the front foot. Squirts just in front of a point. They have a single. Chirpy Chappie, as you'd say. He's full of beans, full of chat. Or so you tell me. 30 for 1. Holden 15, Eskenazi 15. And the partnership, funnily enough, is 30. Because Fernandez was out first ball of the innings. Caught at gully by Anderson, bowled Rees. Same catcher. Mode of dismissal other than the bowler, which in the first innings was Tickner. Here's Chappell. 2 slips. Short extra cover. Short mid-wicket. And Chappell. What's he doing now? Somebody's on the move. Extra cover, just move a little finer. Chappell's in. Bowls and Eskenazi. Now, Guest takes that down the leg side. Eskenazi suggests that one really moved off the seam. Let's have a little look. Because he played it from what felt was a straight line, but it went a long way down the leg side, which is what got me excited. Do too much. Bit of bounce. Good take by Guest. 127 they trail by. Oh, outside the off stump from Chappell. Through it goes to Guest, left alone. For 1, Holden 15, Eskenazi 15, 12th over of the follow-on, 7 to go after this evening. Chappell, 4th ball of his over. Bowls to Eskenazi, who leaves alone outside the off stump. 2nd over for Chappell. Opened with a maiden. Eskenazi prods at the surface. Calm at the moment, but again, you put another wicket on that board and all of a sudden the flurry of activity, the excitement, the energy all raises. Chappell past the umpire, bowls, and full and straight forward goes Eskenazi defending that one to cover the over.
They'll be looking forward to a long rest now, aren't they? Get back to the pavilion. rest their weary legs, the bowlers. Ready for a big effort in the morning, which it will have to be.
Middlesex need to rest mind, body and soul, don't they, for tomorrow, really. They've got to get themselves well focused, well adjusted. They've got to bat most of the day to save it, haven't they? As here comes Chappell, and he's driven through the covers. Lovely full offering of the face of the bat on the front foot from Eskenazi. Just a gentle push, and they'll take 3. 33 for 1, 124 the deficit now. Yeah, it's...
Well, they will, because they won't be level by the end of today. So if they can only bat till lunch, then Derbyshire would have 2 sessions to get 1 session's worth of runs. So they've got to bat till tea tomorrow, really, haven't they, to save the game?
Yeah, I was just going to weigh that up, but virtually,
I would say.
At least tea, I'd suggest, because as you say...
And then they might have a dart if it was slightly more than the runs that have been scored, and then hopefully shut up shop at some point if they need to.
The rate Middlesex are going, and the rate the game has gone,
It's 2.5 again.
They won't reach parity until gone lunch tomorrow.
So they'll have to bat beyond tea.
So that's a bat beyond tea, and they've got to set their stall out to bat the day realistically.
That early finish we were looking at. It's not happening.
What, that 3-day finish?
Yes, quite.
End of the over, 33 for 1. Holden 15, Eskenazi 18 with that driven 3 through the covers.
It's going to be Alex Thompson to continue. He's bowled just the 1 over so far. A couple of runs coming off it. And he's in now to bowl to Eskenazi, who turns that neatly into the leg side for a single. Cayman comes in off the boundary to do the fielding. Bin Naeem has gone for now. He may well be back. But the good news is that Lewis Rees is back out there. And hopefully he was just feeling a little unwell after a dodgy prawn at tea. Next delivery is, if they had prawns, I've no idea what they had. Backward point from the bat of Max Holden. It remains 34 for 1. I believe the sandwiches were nice, so nice that Jane kept hers. Here comes Thompson again and bowls. That one is clipped up towards mid-on when it's fielded by Zach Chappell.
Did they let the scorers eat cake? Was the cake or was it just sandwiches?
I think there is a bit of cake on the scorers' tea. They get tea, of course, scorers. They worked so hard. Here comes Thompson again. That one is pushed by Holden back to the bowler. Because by keeping it tight, Derbyshire increase their chances of not losing the game, or decrease their chances of winning the game. No, they don't. That one is defended by Holden.
Go on, start again.
They increase their
Top of your mark.
chances of
not losing.
The possibility of losing, not something. They should rearrange those words into some kind of coherent sentence.
Talk amongst yourself at home, folks. We'll
get there. Just make it up yourselves. Thompson bowls. That one is clipped into the leg side. They're going for a quick single. Chappell doesn't pick up cleanly, though. And Holden gets through comfortably enough in the end and keeps the strike. So, as in his first over, an over topped and tailed by a single. Holden has 16, Eskenazi has 19, and it's 35 for 1 now. Middlesex in their second innings following on, still trailing by 122.
Yep, it's a long, long day ahead on the final day for Middlesex. I'll have to show some steel. The spin will be a big factor tomorrow, you'd imagine. Lots of talk about the hybrid, but there's a dustiness to it. The dry month of March and now the dry month of April as well. Meaning not much moisture out there, so unusual early season conditions in the UK. Cries of support for Chappell started in the new over. 35 for 1. Holden on strike on 16. He's faced 38 balls. Here's his 39th. Chappell's around the wicket. He bowls and Holden up on his toes, rides the bounce and eases a couple here through mid-wicket. It's a lovely shot. 3 give chase. And they're turning for a third. Holden's on to 19. Middlesex 38 for 1. They trail by 119.
How many threes have we had today? We've had a lot of threes, haven't we?
Yep.
All run. I'll be exhausted.
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them were all run.
Did we have an all-run 3 when the runner was out there earlier?
I don't think we did.
I know, isn't that annoying? I don't think we did either.
There was the occasional moment when Lears Deploy, bless him, set off for the run, as batters do, don't they? Which is always amusing.
Chappell to Eskenazi. 40 goes, drives a lovely looking straight drive, just straight of mid-on, but didn't go fully through with it, not a full-blooded drive. And it looks like the gate of Anderson picking himself up there, I think it is. No, it's not. Number 13.
Tickner.
Thank you. Blimey, the Tickner. There you go. I was thinking he's the tallest in the match, but Chappell's taller, isn't he?
Yeah, it's close. Chappell is tall. I think Tickner might be taller.
Chappell to Eskenazi. It's pushed back. See if they come together again here.
I have no evidence for that, by the way. I'm just making it up as I go along.
Have a look now if they come together here, because he walked up the last time Tickner and stood next to him.
I think he's in a dip.
What?
I think he's in a dip.
He's in a dip. I know that feeling.
Yes. Or he could have just been further away.
Thanks, Father Ted. Here's Chappell in bowls, and this is pushed back by Eskenazi. There's no run. What was the other priest called? Father Ted and
Dougal.
Dougal. It's perspective Dougal. Big cow, small cow, far away cow. Genius.
There was a similar joke in Phoenix Nights.
Oh, do you know, I love Peter Kate, and I have not watched Phoenix Nights properly. I've dipped in and out. So here's Chappell. This is left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes. Where can you watch it now? I need to watch it. It's from episode 1. We're in the day and age of watching box sets, aren't
Well,
we?
you could watch it at my house because I've got the DVD, but that isn't an invitation.
Oh.
I don't know.
Hypothetically.
To be honest. What's the Channel 4 one called?
Is it More 4,
Is
yeah?
it All 4, is
All
it now?
4.
Is it called? I don't know. I'd imagine it would be on there. It was a Channel 4 programme, wasn't it? That was Father Ted.
Chappell bowled outside the off stump, left alone by Eskenazi. 38 for. Well, all the slightly risky ones are on there, aren't they? Father Ted was very risky this time.
Certainly, Phoenix Nights wasn't always politically correct.
From an Irish family as I am, everybody loves Father Ted, but nobody admitted it.
Yes. Alex Thompson's going to continue. He's just walking very slowly towards umpire Ben Debenham for his third over. 4 runs conceded in his first 2. Bowling has been nice and tight. The run rate 2.75. It's never going to be. There were never going to be fireworks. You never thought before a close of play today, because tomorrow they'll need as many wickets as they can get or have in this rearguard action. Be Max Holden, who along with Stephen Eskenazi has 19 runs to face the first ball of the Thompson over, and for the first time Thompson doesn't concede the single of the first ball. Thank you, Jono.
Richard Johnson.
No. 38 for 1. He's driven this. He didn't really time it particularly well, and it's not going to go all the way to the boundary because Harry Kane was going to cut it off, but they will come back for 2, and Holden moves to 21. 40 for 1. Derbyshire have got another 4 overs and 4 balls in which to claim a second wicket. They would have liked 3. They've got 1. In comes Thompson and bowls, and it is punched out into the offside by Holden for a single. Gets away from Bin Naeem fielding at cover.
Come off tomorrow, 96 overs minimum remaining of the match.
Yeah.
There'll be a fair amount of spins. They'll be well advised to get through their overs quickly, and if they are required at the end to go out and have a dash to knock off some runs.
That is true.
So that'll, Middlesex will be slowing it down through to if it comes to it. So
Well, they won't bowl any more overs than they need to, will they? If they do bowl again. This one is off an edge, down towards long leg. Harry Kane, more work for him, and they come back for 2 more. Eskenazi moves to 21, 43 for 1.
whereas today they are, for want of a better phrase, making every ball count.
Every ball's an event.
Yes.
That's what I think. That's what we're watching here. Event cricket.
Yeah, most of them don't matter, to be honest. Just kind of turn up for it, don't we?
Well, exactly.
Commentary box next door.
Sounds like there's a lot of.
So what's this joviality about? Haven't they learned from us?
There's a lot of excitement.
It's
next
not how you do
door
it.
for
It's
some
not,
reason.
it's not how you do it.
Shouldn't be approaching cricket in that way at all. It's a serious business. I could be standing up at some point today. Lengthy delay. They've got a leg slip now. A slip and a short leg. Get on with it. 2 balls to go in the Thompson over.
Gear on with it.
And comes Thompson now and bowls, and that is defended by Eskenazi. Back towards the bowler. Jack Morley's back on the field of play now. But Yusuf Bin Naeem is still out there, which means there is somebody who's not there, and I think it's Martin Anderson. No, it's Blair Tickner. This next delivery is off an edge, outside edge, and played down into the backward point region. David Lloyd removes his cap and his glasses and then puts his glasses back on, and I think he's going to come on to bowl, David Lloyd. So he'll get 2 overs at the end of today.
Venomous from Lloyd. I'm sure it will be.
So that's, 3 overs for 7 for Zach Chappell, 4 overs for 9 for Blair Tickner. Lewis Rees bowled just 10 deliveries before going off injured, but he was back out there, and I can't see him now. Where is he? He's there. So he's back on 1 for 8. Morley bowled the 2 overs that Rees didn't bowl. He bowled 3 overs and 2 balls for 10 runs, and David Lloyd is the 6th bowler used by Derbyshire in this little 19-over session. What will the golden arm produce here?
That would be frustrating if you were holding an Eskenazi to get out now. Seen off some fierce stuff.
3 wickets this season.
Near venomous. Here's Lloyd around the wicket. He bowls, and this is cut away by Holden to deep points. 44 for 1. Holden moves to 23. The number 3 on to 23. Eskenazi. The number 2 on to 21. And on to strike. Holden has faced 43 ball, Eskenazi 47. But Holden, of course, faced before Eskenazi. Eskenazi's opening partner was out first ball of the follow-on. Fernandez caught Anderson, bowled Rees. Lloyd is right arm over the wickets with a slip and a short leg as he steps in now from the city end, and that is eased into the onside by the right-hander. 3.4 overs remain of the day.
But Liverpool might have won the title. 5-1 up. 16.
In the balance, wasn't it? Yeah. Is that Lloyd, he bowls. This has turned out to deep square. Probably one of the dullest Premier League seasons in history this year.
I find them all quite dull.
But amongst the dull, this is the dullest.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
There was an interesting point finally made at that level about how dull actually the technical level of top flight football is now. Was it Gary Neville who made the point about how they all cancel each other out and it's all a bit lost a little bit of its oomph? Here's Lloyd around the wicket, bowls, and Holden pushes just wide of mid-off, 46-1. There was a lovely message sent through to the BBC, wasn't there, a week or so ago about Kevin Howes and the 5 Live Sports Extra service that the final day of a 4-day game. It feels like the final day of the football season, apart from you get it every week.
Yes.
Well, every week of April, May and September. But
Possibly not tomorrow.
here's that. Length ball. What did that do? Inside
Gone through
edge.
everything, that's it. Has he
There was a
hit it?
little nick. I'd certainly suggest there was a noise, whether it was the keeper's glove it's flicked off or the inside edge of Eskenazi.
No,
buys. So it was the
I
keeper's
didn't-
glove. I reckon that hit something. There was a noise there, Fletch.
I didn't think it had, but... Yeah.
Have we got it in line? I think we're seeing the replay from an angle. 48 for 1. They took 2 buys. Here's the replay. Oh, which one's going to be first? Here we go.
I think that was the replay. Oh, no, this is the replay, you're right. It's gone through everything.
Maybe it was just bat hitting
Just turned
boot.
a bit and then gone through the gate.
Yeah, the gate, the toe of the bat and the toe of the boot were together, weren't they? As this ball's turned into the onside by Eskenazi, but there was an angle in between both. There was something of a V shape about the pad and the angle of the bat, and that's what it got through, and it got through the keeper as well. 48 for 1, Holden 24, Eskenazi 22, and there we go. A top ball ending the over. So we have 3 overs, 109 runs behind Middlesex. I don't think they'll be at parity tonight, Fletch.
No, I think that would be asking a lot. The BBC, of course, had all the best pundits on their Premier League preview on Friday night, which is why Noel Gallagher was on, talking about Manchester City.
What preview? Radio or TV? Or?
Radio, 5 Live, 5 Live.
Do you have a TV?
Do I have a TV?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he was saying he thinks football's changing in the what's it, tick-a-tacker or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Is going out of fashion.
Oh, what's coming in instead?
And it'll be a couple of short passes and then bang, long ball and into the forwards. So we'll see. I think that'll be better.
I did agree that it's just lost the edge a little bit, hasn't it?
It is dull.
Thank goodness for county cricket.
League One and League
Secular
League
dull,
One
isn't
and League Two where it's at, as Johnny will tell you.
Richard Johnson.
No. 48 for 1, and Jack Morley is coming into bowl. Left arm over the wicket.
He's a Tottenham fan, Richard Johnson. He won't be happy now, will he? Won't interview him tonight.
Won't be happy ever. I wouldn't have thought this one does turn and it's clipped into the leg side. It actually hit the short leg, I think, on the knee. Took the sting out of it, and Alex Thompson completed the fielding as Holden played it into the leg side. Morley in again, and this time he goes for the big heave. He gets a bottom edge on it, and it goes down to fine leg for 4 runs. Holden taking some risks here. I'm not entirely sure why, but he is. 52 up, the 50's up for Middlesex. 52 for 1, Holden up to 28. They trail by 105. Oh, that was a bit of a yahoo from Holden, who is better than that. Thompson, it's Morley in again. This time he goes back and punches it up to Lewis Rees at mid-on. Immediately starts polishing the ball, as you might expect. Now Morley in again. That one turned into the leg side, not too far away from short leg, but far enough away that he couldn't get a hand on it, and they've gone through for a couple of runs as the ball goes out to the mid-wicket boundary where David Lloyd is patrolling. So, can't be, no, oh no, he goes to 4.2, doesn't he? 2 balls left in the over. This is horrendous for me. 2 balls left in the Morley over.
16.4 overs bowled, Fletch.
Oh, yeah. Wonder if anybody's ever... No. I wouldn't have thought so for a minute. That would be foolish. That one is defended of a fashion by Holden. And we get to the final ball of the anti-penultimate over of the day. And Lewis Rees, former Lancashire, has a word with Jack Morley, former Lancashire. Wayne Madsen points towards Harry Kame, who's on the cover boundary. 13 deliveries left in the day. Middlesex 54 for 1 as Morley comes in and bowls, and that one is whipped into the leg side, or he tries to whip it into the leg side, hits his pad and dribbles out into the offside. So Holden was almost as if he wants to hit Jack Morley out of the attack early, you might say. Morley survived that over. He's conceded 16 runs from his 4 overs and 2 balls. He'll have 1 more over left in all probability. Blair Tickner reduced to the role of helmet carrier as he brings the helmet to this near end, the racecourse end, and pops it down behind.
12
broadcast, that's what I was trying to remember.
12 deliveries for Middlesex to navigate, get him 1 down tonight, which when Nathan Fernandez was heading back after the first ball of the follow-on, I could guarantee Middlesex would have absolutely taken this. 54 for 1. Still 103 behind, but the 9 wicket standing going into the final day is pretty much the key. Somewhere around lunch tomorrow, they will be at parity, if they are still there, of course. As here's Lloyd to Eskenazi, opens the face for a single out to deep point, but a fine tumbling stop at backward point by Alex Thompson, who took that stunner this morning to get rid of Higgins, didn't he? I mean, what a big moment that was in the day. Because Higgins would have been one of the men, especially with Deploy injured. It's Lloyd bowls and Holden strokes off the back foot to cover. They'd have looked to Higgins to get that big score today, to be the man to, what do they say, stick his hand up. Lloyd from the city end bowls and Holden the fence. No run again. But yeah, 8 points or none. That's what Middlesex will be batting for tomorrow. And also keeping undefeated Derbyshire in sight. It is the full ball titty not as Holden pushes just wide of mid-on. 56 for 1. Division 2 is looking very interesting this year now, isn't it?
It doesn't quite sound right, but you're right. I think it's wide open. Leicester should have made a bolt for it.
Big match coming up next week at Lord's. Kent, the visitors, having defeated Middlesex in 3 days at Canterbury. Eskenazi turns into the onside and there's no run. A game where Middlesex at one point on day one, it almost seemed as, well, you can't lose it from here. 79 for 6 they were in their first innings on the first day, replying to Middlesex's 2-2-2. Back they came to reach 218, and at that point, Middlesex knew they were in trouble. Here comes Lloyd bowling, and Eskenazi pushes into the onside defence on the front foot, and there's no run. The third innings wobble followed, and well, that was that. 56 for 1, so yeah, one to look out for next week. But tomorrow is an almighty day, and Middlesex will hope to be 9 wickets in hand when they walk out to bat.
There can only be 2 down at the close now. So
Indeed. So 6 balls left of the day. It's 56 for 1.
Due to the ridiculous regulation that if a wicket falls in the final over of the day, everybody goes off. Middlesex started today on 101 for 3 in their first innings. Lost Ryan Higgins early for 26. Zach Chappell with the first of 4 wickets for him in the day. Blake Cullen also out before lunch for 42. Lewis Deploy out very soon after lunch for 52. And then Ben Geddes making 59 before he went. Before tea, at tea, they were 283 for 7, still trailing by 189. Jack Morley prepares to begin the final over of the day. Zafar Gohar made 10, Toby Rowland-Jones 2. As Morley is in and bowls, that one is clipped into the leg side. They're sort of crowding him here. Fielded by Lewis Rees, who's fielding at square leg, but forward square leg, in front, behind Caleb Jewell, who's at short leg. There's a leg slip and a slip as well. Morley in, goes back into his crease and pushes it up to the mid-off region. It's fielded by Thompson. Jack Davis made 54. It was the last man out. Was Nathan? Yes, he was the last man out. Dane Patterson not out. Naught. That one is pushed into the offside. Harry Kane feels 315 all out, then 157 behind, and Derbyshire did the right thing. They enforced the follow-on. Got Nathan Fernandez. First ball of the second Middlesex innings, but since then it's been Holden and Eskenazi. As Holden takes his bottom hand off the bat to play that ball into the leg side. 2 balls to go. 56 for 1, the visitors. Derbyshire's day. How will tomorrow pan out? Morley in bowls to Holden, who pushes this out. No more than a push, and it's racing towards the boundary. Harry Kane is giving chase. Is it going to get to the boundary before Kane? Yes. He puts the dive in and tries to swat it back, but can't do so. 4 more to Holden, who moves to 35. 60 for 1 now, Middlesex. And even though it might have been Derbyshire's day, Middlesex will be pleased with the way their second innings has gone so far. 97 behind now. There is Morley. Final ball of the day then, and it's defended by Holden out into the onside, where Alex Thompson picks the ball up. And that is the end of an intriguing third day, and it's set up for an equally intriguing final day after Derbyshire bowled out Middlesex for 315 and enforced the follow-on. Middlesex will begin tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock on 60 for 1 with Holden on 35 and Eskenazi on 23. They still trail by 97, so they should get parity around lunchtime, and then we'll have to bat on until tea and who knows beyond to save this game. Thank you to Kevin.
Thank you, Fletch.
We will both be back tomorrow.
We hope.
We may or may not have Nikesh with us, but this is the only show in town tomorrow, so why don't you join us? Just before 11 o'clock, we'll be back on air on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Derbyshire stream. In the meantime,
big show as well. Undefeated Derbyshire against early season favourites Middlesex.
Exactly. We'll big it up as much as Kev can tomorrow with Middlesex resuming at 11 o'clock on 60 for 1. We'll see you in the morning.